Chapter 1 Advancement into the City. The darkness, dampness, and smell of decay stimulated people's nostrils, and the candlelight on both sides of the passage flickered. From time to time, violent coughing sounds were heard, and faint fear and despair filled the air, making the place appear gloomy and cold. This is the world's largest prison, Impel down. Kalala. The sound of shackles and chains hitting the rocky ground was heard, and then a team of stern-looking jailers approached the silent pirate in prison uniforms. Call. A breeze blew by, and the candles on both sides of the passage swayed again, as if they were about to be blown out. General Zhang Lu. Please wake up. Zhang Lu, who was leaning against the prison door, snoring, with messy black hair hanging on his shoulders and his clothes askew, was gently pushed. Behind him was a cage. The pirate inside was stiff, not daring to make any movement or sound, for fear of waking up the guy in front of him. Murmuring softly, Zhang Lu looked at the man in front of him holding a fork. What is it, Hannibal? Also, I'm no longer a general. Don't call me that casually. My current identity is just a prison guard in Impel down without any military rank or official position. After stretching, Zhang Lu slowly stood up and looked forward. The familiar scene was repeated. It seemed that another powerful pirate was captured outside and sent here. Only this time, the pirate in front of him seemed a little different. General Zhang Lu, you are joking. You will always be a general in my heart. And he is the strongest general, even if he is. Having said that, Hannibal glanced at both sides quietly and spoke in a flattering tone in a low voice. Even the three generals now are definitely not your opponents. Zhang Lu smiled and said, Say less flattering words like that. Why don't we talk about your purpose in coming here to wake me up? Hannibal was shocked when he heard this, and he came over and laughed. This time, our headquarters sent in a group of incredible guys. So, I would like to ask you to help escort them. After all, one of them will be sent to the 6th floor, and I am afraid something might go wrong. Hearing this, Zhang Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the man being held in front of him. I have some impression that he seems to be called Das Bonus, a man codenamed Mr. One in the Baroque studio. This guy was actually sent to Impel down today. This means that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has been captured by the Navy. It also means that the world outside has entered a new era. Thinking of this, Zhang Lu couldn't help but sigh. For 20 years, he had been in this dark city of Puxi, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, and his face had never been revealed since then. The most powerful general ever disappeared from the world. General Zhang Lu. Hannibal called out softly, cautiously. Others didn't know and just thought that he was an ordinary jailer in Pushing City, who ate and slept every day and didn't care about his appearance. But he knew very well that 20 years ago, this guy was a big shot who had stirred up the world and competed with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Newgate. However, because he had committed a serious mistake and was involved in a major incident, he was stripped of all his official positions and military ranks and sent to Pushu City. And surprisingly, after 20 years, this general seemed to have hardly changed in appearance except for his messy hair and unkempt appearance. Still so young, energetic, gentle, and elegant. I was stunned for a moment. Zhang Lu looked at Hannibal, smiled faintly, and nodded. Of course, this is what I should do as a jailer. I also want to thank you for taking care of me over the years, Hannibal. Hannibal blushed with shame and looked very embarrassed, and his body was trembling. Sir, you can just call me Xiaoba. Ha ha. Zhang Lu burst into laughter. Leave the man to me. I will send him away safely. Hannibal was excited and shouted, Yes. Casually, he turned his head sharply and said, Bring the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile here. Das Bonus raised his head slightly and looked at the unkempt jailer with messy black hair and a long knife on his waist. He was a little confused as to why the deputy director of Impel Down City, who was standing next to him, was so respectful to this guy. What's even more unexpected is that this guy would be asked to escort him R.0. Who is this guy? A moment later, with the sound of shackles colliding, a gloomy and domineering figure slowly walked over. He was wearing a prison uniform, but he held his head high and chest puffed out, looking unruly. It was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He experienced another tragic failure in his life and was seriously injured by a boy wearing a straw hat. This was an unacceptable humiliation for him. Moreover, this is Impel Down, a cage that claims that once you enter, you can never get out again, which makes him even more irritated. Is that him? A voice with a hint of laughter came, and Crocodile inexplicably felt somewhat familiar, so he raised his head and looked forward. When he saw that figure, his body shook violently, his pupils suddenly contracted, and then he fell into deathly silence. No one else noticed this, and Zhang Lu quickly completed the handover with Hannibal. Except for Mr. One and Crocodile, the rest of the Baroque Works members will be taken down on the way to the 6th floor. Da-da-da-da-da. The clear sound of footsteps echoed in the passage. Apart from Zhang Lu, there were only people from the Baroque Works, which made the eyes of the people behind Crocodile change. They turned their heads to look at each other and started communicating. The meaning is also very clear. Do you want to do it? This may be the best chance to escape from here. The footsteps continued. The jailer in front seemed to be completely unprepared. Had his back to them and just walked on with his head covered without saying a word. The chances are great. Let's do it. Where's Mr. Zero? After a moment, they looked at Crocodile. But he discovered that the other person's eyes were now focused on the figure in front of him, with an expression full of solemnity and seriousness. At this moment, the figure in front suddenly paused and stopped. As he stopped, the members of the Baroque workshop were startled and then stopped in their tracks. What are you staring at me for, Crocodile? It was not until the man spoke that Crocodile's expression relaxed slightly. After taking a deep breath, he spoke lightly. I just didn't expect that a man like you is still alive. Zhang Lu did not respond immediately, but walked forward again. Are you surprised? Crocodile's eyes narrowed and he clenched his fists, but quickly released them. It's an accident that you're still alive in such a big event. Zhang Lu burst into laughter. You're right, this was indeed an accident. Well, to celebrate our meeting here, I invited you 20 years ago. Come again. After a pause, Zhang Lu's tone became serious. Would you like to join me, Crocodile? Chapter 2, just a little bit short. The candlelight flickered, and there was silence in the dark passage on the 1st floor of Impel Down. After a full while, Crocodile's hoarse voice, which sounded a little angry, was finally heard. Stop joking, Zhang Lu. 20 years ago, you lured me into your group as a mere marine trainee. 20 years later, I repeat the same thing as a jailer. After a pause, Crocodile sneered. And in a place like this, Zhang Lu laughed and continued walking forward. This is a reunion given by fate, Crocodile. This is one of the few chances you have. Crocodile's pupils contracted, and he fell silent. He heard something else in the other person's words. Do you have a way to get me out? After a moment, a solemn voice with a hint of expectation sounded. Who knows? But you can take a gamble. Zhang Lu shrugged, his voice full of amusement. Crocodile took a deep breath, his eyes changing. He couldn't figure out what the other party meant at this moment. This is the world's largest prison, Impel Down, and it is a horrific hell that is said to be a place where once you enter, you will never be able to get out. For any pirate, coming here means the end of life and endless torture and pain. Interesting, a guy like you managed to survive such a big event. It seems that what you said is somewhat credible. After a moment, Crocodile stared at Zhang Lu Dao. Back then, the man in front of him had committed far more crimes than himself. He thought he had been executed by the world government in the Navy headquarters, but he didn't expect that he was still alive and well here. But 20 years have passed, and I'm afraid there are not many people in this world who still remember this man. Think about it, Crocodile. You know, I've always been interested in you, and think you can do great things. Zhang Lu said with a faint smile. Then he stopped in front of a cage, and in front of the trembling pirates, he stuffed the Baroque Works members behind him into it. It's ridiculous for a Marine to say he's interested in pirates, and saying that I can do great things. Can I take this as a mockery of me? Crocodile said coldly. Kerala. The cage door was closed, and the two men walked towards the elevator on the 1st floor. I never mock anyone. You should know that with my strength, there is no need to do such a thing. Zhang Lu shook his head and spoke seriously. When this was mentioned, Crocodile's expression became solemn and serious. The power of the river flow. To the outside world, no, even to the Navy headquarters, this is a mysterious topic. His own strength can be said to be very strong, very strong. How can he not be strong enough to compete with Whitebeard and Roger? What's even more incredible is that he seems to have the ability to make others stronger, which is shocking. You have great potential, Crocodile, but you have always been just a little short of it. As he spoke, Zhang Lu turned around, put his thumb and index finger together, and then separated them. Just a little bit. Crocodile's face turned a little dark. And I can't help you make up for this a little bit. As long as you follow me. Zhang Lu turned around again, opened the elevator, and pressed the button. Crocodile's expression changed, and he remained silent for a long time. Oh, I heard that you were defeated by a rookie this time. How shameful. This is much worse than losing to Whitebeard that year. It's a pity that such a famous and ambitious person like you has ended up like this in his old age. Zhang Lu spoke again. Shut up, Zhang Lu. You're still such a chatterbox. Crocodile looked grim. Zhang Lu smiled. Then there was silence between the two. The atmosphere between them seemed harmonious, but in fact, the two sides had a war 20 years ago. Crocodile was defeated miserably, and Zhang Lu was just a trainee Navy officer at that time. Since then, Crocodile has been hearing about this man's reputation from all over the world. He captured many pirates with extremely high bounties, fought against Whitebeard, and chased Roger everywhere. What's even more outrageous is that this man also secretly established a mysterious organization. On the surface, he rose from a private to a Navy admiral, and was even expected to compete for the position of the next marshal. But in reality, he is the leader of a mysterious organization that includes people from all walks of life in the world. Among them, there are even celestial dragons. Until his identity was finally revealed and he did that great thing, he disappeared from the world and never appeared again. Speaking of ambition, the man in front of him is much more brutal than Crocodile. Compared to him, I am as harmless as a sheep. The elevator quickly reached the 4th floor, and the two of them walked out. The 1st floor on the sea could only reach here. Then they went through the 5th floor to the 6th floor. When we arrived at the infinite hell, it seemed even darker and quieter, with no sound being heard. The two walked side by side and no longer talked. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and the decision ultimately depends on the other party. Choose a comfortable place for yourself, although it's basically the same wherever you choose. Zhang Lu said with a faint smile. Crocodile moved his mouth, but finally said nothing. He found a cage and walked in. In front of this man, he never thought of escaping from prison. That is no different from seeking death. After closing the cell door, Zhang Lu turned around and was about to leave, but at this moment, how can I contact you? Crocodile's voice suddenly came. The jailers here all know me. Tell them that's good. Zhang Lu laughed. Then he walked away. Suddenly, from the quiet 6th floor, a low voice was heard, mixed with surprise and shock. You are Zhang Lu. That man, the man who fought Roger. You are still alive. Zhang Lu turned his head and saw a tall figure standing in front of the cage, clinging to the fence and staring at him. Douglas Barrett. Since you are alive, it is not surprising that I am alive. He grinned and turned away. Just stay still. Compared to being outside, you can spend the rest of your life more peacefully here. The sound quickly faded, and Zhang Lu's figure disappeared. A moment later, he had reached the 1st floor again. Compared to the 6th floor, the light here was more abundant and warmer. Although the overall environment of Advanced City is extremely bad, it is better than nothing. Escorting Crocodile was a simple matter, but the meaning behind it made Zhang Lu's expression change after he sat down. It's been 20 years already. He sighed softly, and a light appeared in his eyes. That boy Ace has grown up. 3. Chapter 3, 20 years. Many people call him General Zhang Lu, but few people know that his full name is Portgas D. Zhang Lu. Yes, after coming into this world, he had an identity, that is Lu Jio's younger brother. Time passed, and 20 years passed in a blink of an eye. He hit an Impel down, became unknown, and disappeared from the world. This is also somewhat related to the search for the bloodline of the Pirate King and his own sister. 20 years, that's enough. Muttering, Zhang Lu felt a sense of desire in his heart. Compared with the free and beautiful air outside, the dark and damp Impel Downs made him yearn for the outside world more. It's time to see what the world is like now. Is the air outside still as exciting as it was in that era? Zhang Lu stood up slowly and walked into his bedroom. A moment later, when the door was opened again, he was wearing a completely new outfit. He has a crew-cut black hair, a youthful yet mature handsome face, a loose black robe, and a knife at his waist. System, check your own attributes. Zhang Lu muttered to himself and looked at the panel in front of him. Soon, lines of text information appeared rapidly in the form of a table. Name, Portgas D. Zhang Lu. Position, Admiral of the Navy former. Impel Down Jailer, present. Swordsmanship, Flying / great swordsman-level swordsmanship. Physical techniques, 6 styles, enhanced version, 8 gates of ninjutsu. Devil fruit, recovery fruit, awakened, enhanced version. Hockey, 3 colors of hockey, extreme. Talent, love of learning, can learn any skill without restrictions. System ability, strengthening and evolving skills. Oh. Its own attributes were clearly revealed, causing a hint of melancholy and memories to flash across Zhang Lu's eyes. 20 years ago, when he was 15 or 16 years old, he was a young and successful man. He walked out of Battle Island and joined the Navy by chance, and since then he has embarked on a life of success. He was able to learn all skills without limits, that as long as he was willing to learn, he could learn it instantly. Coupled with the ability to strengthen and evolve, he had the strength of a general in just 1 year. He even possessed the strength to compete with strong men like Roger and Whitebeard. That era belonged to him and a few others. That it was even rumored in the Navy that he had the potential to become the next admiral. However, when he was about to reach the peak, the situation took a sharp turn and a major event occurred, causing him to fall to the bottom and disappear from the world. Asohara, Mariajoa. Zhang Lu muttered something to himself, his eyes slightly fixed. Crocodile was arrested and imprisoned, which means that the Straw Hat Pirates have embarked on their journey, and the plot of this anime has also begun. An unprecedented era of chaos is about to begin, and he can continue to move forward with a dream he wanted to realize 20 years ago, even though he has not completed the journey. Now, it's time to think about how to get out of Impel down. Strictly speaking, he is still a criminal, and has some kind of agreement with Sengoku, Garp, and others. He cannot leave this city until both parties agree to negotiate. This is both a protection for him and a compromise for some of the things he did back then. For example, ensuring the safety of your sister. General Zhang Lu, I have just reported to the headquarters about you escorting Crocodile. This is a great achievement. When those guys in our headquarters hear about this, they will definitely let you go back. Then you don't have to stay here anymore. At this moment, Hannibal came over with a smile on his face. Zhang Lu smiled when he heard this. Thank you, Xiaoba. This is what the little ones should do. Hannibal chuckled, looking a little honest. If it weren't for the other party's care and guidance over the past 20 years, he would not have been able to get the position of deputy director. Zhang Lu nodded, stretched out his hand to pat the other person's shoulder, but found that this guy was indeed quite tall. I am not short, nearly 2 meters tall, but I still seem half a head shorter than the other person. But fortunately, Hannibal was tactful enough to lower his head, bend over, and squat down. Zhang Lu smiled and patted the other person on the shoulder. Thank you very much for trying every possible way to accumulate credit for me over the years. In theory, it should be enough to make up for the mistakes we made back then. Zhang Lu narrowed his eyes, his heart slightly moved. Well, it would be great if General Zhang Lu could get out. I heard recently that the outside world is in chaos, and this is exactly when a strong person like you is needed. Hannibal lowered his voice and whispered. Good. Zhang Lu was stunned and patted the other person's shoulder again. There was some anticipation in his eyes. He wondered how many of his friends, whom he hadn't seen for many years, were doing now. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters, Marineford, Marshal Crocodile has been arrested and is being held in the 6th level of Infinite Hell in Impel Down. General Zhang Lu personally escorted him into custody. The officer in charge of the report stood straight and spoke softly. Has he been taken into custody? Very good. Upon hearing this, Zhan Guo nodded. Then he suddenly seemed to remember something and looked up suddenly. Wait, you mean Zhang Lu? The officer remained calm and nodded. Yes, Marshal. Zhan Guo was interested. He put down the pen in his hand, adjusted his posture, and leaned back in his chair. Not many people know this name now, let alone know that there is such a great general. I used to be a soldier under General Zhang Lu. The school officer said. Yeah. Zhan Guo was stunned. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he became thoughtful. He hadn't heard the name Zhang Lu for a long time. Now that he was suddenly reminded of it, he suddenly woke up from his dream. React. It's been nearly 20 years. As he said this with a sigh, Zhang Guo's expression was somewhat complicated and full of emotion. What does the young man who was once full of vigor and domineering look like now? What a pity. Clearly, I had a bright future, but I made such a choice in that situation back then. The officer was still waiting until a moment later, when Zhang Guo waved his hand and left. Back then, it was to atone for his sins, protect him, And also as a compromise, he was sent to Impel down to guard this prison. Now that 20 years have passed, the merits he has accumulated should be enough. Zhan Guo's eyes flickered. There is no doubt that Zhang Lu is definitely a sharp weapon, and it is a terrible deterrent weapon for brutal and powerful pirates. However, this person is a double-edged sword. It can hurt the enemy as well as himself. Moreover, he knew very well that the boy was also ambitious and wanted to do something. After thinking for a moment, Zhan Guo waved his hand. Go get Garp. He decided to talk it over with his old friend. Chapter 4, The Secret Between Us. You mean Zhang Lu? Sitting opposite Sengoku was Garp, a man with white hair, but still a strong build, with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. What happened to that guy? Wasn't he an Impel down? Cap asked in confusion. It's an Impel down, but can we just leave him there for the rest of his life? I'm afraid it's impossible for a guy like that to endure for another 20 years. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice. Moreover, his power will be of great help in dealing with the upcoming world situation. Garp scratched his head. That kid doesn't have any bad intentions, he just did some wrong things. Then let him come out of Impel down. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo rolled his eyes, thinking that it was useless to ask the guy in front of him. The time he spent on advancing the city was enough to offset his past mistakes. It is indeed possible to get him out of this, but Garp, you and I both understand how dangerous this guy is. Standing up, Zhang Guo leaned over and stared at Garp and spoke seriously. Dangerous? Zhang Guo, no matter how dangerous he is, can't the two of us hold him down? Besides, aren't Kazan, Borsellino, and the other three grown up now? Are they worse than Zhang Lu back then? Garp's words startled Sengoku slightly, and he sat down again. What you said makes sense. It's been 20 years. Those three have continued to grow and become great generals, but Zhang Lu has been imprisoned and impelled down. He has almost no room for improvement. As he spoke, Zhang Guo slowly exhaled. Then let him go out of Impel down as a trainee Marine. Hasn't your grandson been making a lot of noise lately? Let that boy look for it. When Garp heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Hey, are you kidding me? It's just an excuse to let that guy off the hook. He just came out from there. With his temper, he can't stay in one place. Zhang Guo said helplessly. Actually, they were all old friends, but 20 years later, the young faces had become blurred. Zhang Guo couldn't help but feel a little sad that the world is changing so drastically. After a while, after reviewing the contributions Zhang Lu had made in advancing the city over the past decade, Zhang Guo hesitated slightly and then stamped his seal on the document. Permission is granted to Impel down city jailer. The attribute file is transferred to the Navy headquarters, and he will serve as a Navy trainee. This simple sentence meant that from this moment on, Zhang Lu's identity changed, and he became a sailor again. It's hard to get a promotion. After all, that guy would be a thorn in the eyes of some people in the world government. Looking at the documents on the table, Zhang Guo shook his head again. His expression was somewhat complicated, and he felt very sorry and regretful for the young man back then. Perhaps this guy's future prospects will end as an ordinary sailor. At the same time, Zhang Guo felt somewhat uneasy. Given his strength and personality, would he really be happy to be an ordinary Marine? Judging from his past deeds, Zhang Lu is definitely not a guy who will stay content with what he has to endure. Being an ordinary Navy officer is good enough. Just do whatever you like. It's better than staying in Impel down for the rest of his life. I should know how to be content and grateful. Soon, Pushu City received the documents and appointment letter from the headquarters. The document was short, but when it was placed in Zhang Lu's hand, it made him laugh. Trainee Marine? That's enough. Walking out of here means everything will be different. At the same time, it also meant that the agreement between him, Sengoku, and Garp was reached and terminated. From then on, he felt relieved. After all, Zhang Lu is a man who keeps his promises. Congratulations, General Zhang Lu. After you get out, you will definitely be able to become a general again as quickly as possible. Hannibal said excitedly. Zhang Lu was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he said with a smile, Hannibal, I may never be able to become a general again in this lifetime. It was clearly written on the appointment letter. The Navy has never issued any appointment letter for trainee Navy officers. This also means the attitude of the headquarters towards him. You can be a Marine, but you can't get promoted. His naval career basically ended there. How could that be, with your strength? Hannibal said confusedly. Zhang Lu smiled. and prepare to pack up and walk out of this dark prison. But at this moment, a jailer walked over hurriedly. "General Zhang Lu, Crocodile asked me to pass on a message to you." Zhang Lu looked at Hannibal, who showed no sign of avoiding suspicion. Instead, he leaned forward to listen. "Speak." Zhang Lu smiled and said, "After living in Impel down for nearly 20 years, Hannibal could definitely be considered as confident." He said he agreed. Hearing this, Zhang Lu smiled. "What a wise choice." Hannibal gave a puzzled look. "Agree to what? What connection do you have with a guy like Crocodile? That's a dangerous guy." Zhang Lu didn't care. He just smiled and said, "Can I be in danger?" Hannibal went cold. "Of course not. Leave him to me, Hannibal." Zhang Lu said. His words were even, and his tone was like an order. "What do you mean by handing it over to you?" Hannibal asked cautiously. The jailer next to him realized something, turned around and ran away, not daring to listen at all. Compared to the outside world, Impel Down City is definitely a dark hell. The darkness and corruption here are unimaginable to outsiders. "I want to take him away." River Lu said it very directly. "Ah." Hannibal shuddered and his face turned green. "Are you kidding me? I never joke." Zhang Lu wrote. "Then, how should I report it?" Hannibal was shaking all over. "This is a big deal. General Zhang Lu is going to take a prisoner who is imprisoned in the 6th level of infinite hell out secretly. Once discovered, it would be unimaginable. How dare General Zhang Lu be so bold? How dare he do this? What's even more sad is that I also don't dare to refuse the other party's orders. No need to report it, just pretend you don't know about it." Zhang Lu said calmly. "As your reward, I will improve your strength." As he spoke, Zhang Lu stretched out his right hand and placed it on Hannibal's body. The next second, the latter's body shook violently. His eyes showed excitement, and he almost howled. In Zhang Lu's mind, there were also reminder sounds ringing. "You are strengthening the target swordsmanship, level intermediate, strengthening is complete, successfully advanced to advanced, vertical evolution can be performed, evolution is complete, the target has mastered flying slashing. You are strengthening the target's body, strengthening is complete, evolution is in progress, evolution is complete, the target has mastered the armament hockey." In just a few breaths, Hannibal's strength has more than improved. After retracting his right hand, Zhang Lu looked at Hannibal, who was dancing with joy, and smiled slightly. "Don't tell anyone, Hannibal. This is a secret between us." Hannibal nodded excitedly. "The other party wants to take away a world-class criminal. Of course it's a secret. If it's exposed, he'll be dead." He was even planning how to put the blame on Magellan. Chapter 5 I almost thought he was yours. Hannibal was feeling excited and nervous, excited and scared at this moment. "I have never felt so powerful before, and strength is constantly surging out from deep within my body." The rumors outside were indeed correct. General Zhang Lu possessed godly abilities and was able to help others. "You arrange everything and leave the rest to me." Zhang Lu's voice came, and Hannibal nodded immediately. "I'll do it right away." Then Hannibal ran away. In the afternoon of that day, Zhang Lu received the news and went to transfer Crocodile. Half a quarter of an hour later, he had reached the 6th floor. Zhang Lu glanced around and found that there were some other guards on the 6th floor, but now there was no one there. Duh. Crisp footsteps were heard, and he was the only one in the entire 6th floor passage. Soon, they arrived outside the cage where Crocodile was. "Zhang Lu!" A low, hoarse voice was heard, and Crocodile slowly stood up and looked at him through the gap in the cage with a complicated expression. "Don't say a word on the way. Just follow me," Zhang Lu whispered. Then he silently opened the door of the cage and handed the other person a hooded cloak and a demon mask. Crocodile nodded, changed his clothes, and put on his mask. In this way, his entire body was covered by the cloak, making it difficult to identify his identity. The two of them left here silently, one in front and one behind. In the dark 6th level of infinite hell, there was no sound, only a few vague eyes staring at them. After a moment, the two figures disappeared. "It's really interesting." A soft sound was heard, echoing in the air before quickly disappearing. Zhang Lu was standing with Crocodile at this time. He was wearing a loose black robe, a knife on his waist, and his expression was calm. "Don't talk or communicate with people around you." Soon, the two of them had reached the 4th floor. This floor was called the Burning Hell, and it was where Magellan, the director of the Impel down city, had his office. The number of guards along the way had obviously been reduced to the minimum. With Hannibal's authority, it was not difficult to replace the guards. The rest were all under the jurisdiction of Magellan, and Hannibal had no right to transfer them. But at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Zhang Lu was in front and Crocodile was behind, both wrapped in cloaks, and neither of them said a word. When passing the first guard checkpoint, the leading guard was slightly startled. General Zhang Lu. Has another criminal changed his mission? With a cigar hanging from his lips and a smile on his face, Yuzixalu kept looking at the prisoner shrouded in a black robe and cloak. Shiri, are you in charge of this floor today? Zhang Lu asked with a faint smile. He could clearly feel the person next to him tense up all over. You know, our director, because of the power of the fruit, his body is always unwell. Yuzixalu narrowed his eyes and looked at the black-robed man in front of him. He was not a weakling, and he also noticed the weirdness of this guy. The other party actually revealed a fierce killing intent. This is not something that a simple criminal would dare to do. Moreover, he was dressed so strangely. What kind of criminal would need to be dressed like this? It is obvious that this criminal has a secret, and so does General Zhang Lu. Indeed, Magellan's belly. Zhang Lu smiled, stretched out his hand, and slapped Crocodile on the shoulder. The latter's body shook, and the faint aura in his body immediately dissipated into nothingness. Then I won't bother you on duty, that I have other things to do. Having said that, Zhang Lu continued to move forward. Yujishi Lu was stunned for a moment. A thoughtful look flashed across his face, and then he stepped aside. General Zhang Lu, you go ahead. Two figures quickly passed by him, and the jailers looked at them with curiosity. Don't be nervous, and don't show your ferocity here. Zhang Lu transmitted the message softly. Crocodile's body stiffened, and he nodded imperceptibly in response. It must be said that he was really nervous at this moment. After all, it was the largest prison in the world with strict defenses, and getting out of here was definitely not an easy task. No one has ever escaped from prison in history. Of course, Golden Lion is an exception. The Navy has blocked all news related to him. The two walked calmly towards the elevator to the fourth floor. They met three more groups of jailers on the way. When they saw that it was Zhang Lu who was leading the team, they all let them pass with awe and did not stop them. Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he took the elevator, he would go directly to the first floor, and the chance of getting out of here would increase greatly. But at this moment, the door of a building not far away suddenly opened, and then a tall figure walked out of it. Zhang Lu looked up, saw the other person, and narrowed his eyes slightly. General Zhang Lu, why are you here with me? Who is this guy? The man covered his stomach, bent over, and ran to the front, asking with a puzzled look. It was the prison director Magellan. Just a prisoner who needs to be transferred to another prison. You want to go to the bathroom? Zhang Lu smiled faintly. Crocodile learned from his experience this time and stood there quietly without showing any abnormality. Let him take off his cloak, Magellan said. Zhang Lu's narrowed eyes became sharper. You don't seem to believe me? Magellan's expression also turned serious. It's my duty, General Zhang Lu. Please don't get angry. After all, I can't bear the consequences if something happens in Push City. Zhang Lu fell silent. This seemed to be an unsolvable problem. If you want to get out of here, you have to get past Magellan. But this guy is a man who is extremely serious about his work. This is completely different from Hannibal and seems inhumane. Take off your coat and hat. After a moment, Zhang Lu said. Magellan looked at this scene, covered his stomach more tightly with his hands, and bent his waist even lower. Gudong dong. The sound coming from the abdominal cavity can be clearly heard. Crocodile did not move until Zhang Lu patted him. Then he slowly raised his hand and took off the hat covering his head. Then a hideous demon mask was revealed. Magellan was stunned and suddenly looked up at Zhang Lu. General Zhang Lu. See, can we go now? Zhang Lu grinned, but there was no smile in his eyes. But he still had that calm, relaxed look on his face, without any sign of nervousness. Gudong dong. Magellan's expression changed drastically, and the sound in his abdomen became louder. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then he turned around and ran towards the toilet at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. Crocodile stared at the scene in a daze, took a deep breath, and covered his head with his coat again. Let's go. Zhang Lu smiled faintly. There seemed to be a pungent odor in the air. Crocodile lowered his voice only after entering the elevator. I almost thought that this director was your man. Zhang Lu smiled and shrugged. Who knows? 6. Chapter 6 Heading to Sky Island. The appearance of Magellan did not hinder the two men's progress. But in just a moment, they had reached the first floor above the sea. By the time they got here, Hannibal had already taken control of everything. The surveillance video bug was temporarily shut down, and the guards were replaced. General Zhang Lu, your boat has been arranged. You can leave here directly. Hannibal walked up quickly and whispered in Zhang Lu's ear, then passed by him and left quickly. Zhang Lu's eyes flashed, and he and Crocodile quickened their pace. In the blink of an eye, I saw a crack in the city gate in front of me, through which some sunlight could be seen. On both sides of the gate, guards stood there with expressionless faces and spears in their hands, not even glancing at the two people who had arrived. Finally, we're leaving here. There was a light in Zhang Lu's eyes. Even he couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. The 20 years of life in Impel Down were dark and gloomy, not to mention sunlight. Even the air smelled different from the outside world. Crocodile beside him was also trembling slightly, and he was very excited. The two of them quickened their pace and soon approached and passed through. It's like entering a whole new world. Sun, sea, breeze, sky. The colorful colors randomly shot into Zhang Lu's eyes at this moment, making him want to shout. Words cannot express the excitement in his heart at this moment. General Zhang Lu, your ship is over there. Director Hannibal, everything has been arranged for you. Well, he doesn't allow us to call him deputy director. The jailer next to him said with a chuckle. Zhang Lu took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and nodded. After exchanging a glance with Crocodile beside them, the two of them quickly walked towards the boat. This is a small warship flying a naval flag, which is usually owned only by branch and school-level military officials. But for Zhang Lu, it was obviously not a big deal. Having done all the big things, having a warship to drive around is not a big deal. A moment later, the warship slowly left the port. Goodbye, General Zhang Lu. The jailer stood at the entrance of the harbor, happily waving goodbye, completely unaware that he had just sent away a world-class criminal. The warship slowly sailed away from Impel Down and headed towards Marineford, the whirlpool in the center of Judicial Island. Crocodile lifted up his hood and said, Does this count as a successful jailbreak? Not yet. The Navy has quite a few patrolling warships in this area. You are still in danger as you approach the headquarters. Zhang Lu smiled. He was breathing the air from the sea, which brought him an unimaginable feeling. I have never felt that this world is so beautiful. Aren't you dangerous, letting a criminal like me go? Crocodile's tone was half smile, but because he was wearing a mask, his expression could not be seen clearly. The moment you are discovered, I will arrest you immediately. Then tell them you want to escape prison. Zhang Lu turned his head and suddenly grinned. Crocodile paused for a moment, then sneered, You are such a wicked fellow. I never said I was a good person. Zhang Lu laughed. The sea breeze was getting stronger and stronger, blowing the clothes and the hair on the forehead. This means that they are getting closer and closer to the whirlpool. At the same time, the huge shadow of Marineford is vaguely visible. What's next? What are your plans? You dare to recruit and release a guy like me from prison and Impel Down. You must have something big to do, right? Crocodile said with narrowed eyes. Plan? I haven't thought of it yet, but I need a group of decent men. Zhang Lu raised his eyebrows. It is natural that one cannot accomplish anything in this world alone. And no matter how powerful one is, one still needs reliable people around him and subordinates. Decent men? Crocodile wondered. Yeah, guys like you. Zhang Lu laughed. Crocodile was startled, and his eyes became slightly serious. As a Navy man, what Zhang Lu did would really make many people unable to understand. I remember you formed a mysterious organization before, he asked in a deep voice. Organization? You mean Suyi? Zhang Lu smiled, his eyes twinkling. As he entered the Impel Down city, the organization under his command would naturally and inevitably be eliminated. I just don't know what the current situation of Suyi is like, and whether there are any remaining members. Suyi, so are they still there? Crocodile said in a serious tone. The organization under Zhang Lu was also quite famous back then. IT had always been unknown until that incident broke out, and then it appeared in the eyes of the world. At that time, everyone realized that this man's subordinates had actually gathered such a huge force. Its members range from commoners, nobles, kings to celestial dragons, covering a wide range. Can you imagine? This madman even recruited the celestial dragons as his subordinates. Although after the incident broke out, the celestial dragon committed suicide, and his descendants were also driven out of Marihoa. Is it still there? Who knows? Maybe there will be some guys. Zhang Lu smiled with narrowed eyes. Where are we going now? Crocodile asked again. The order given to me by headquarters is to find the Straw Hat Pirates. Zhang Lu laughed. Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes turned cold. It was because of the other party that he was sent to prison, and his long-cherished goal failed. But I personally have no interest in him. Think of a solution. I need to go to Sky Island. Soon, Zhang Lu spoke again. Crocodile was even more puzzled. Sky Island? What are you going there for? And can such an island really exist? Of course it exists. Zhang Lu said affirmatively. Have you been there? I've been there. Of course he had been there. Shia Palace was located on an island high in the sky. It was also the headquarters of his organization. But 20 years have passed, and no one knows what the headquarters is like now. Crocodile was silent. His expression changed. He agreed to the other party, which meant that he had to obey the other party's orders. But what made him feel horrified and even a little scared was that, until now, he still doesn't know the other party's purpose. What kind of earth-shattering thing does this guy want to do under the guise of a navy? There is one of our companions on Sky Island, Zhang Lu said again at this time. Is it Shia's people? Crocodile was curious. Not yet, but when I go, he will be. Zhang Lu laughed. Enil, who possesses the Thunder Fruit, is undoubtedly a man who is very suitable to be a combat force under him. Just like Crocodile, that kid was just a little bit short. Just a little bit. But he could make up for that little bit. Chapter 7, Don't Be So Gentle. As the two chatted, they noticed that the warship was about to pass through the observation tower set up by the Navy headquarters. What do you know about Ace? Zhang Lu asked softly, with a deep gaze. It took a lot of his energy and sacrificed his potential for development in the Navy to ensure the other party's safe berth. But unfortunately, they have never met each other. Naturally, he was very interested in this nephew whom he had never met before. Ace? Fire Fist Ace? Crocodile was slightly startled and asked in confusion. Good. Also, it's best to hide your body. The Navy's telescope is not blind. Zhang Lu nodded and glanced at the observation deck not far away. Crocodile moved quickly and hid himself in the blind spot. I only know that he is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and I don't know anything else. Well, Baroque Works discovered that he appeared in Alabasta not long ago. Zhang Lu raised his head and looked at the observation tower not far away. He waved to the Navy, holding a telescope, and said, Do you know where he is now? After I was arrested, the Baroque Works was disbanded, and my intelligence department also lost contact. It may take some time to regain the information, Crocodile said in a deep voice. Then I don't know. I can only try to find someone else. Zhang Lu sighed. I don't know if it's possible to make it in time. According to the plot, Ace is about to be captured, and once he is defeated by Blackbeard and sent to Marineford, it means that the war at the top will begin soon. He couldn't predict how things would develop, but talking to his nephew was something he really wanted to do right now. Crocodile gave him a strange look, not understanding where this guy would find someone else. It had only been a short time since he was captured, but his forces had all collapsed. The other party had been in Impel down for nearly 20 years. Many events that were once famous have been forgotten, turned into distant memories, and become blurred. As the two talked, the warship passed by the observation tower, slowly sailed away into the distance, and gradually moved away from Marineford. At the same time, at the Marine headquarters, Marineford, Zhan Guo looked at the photo that was slowly being printed out, his eyes slightly fixed. Has Zhang Lu come out of Push City? Didn't you report to the headquarters? After a pause, he put the photo down again. Forget it. It would be good to give him some time off. Ask Zhang Lu's Den Mushi and Impel down, and keep in touch with him at all times. The soldier in front of him nodded and turned away. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Lu's departure attracted some people's attention, but was only within a limited range. At the same time, the city was also peaceful. Obviously, Hannibal suppressed everything, and Magellan, who discovered some clues, also chose to remain silent. Everyone tacitly gave Zhang Lu face. Shabati Archipelago. If we want to go to Demon Valley Town, the supplies we have on board are not enough. Besides, isn't that deputy director too stingy? He didn't even give you a single Bailey? Crocodile said with frustration while wearing a mask. It took him 3 days, 2 of which he was hungry, before he finally got here. The food prepared by Pushuching for the 2 of them was only enough for 2 days, but when it was distributed among 2 people, it became just 1 day. What's more, they all have big appetites and can't support it at all. Impel City is a place that lacks food. Hannibal, you have been very kind. It's also possible that, in his mind, he didn't even take you into account. Zhang Lu smiled and said. His complexion also looked a little bad. Hunger is truly the enemy of man. He paused, then looked up at the ships docked on the shore. However, we won't be short of supplies here. No, just rob these guys. Crocodile was startled, then looked in the direction the other person was looking. Although the flags on the ships were lowered, it was easy to tell that these guys were not decent people at all. The familiar smell allowed him to identify the pirate almost instantly. You really don't look like a marine at all. With a light sigh, Crocodile's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. The Navy never holds back on pirates, right? Zhang Lu smiled. The 2 men then slowly moved the warship closer to one of the larger ships. Although the ship had taken down its flag, the people on board could not conceal their fierce aura. They all had weapons slung around their waists, and their faces and exposed skin were covered with scars. Obviously not a good person. Crocodile gave a look, and with sand flying around his right arm, he prepared to attack. But at this moment, Zhang Lu drew the long sword from his waist and grinned. No need to be so gentle. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand shook, an inexplicable aura swept out, and then he swung the sword violently. Call out. The void vibrated and a sharp light whizzed out, arriving in front of the ship in an instant. What? The pirates on the ship suddenly felt a strong wind blowing in their noses. They looked up suddenly and shouted in surprise, but their faces suddenly changed. But it was too late. The knife light burst out at this moment and exploded suddenly. Buzz. The air trembled. The huge ship was cut directly in half from the middle. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the pirates' terrified, deformed, and distorted faces were clearly visible. Boom! An explosion was heard, raising a large cloud of dust. Who did it? Climbing up from the broken deck, a member of the cadre yelled angrily. But before he could finish his words, he saw a figure leaping high into the air and swung the long sword in his hand again. Call out. The cut ship was cut horizontally again this time. When it opened, everyone was stunned, and then they were filled with fear. The boat was creaking and slowly sinking into the sea. Fortunately, this was the port. Otherwise, no one on the boat would have survived. Run! Oh my God! It cut our ship in half in just a split second. Who is that person? The pirates were panicked and terrified, and they crawled towards the shore. The Navy patrolling not far away also noticed the movement here and rushed over. Nothing special, just saying hello. Zhang Lu slowly descended, squatted on the edge of the boat, and looked down at the pirate officers who were in panic. I'm a little short on money lately, so I want to borrow the treasures on your ship. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he looked at the treasure chest that had been cut open and exposed by the 2 knife strikes just now. Kai, are you kidding me? The pirate officer shouted in shock and anger. I never joke. Zhang Lu swung his sword, and with a buzzing sound, the pirate in front of him was cut in half. Ripples spread, and a strong wind swept towards the surroundings. At this moment, a few grains of sand swept in, wrapped up the treasures on the ship, and then pulled them into the warship. Oh. A sharp whistle sounded, and the Navy patrol team had arrived here. Zhang Lu looked up, then jumped back onto his boat. Let's go. Crocodile immediately started the boat and moved to another place. With such a big commotion, we definitely can't stay in this port anymore. Chapter 8 Pluto, Rayleigh. The arriving naval team was led by a major, who was shocked when he saw it was a warship. Who is this colleague? He is so fierce. These other guys. Looks like the Barbie pirates. As he spoke, the major waved his hand, and the Navy behind him immediately raised their weapons and rushed towards the panicked pirates on the harbor shore ahead. A moment later, Sengoku and Marihoa received the message. Have we reached the Sabaody archipelago yet? Robbing pirates. Only he can think of such a thing. Shaking his head and laughing, Zhan Guo knocked on the table, his expression becoming solemn and serious again. Garp, Fire Fist Ace has also recently arrived at the front half of the sea area. Something big seems to have happened in the Whitebeard Pirates. Garp, who was eating a donut, raised his head suddenly when he heard this. Ace? Zhan Guo did not respond, although he knew what the other party meant. He stood up and said in a deep voice, Doflamingo in the New World, that evil guy. In recent days, we have already reached the front half of the sea area. His father had an unclear relationship with Zhang Lu back then. Garp's expression also became serious. Doflamingo is here too? These two pieces of information made the two people in the office feel vaguely uneasy. We have to find out why they came to this sea area. A captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division and a king of Dressrosa. If anything happens to him, it will probably be earth-shattering, Sengoku muttered. At the same time, in the Shabati archipelago, a sparsely populated port, Zhang Lu and his companion slowly docked the warship and then jumped off the boat. Do we have to do things like purchasing supplies ourselves? It's really uncomfortable. Crocodile frowned. Then I'll leave it all to you, Zhang Lu said with a smile. Crocodile was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. Hey, leave this kind of thing to me? That's too contemptuous of me. The two of them walked quickly towards the island, one in front and one behind. Procuring supplies is not a difficult task, including food, daily necessities, some necessary fruits, fresh water, etc. But in just a moment, a mountain appeared on Crocodile's back. Your strength is just a little bit short of perfection. Because you lack physical training, and I can't help you perfect it. Zhang Lu stood aside, persuading with a smile. Crocodile was slightly startled. Then he began to think about something, and after a moment he actually did it very seriously. He believed it. It would have been bad enough if he had just lost to Whitebeard, but not long ago he actually lost to a rookie brat. Zhang Lu holds the ability to make an ordinary person become powerful in a short period of time. Otherwise, how to explain his powerful strength and those members of Su Yi who have mediocre talents but are very powerful? I remember you said you would help me become stronger, Crocodile said. Of course, but don't worry. Right now, we don't have to go into some intense battles, Zhang Lu said with a smile. Crocodile's eyes flickered. He had no idea what this guy was thinking. Things were not getting any better in the Subverting archipelago, which was a familiar place to both of them. After purchasing the necessary items, they turned and walked towards the port. The streets were bustling with people and filled with the shouts of vendors. But after taking a few steps forward, Zhang Lu's pace gradually slowed down. What's wrong? Crocodile frowned. His identity is still very sensitive now. Although he is wearing a mask, it will always be a troublesome thing if he is discovered. Found an old friend. Zhang Lu paused and stopped completely on the street. A faint smile bloomed in the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his right hand hit the long sword at his waist. Old friend. Crocodile looked up and saw a man with gray hair and glasses standing in front of him, holding a bottle of wine. This old man has really seen an incredible fellow. A light flashed across the glasses of the gray-haired old man, and his eyes became solemn. Pluto Rayleigh. The next second, Crocodile heard the other party's name from Zhang Lu's mouth, and his whole body suddenly tensed up. The white-haired and bespectacled old man in front of him is none other than the famous Pluto Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the pirate king Roger from the last era. He is also one of the most powerful men in the world and can be called a legend. Ziyu, General Zhang Lu. Solemn, serious, and fearful words came out of Rayleigh's mouth. Daytime Tiger. This was the code name that Zhang Lu used when he was a general. It seemed to be totally inconsistent with his true self, but only those who had actually fought with him would know the true meaning of the code name. Like a mad and ferocious tiger, its attacks were fierce, brutal, and suffocating. You disappeared for nearly 20 years. I thought you were already dead. I didn't expect to meet you by chance here today, Rayleigh said in a deep voice, his whole body on alert. In terms of camp, the two sides are enemies rather than friends. What's more, the guy in front of him has always had an inexplicable hostility towards Roger. It was not until Roger died that he understood the reason. You are not dead, which is the best news for me, Rayleigh. Zhang Lu grinned, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a violent and fierce aura rose from his body. The first to bear the brunt was Crocodile, who was shocked. Hey, you don't want to fight this old guy here? Zhang Lu frowned when he heard this and looked at the people around him. Indeed, it is not a great place. I have been retired for more than 10 years, Zhang Lu. I almost disappeared from this world at the same time as you. Now you just want to enjoy your old age. Why do you keep thinking about me? Rayleigh shook his head. Zhan Guo remained silent and did not reply, but his eyes flickered. After a long while, he raised his head and sneered, "Don't worry, we will meet again sooner or later. Then let me see if your kung fu has improved after 20 years. Rayleigh laughed and said, "I'm already old, I cannot compare to you, so my kung fu skills have naturally declined." Zhan Guo said no more and quickly passed by Rayleigh and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not until the other party left did the smile on Rayleigh's face fade away, replaced by solemnity and fear. He slowly unscrewed the cap of the bottle and took a sip. "I actually ran into this guy here. You really scared me." After a pause, Rayleigh's eyes became serious and he murmured. But fortunately, he restrained himself. "He really dares to start a war here." 9. Chapter 9, Is It a Monster? Back on the warship, Crocodile seemed a little silent. He looked at Zhan Guo, who had a smile on his face and looked relaxed, with a serious look in his eyes. "Did you really want to do it just now?" Zhan Guo raised his eyebrows and laughed. "How could that be?" "That's Shampoo Land." Crocodile naturally would not believe it. The murderous intent and rapidly rising aura made him tremble with fear, even though he was so close. It was also at this moment that he realized that the guy in front of him was a terrifying strong man who had been famous in the world 20 years ago. He is on the same level as the 3 legendary pirates and the Navy hero garb. That gentle and kind appearance conceals the cruelty and madness of the day tiger. "Let's go. We are in a hurry." Zhan Guo saw Crocodile was stunned and reminded him. "Good." The latter nodded and took the helm himself. As the boss of the Baroque studio, this kind of thing has always been done by his subordinates, and Crocodile hasn't driven a boat for many years. But when he was hanging out with a guy like Zhan Guo, he would undoubtedly have to deal with such trivial matters. It seems that it is necessary to recruit more crew members, Crocodile thought to himself. As for the Navy, judging from Zhan Guo's current state, it was basically impossible. Moreover, what this guy wanted to do seemed to have nothing to do with the Navy. He wanted to rebuild his own Shuya, recruit new members, and form a powerful legion. It is precisely because of this that they are targeting him who is trapped in Impel down. However, Crocodile was very interested in what kind of members would be recruited next. According to his understanding, this man was very strange, and the members of Shuya were also all kinds of strange, with all kinds of identities. The warship sailed along the way, and soon left the Sabaody archipelago. 7 days later, they arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, where they stayed for a while to replenish supplies and then left quickly. Zhan Guo was in a hurry, and he was also paying attention to the clues and marks left by Sui. But neither the Sabaody archipelago nor the 7 water cities found anything, which made him feel a little depressed. 20 years might have completely destroyed the organization he had built. The world government will certainly not let go of a guy like him, let alone the former Sui. "We can only take one step at a time and see what happens," Zhan Guo murmured in a low voice. 3 days later, the warship arrived at Chonglian Island. "The supplies are sufficient. We should be able to hold out until Demon Valley Town," Crocodile spoke out. These days, they would encounter some pirates during their voyages and rob them of their food and treasures. Therefore, the cabin of this warship is already filled with boxes of treasures. The food is enough for 2 people to eat for a long time. "Then let's continue towards our goal," Zhan Guo spoke out. But in the afternoon of that day, in a place in the sea near Chonglian Island, a pirate ship with a fox head appeared in front of the 2 people, and the flag on the ship was a skull flag that looked like a fox's nose. "Foxy Pirates." Crocodile whispered the name of this pirate group. "Is it them?" Zhan Guo said unexpectedly. He had some impression of this pirate group. The captain seemed to be called Foxy, who had the ability of the slow fruit. Although his strength is not strong, his fruit ability is very special, and it is a rare time-related ability. "Sail the boat over." Zhan Guo rowed. "Are you interested in them?" Crocodile said unexpectedly. "Silver Fox Foxy. I'm very interested in his abilities." Zhan Guo's eyes flickered. The ability of time is naturally extraordinary. The only problem is that the person who uses this fruit is too weak. This also makes it impossible to fully demonstrate the power of this fruit. But such ability can definitely play a crucial role at critical moments. Soon, as the warship approached, the Foxy Pirates also discovered them. "Captain, it's the Navy." Strange Navy, there are only 2 people on the warship. They are coming for us. On the boat, the pirates looked at the warship approaching and couldn't help but shout loudly. Foxy narrowed his eyes, looked ahead, and laughed. Don't make a fuss. There are only 2 enemies. Just kill them. Get ready for battle. When the 2 of them get close, we'll destroy them. The crew burst into laughter. Yes, Captain. They naturally wouldn't care about just 2 sailors, but they had to know that their captain was a pirate with a bounty of 24 million berries. Even on the Grand Line, it is well known. What's more, they knew their captain's strength very well. With the power of that fruit, the actual bounty would be far more than 24 million. However, as the 2 sides approached, when they were only 200 or 300 meters away, they were surprised to find that a figure on the other side's ship jumped high. Bang, 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 bang. Several ripples spread in the void, and the man actually ran quickly in the air. In almost the blink of an eye, a figure fell down, landed on their deck with a loud bang, and stood in the middle of everyone. It's been a long time since I last did anything. I hope you can warm me up, foxy pirates. Zhan Guo grinned, his eyes sparkling, and his neck twisted slightly left and right, making clear crackling sounds. Fighting. It is indeed a very distant thing. It was so far away that it seemed a little unfamiliar to him. This guy is too arrogant. Everyone attack. The sudden arrival of the enemy startled the foxy pirates and immediately made them angry, with Foxy's eyes even more furious. In an instant, pirates around Zhan Guo drew their weapons and rushed towards him, rushed over. The wind was howling, and there were fierce attacks from above, behind, in front, left and right. It makes me a little excited. Zhan Guo laughed, and a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The next second, several long swords were swung down, and Zhan Guo's head swayed. Puff! The sound of weapons cutting through bodies was heard, leaving everyone present stunned. This guy, not avoiding it all. Either you can't avoid it, or you just don't care. But he's already bleeding. At this moment, several long swords cut Zhan Guo's body, and some of the swords even pierced through his back and abdomen. If a normal person received such an injury, he would definitely die. But the next second, the enemy who was hit and pierced raised his head and grinned. I'm so sorry, because I haven't fought for a long time. So forget about fighting. You need to hide. As he spoke, Zhan Guo stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the long knife that had stabbed into his body, inch by inch. The sound of blood dripping and bones rubbing against each other could be heard at the same time. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill down their spine. This guy, is it a monster? 10, chapter 10 time stops. But no need to worry. It's just a minor injury. It can't hurt me. Zhan Guo's laughing voice frightened the foxy pirates in front of them. Are you kidding me? Their knives pierced each other's abdomen, and their internal organs must have been in a mess. Is this kind of injury just a minor one? However, a shocking scene soon happened. As the long knife was pulled out of the man's body, the bloody wounds on his body began to heal at an extremely fast speed. When several long swords were pulled out, snatched from the pirates, and thrown onto the deck, all the scars and bloody wounds had disappeared. Oh my God! All his injuries have healed. It was too fast. Not even a trace was left. This guy really is a monster. Some people in the Foxy Pirates were already frightened and retreated involuntarily. Ha ha. Silver Fox Foxy, I'm very optimistic about you. Would you like to join my team? Zhan Guo opened his mouth and grinned, the light in his eyes becoming brighter. Who wants to join you? This inexplicable guy. Foxy yelled, nervous. But before he could finish his words, he saw the man in front of him flash and appear in front of one of the crew members. He opened his big hand and pressed it on his face in an instant. Then he laughed loudly, and with the momentum of a tiger descending from a mountain, he pressed his head down towards the deck. Boom! The deck cracked, dust rose up, and the ship shook. Looking down again, there was a figure trapped on the deck in front of him. Bang! Someone swallowed secretly, his pupils contracted, and his face turned green. Hamburger! Foxy trembled. In a moment, just a moment, he didn't even see the other person moving, and his companion in front of him had already fallen down. On the deck, bright red blood spread all around, forming a pool of blood in an instant. My name is Zhan Guo. If you join me, I won't kill you. Otherwise, today will be the day when you all sink into the sea. Zhan Guo was still smiling, but that smiling face made everyone present feel cold and terrified. Is this guy a lunatic? In just a moment, their perception of Zhan Guo changed successively, from strange to monster and then to madman. Foxy's mouth trembled, and he wanted to say something else. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and a figure on the boat flew out with a scream, drawing a high parabola, and then fell into the sea. You don't have much time to think, Foxy. Zhan Guo laughed. Foxy trembled all over and dared not hesitate any longer. I join. Zhan Guo grinned and looked at the group of people trembling with fear in front of him. A wise choice. The combat effectiveness of both sides is not at the same level. This battle ended as quickly as it started. Half a minute later, Foxy came to Zhan Guo's boat with a nervous heart. Looking at the man in the evil ghost mask who was steering the boat not far away, he felt even more scared. These two people don't look like normal people. One did not dodge at all when facing attacks, but healed quickly after being stabbed. The other covered himself in a black robe, and the ghost face mask made people tremble with fear. What kind of organization did I join? Zhan Guo was observing the fox-faced pirate captain. Although he was a pirate, he had not done many bad things, but he was not a good person either. The reason why he was brought in was because of his fruit ability. Fox, show me your powers, Zhan Guo suddenly said. Foxy was stunned and looked at him with confusion. My ability? Right. Zhan Guo nodded and urged. Hurry up. The latter's face changed, and no matter what the other party meant, he did not dare to refuse. He flexed and stretched his fingers, leaving only his index finger and little finger exposed, and then pointed at Zhan Guo. Slow light. The next second, a beam of photon appeared and shone towards Zhan Guo. In almost an instant, it had enveloped his entire body. At this moment, he clearly felt that his perception of the surroundings was rapidly slowing down. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Slow down my own time, while keeping the speed of time in the outside world unchanged. Zhan Guo seemed to be thinking about something. This is completely different from the recovery fruit after awakening. Before awakening, the recovery fruit is used to heal and restore one's injuries. After awakening, one will be able to restore the time of oneself and the things one comes into contact with to a previous moment. Similarly, the recovery fruit is also time-related and can make time flow backwards. The slowness fruit is a flow rate fruit that can change the flow of time. His eyes flashed, and Zhan Guo's armed aura shook slightly, directly dispersing the ability that was affecting him, and he broke away from the dull light. Foxy opened his mouth in shock, watching Zhan Guo move around without any impact. This is impossible. Zhan Guo raised his head and smiled. Nothing is impossible. When the armament hockey is strong enough, it can weaken the fruit ability or even make it completely unaffected. Obviously, your abilities are not developed enough. As he spoke, he closed his eyes again, carefully feeling the scene of being hit by the dull light before. In an instant, all kinds of complicated feelings came over me. His studious attribute was activated at this moment, and he was learning Fox's slow light. That's right, learning. The system gave him the ability to learn all skills without any obstacles. The skills of devil fruits are also included. In the past, he rose too fast and did not have much chance to learn. What skills are needed? Some skills do not need to be learned, at most they are just icing on the cake. But the ability of slowing down light, a time-related ability, can undoubtedly play a crucial role. Foxy was in doubt about his life at this time, and he was a little confused. Armament hockey? Can it make my fruit ability ineffective? On the side, Crocodile's eyes flickered slightly under the mask, and he murmured, Heroic? He has been studying the abilities of fruits all along, and has paid little attention to hockey. Even now, he has not awakened the armament hockey and observation hockey. But he knew very well that a top-notch expert like Zhan Guo must be a domineering master. Perhaps I can ask him for advice on how to practice domineering. After a while, Zhan Guo opened his eyes, and a series of prompt sounds were ringing in his mind. Congratulations to the host for learning the slow race skill. The skill is enhanced, and the time is extended to 1 minute. IT can be transformed vertically. The transformation is successful, and the transformation becomes time pause for 2 seconds. The specific effect depends on the target's own strength. A smile appeared on his face, and then he stretched out a finger. Foxy. Foxy looked up blankly. Why don't you come and feel my slow light? As he spoke, a light flashed between Zhan Guo's fingers. An array of light burst out and instantly hit Foxy. Suddenly, Foxy froze there motionless. His time was paused at this moment. 11. Chapter 11. Everyone can survive. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It took a full 3 seconds for Foxy to open his eyes in horror and shock. Then he stared at the man in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? He definitely wasn't wrong. The time around him had just been paused. This is, Foxy shouted in shock, starting to dance around. The time-stopping ability far exceeds that of his slow ray. Once hit, the space and time around him will stagnate. This is simply an incredible ability. How? Zhang Lu asked with a smile. It's amazing, the boss actually has such ability, Foxy exclaimed. At the same time as he was shocked, he felt awe and fear in his heart. Not long ago, the other party easily defeated his crew. That domineering and ferocious look was shocking enough, and now he showed such ability again. This guy is not only powerful, but also terrifying. This is someone who absolutely should not be provoked. But when did such a weird, powerful, incredible, trainee navy suddenly appear in the world? Only then did Foxy realize that the other party was actually a navy trainee. Crocodile stood aside, watching Foxy jumping up and down, and his 2 exposed eyes flashed. Time paused. It's such a terrifying and almost invincible force. He felt a little emotional and had a clearer understanding of Jianglu's terror. Obviously, the world's understanding of this man is still limited. The warship was not changed, but a ship with a fox head followed it, and Foxy's crew naturally set off as well. With more men, Jianglu and Crocodile will obviously have more time to rest. Rough work such as supply and purchasing of items can be handed over to these guys. Hey, I haven't asked you yet, who are you? After realizing how powerful Jianglu was, Foxy turned around and carefully faced the man with the ghost mask in front of him. Crocodile said nothing and did not respond. Cough, cough, cough. Foxy was embarrassed. This guy is even more difficult to get along with than the boss I just worshipped. The 2 ships set off soon, one in front of the other. After passing the long chain islands, you will reach the 7 water city. There were not many twists and turns along the way. On the vast sea, even the pirate ships seemed to be fewer. Instead, patrolling warships were more common along the way. When the warship arrived at Changlian Island, Jianglu and others did not disembark and only stayed here for one morning. The pirates on the Foxy were responsible for purchasing supplies. Hey, who is that new boss? Do you have any impression of him? That guy is so scary. If he wasn't wearing a navy uniform, I would have thought he was some fierce pirate. Who knows? But the captain has given in, and he is forced to work for us. Oh, that guy is so scary. After the group of people moved away from the warship, they were finally able to muster up the courage to discuss in a low voice. They were deeply afraid of Jianglu, but they did not dare to run away. But after spending some time with him, it seems that he is not a fierce person and seems to be easy to get along with, said the female crew member Gina, blinking. Come to think of it, he was very gentle when talking to us crew members. It's not like we were one person fighting against that day. As they talked to each other, they recalled Hamburger, who was lying on the boat with his head tied with a white cloth. As a fighter of the Foxy Pirates, he was killed instantly with just one strike. It is simply unbelievable. At the same time, Zhang Lu, who was standing on the deck, narrowed his eyes and looked at the water city ahead from afar. The 7 water cities is very artistic, and the steppe nature is well displayed in this city. From bottom to top, the streets and rivers are side by side, perfectly integrated together. It's lively and full of charming local customs and practices. What are you thinking about? A hoarse voice came from behind, and Crocodile wearing a demon mask stood beside him, also looking at the city in front of him. I suddenly remembered that there are some guys in this city that I admire. Zhang Lu's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, Aren't you going to pull them in? Crocodile said. Not far away, Foxy pricked up his ears and listened carefully. He had just joined the gang and didn't even know what these 2 people did. Now seems to be the best time to gather intelligence. The time has not come yet. Zhang Lu shook his head and smiled. What he was talking about was, of course, the CP9 team that was currently hiding in Tom's shipyard. There was no doubt that both the captain, the pigeon man Rob Lucci, and his team members were outstanding and elite strongmen. If we can absorb this group of people into our team, our strength will undoubtedly be enhanced again. But as he said, now is not the best time. Inviting members and expanding the organization is also very particular. For outstanding talents, we must not only rely on our own strength to suppress and deter, but also know how to judge the situation and get along with the other party's soul. For example, Crocodile met the other party's needs before agreeing to join. That afternoon, the warship set off again. After Zhang Lu and others left, they were in an office at Tom's shipyard. The cold man with bare arms and a white dove standing on his shoulder gently picked up the paper on the table, glanced at it a few times, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Daytime tiger, river flow. The man muttered 4 words, with confusion and seriousness in his eyes. Afterwards, he continued to read the relevant documents with his head down, and his expression became more and more solemn. A moment later, he arrived at a dimly lit tavern with few customers in the Seven-Water City. After exchanging a glance with a man at the front desk, he pulled open the curtain and entered the backyard. Lu Qi, seeing him coming, the long-nosed man in the yard shouted. It was Kaku, a staff member of CP9. Have you received all the orders? After taking a quick look, Rob Lucci asked in a deep voice. What kind of joke is this? We have been hiding here for so many years, and we are only one step away from success. You actually want us to carry out such a strange assassination mission at this critical moment? Zababa, if this mission is exposed, our undercover mission will be over. As his words spread, the other team members in the yard immediately began to complain in dissatisfaction. This is a mission from a higher-level superior, and the target of the mission is only one person. Rob Lucci said expressionlessly. No matter success or failure, we just need to follow orders and attack this man named Zhang Lu. This one sentence made the members present look unhappy again. No matter success or failure, what kind of strange mission content is this? And Zhang Lu, who is this man? Lucci raised his head and looked into the eyes of everyone present, his tone very serious and solemn. The mission must be carried out, but I hope that everyone here will follow. After a pause, his expression became complicated. In the end, everyone can survive. 12. Chapter 12. Celestial dragons are also human. Zhang Lu, codenamed a Tiger. This was the first line of text Rob Lucci saw in the S-level top-secret document sent by his superior. It was a strange code name. He didn't understand its meaning when he first saw it, but he soon understood the heavy meaning behind this name. It is even enough to crush this elite CP team. Former admiral of the Navy. The second sentence made Lucci's pupils shrink, and his heart was shocked. He was actually a great general. Who could have thought of this? Moreover, what was even more incredible was that such a great general was actually unknown in the world. He has been carrying out missions for so many years, from his debut to now, but he has never heard of it. In the old days, he fought against Whitebeard and Roger, and was known as the strongest force in the Navy who could stand shoulder to shoulder with 2 legendary pirates. He is good at swordsmanship, physical skills, and domineering. He has strong overall strength, and is extremely dangerous and evil person. He once caused a great disturbance in the world government in the 149th year of the Hyuan calendar. The intelligence stops here, and there are clear tier marks on the document paper, which obviously has been handled by the relevant personnel. This means that even an intelligence officer like him is not qualified to access the confidential content on it. The above content is extremely confidential. IT will be burned after reading and must not be known to outsiders. The end of the information was marked with large red letters. Call. Thinking back to what he had just seen, Lucci's eyes became more solemn. The mission must be carried out immediately, so now we have to set off immediately. He spoke in a deep voice to the team members in front of him. They have been carrying out Pluto's lurking mission for several years, and they have established a deep friendship, both in wearing masks and in the camaraderie between colleagues. Roach, I really don't want anyone from this group to die, even though this is the situation they have to face in this job. Then let's go immediately. After we have eliminated our target, we can come back in no time. Come to think of it, I haven't finished the work at hand yet. I have a screw to tighten too. It's really annoying to be suddenly interrupted by such a mission. A group of people started to change their clothes while muttering to themselves. Khalifa adjusted her glasses and seemed a little silent. She realized that something was wrong from Roche's serious expression. Perhaps this mission will be more difficult than they imagined. Rob Lucci didn't say much. No one except him knew the information about Zhang Lu. They only knew the general idea of the mission. The former admiral of the Navy, a highly confidential figure, was able to get such an order from his superiors to go and solve the problem. And regardless of success or failure, This means that the purpose is just to use them as outposts to test the strength of the target. Chess pieces. Rob Lucci sneered inwardly. A hint of anger rose from deep within his body, but it also made his face even colder. The CP-9 team was dispatched just to deal with a former admiral of the Navy. Although there is pressure, given our strength, we may not be without a chance. His eyes flickered. Lucci thought in his heart. Taking this opportunity, he could also make a clear judgment. That is, how far behind he was in this world's top. Time passed, and it was already evening. A half-moon of bright red sunset hung above the sea level, casting a red glow on the distant sea water. A few seagulls flew past in front, flapping their wings. The sea breeze blows in, making people want to hum comfortably. What a wonderful, beautiful sunset photo. Boss, are you going to Mogu Town? That's where the pirates gather. They are all vicious and evil guys. Almost all the newcomers who come to the sea area from all over the world gather on that island. Foxy smacked his lips in admiration. It's a mixed bag. There are all kinds of guys even. Having said this, he suddenly lowered his voice and whispered. I also heard a piece of news that a big man from the New World has also extended his influence to that island. He secretly controls some forces in the Dark World. Many pirates have already joined him. Zhang Lu raised his eyebrows when he heard this and asked with interest, Oh, then do you know who it is? Foxy shook his head. I don't know. A pirate like me might be able to show off some power in the first half of the Grand Line, but in the New World, I'll be cannon fodder and won't survive a day. As for such a great figure, I have even less knowledge. I only know the 4 emperors who are feared by the world. Zhang Lu laughed. You have a clear understanding of yourself. If you want to survive, the most important thing is to have clear cognition. That's why, when facing boss, I will submit to your dominance without hesitation. Foxy chuckled. Suddenly, a ghost face poked over and looked at Foxy, causing his laughter to stop abruptly and sweat to seep out of his forehead. In Demon Valley Town, there are many flamingo forces. Crocodile said in a deep voice. Da Flamingo? Zhang Lu was stunned for a moment. Then he started laughing. I heard a familiar name. Crocodile was slightly startled. You know him? Zhang Lu shook his head, but seemed to be silent. After a while, he sighed softly. I know his father. That's a very likable guy. After a pause, he looked at the setting sun ahead. I suddenly miss him. Crocodile was even more surprised. The man in front of him actually knew Doflamingo's father. Don Quixote, the ancient saint. My friend, I didn't even give you a proper ride. A slight sound came out of Zhang Lu's mouth. Crocodile's whole body stiffened, and his pupils under the mask suddenly shrank. He was extremely shocked at this moment. Holy! Crocodile naturally understood the meaning of the word holy in his name. That guy, is he actually a celestial dragon? Crocodile took a long breath and said softly, A celestial dragon? Zhang Lu heard it and chuckled. The celestial dragons are also human beings. This is also the theory that Huamingu insists on. It is also because of this that the two became friends after an accidental encounter and tried to work towards their common dream. But these words made Crocodile and Foxy beside him tremble all over and look at him in shock. In this world with clear and strict class divisions, such an ordinary sentence has immense power. It is no different from the slogan shouted by Chen Sheng and Wu Guang during the uprising. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers born of different species? Night fell quickly, and the ship's speed slowed down quietly. On the dark sea, occasionally a few fish jumped out of the water, making a splashing sound. As night fell and the sky grew darker, a light snoring sound could be heard from the Foxy, next to the warship. A small solitary boat was slowly approaching in the cover of night. Faintly one could see 7 shadowy figures standing on the bow and stern of the ship. A solemn and murderous atmosphere quietly permeated the sea. After a day of chasing, the CP-9 members finally arrived at this moment. 13. Chapter 13 Night Raid. The sea surface was rippling, and faint ripples spread out in all directions. The fish poked their heads out and looked at the group of people curiously in the silver light on the water. The half-moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the light at night was not bright. It's getting close soon. Get ready. Staring at the warships on the sea ahead, Rob Lucci looked solemn and said in a deep voice. Kaku, Bruno, Califa, and the others were slightly startled and looked at the warships and pirate ships in front of them. Intelligence shows that the target is on the warship. He is accompanied by a mysterious man wearing a ghost mask whose identity cannot be identified, and the pirate Silver Fox Foxy, whose bounty is 24 million. Khalifa whispered. Since the world government has sent them on a mission that is quite urgent, and even requires them to put aside their covert operations first, they will certainly be given relatively detailed intelligence. This also means that after Zhang Lu emerged from Pushu City, he had been secretly being watched by certain eyes. Prepare for action, Rob Lucci whispered. The lone boat moved forward slowly, clearing the sea water, and was already very close to the warship in front. After a pause, Lucci looked up again and saw the half-moon slowly moving out from the dark clouds. Everyone be careful. If you find yourself outmatched, retreat immediately. The enemy is. Having said this, Lucci stopped abruptly. For you, running away is not shameful in the face of this goal. Kaku and the others were startled and became serious. The person who could make Lucci feel difficult must be no simple person. The next second, the lone boat shook slightly, and the 7 figures on it disappeared. Schwal. Figures flashed in the air quickly, and in a blink of an eye they were already on the Foxy. But without making any sound, with the help of the mast and ropes on the ship, Lucci and the others changed their shapes again, and in a blink of an eye they were already on the warship. Swish, 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 swish. Figures flashed, and the originally empty deck of the warship was now filled with figures. Find the target. The white dove on Rob Lucci's shoulder cooed. Suddenly, Bruno, Kaku, and others took action. Everyone was very cautious and tried to keep the noise to a minimum while walking to avoid alerting others. This is an assassination mission and a sneak attack mission, not an open challenge. Being able to kill the other person without attracting his attention and without anyone noticing is undoubtedly the safest and most secure way. At the same time as the CP9 team took action. In the cabin bedroom, Zhang Lu's eyes suddenly opened. Interesting. He grinned and got off the bed. I didn't come to you, but I came to me first. At the same time, in another room, Crocodile got out of bed expressionlessly, grabbed the ghost mask beside him, and walked towards the door. Outside, Kaku tiptoed to the door of a bedroom, held his breath slightly, and was about to unlock the door. Suddenly, the door was slammed open. As soon as he put on the crocodile pajamas, the figure of the ghost face mask immediately came into his eyes. Enemy spotted. Kaku growled and quickly swept back. Just as he retreated, a golden hook whizzed past, flashing a cold light in the moonlight. That's pretty quick. Crocodile sneered. On the other side, Zhang Lu opened the door, and what came into his sight was a tall woman with long legs, wearing high heels, and with golden eyes, appearing intellectual and mature. This beautiful lady. It is very impolite to visit the owner without his consent. Zhang Lu laughed. So, how do you expect me to be polite? Khalifa smiled charmingly, but her hands did not slow down at all. She raised her right foot and stabbed it hard at her neck. At the base of the high heels, a sharp weapon gleaming with a cold light was revealed. Swish. At this moment, the air was cut. Zhang Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he grabbed the calf that was already stretched in front of him, and the sharp weapon on the high heels also stopped there. Tick. Green venom dripped onto the deck, making a clear sound. It's too dangerous to carry something like this with you. Zhang Lu suddenly exerted force with his right hand and grinned. Khalifa's face changed, and she felt a sharp pain in her calf. She twisted her waist and kicked out with her other foot. Zhang Lu let go and lowered his head to avoid the attack. The wind was howling, and the sharp sword's strike left a mark on the door behind him. When he looked up, there were 7 figures in front of him, all looking at him seriously with serious eyes. Kill them all. Crocodile was wearing crocodile pajamas. His face looked very ugly, and his eyes were as cold as ice. He was sleeping soundly just now. He raised his left hand slightly, and wisps of sand began to float out instantly. Go back to sleep. Leave this to me. After all, your identity has not yet reached the point where it can be exposed at will. But at this moment, Zhang Lu spoke. He took some steps and twisted his neck left and right, making a crackling sound. I didn't expect that the world government's intelligence personnel would be so interested in me. Hearing these words, Crocodile was startled and looked at the people in front of him again. Someone from the world government? Zhang Lu nodded, looking at the faces in front of him that seemed strange, yet familiar. CP9 actually set out as a whole and quietly boarded his ship in the middle of the night. This scene was indeed something he had not expected. After all, in his mind, these guys should be lurking in the 7 Water City at this moment, plotting to get Pluto's design drawings. Some guys really don't want to let me go. Zhang Lu sighed softly, and his eyes became cold. Crocodile lowered his left hand, and his eyes became serious. Before this group of people with such momentum is indeed impressive, and this is the first time he has seen people from the world government. People only know that there are many strong men in the Navy who shock the sea, but they don't know what kind of masters there are in the world government. But if you just use your brain, you will understand that a world government that controls more than 300 countries must also have extremely powerful people under its command. You guys should be CP9, right? Zhang Lu glanced around and fixed his eyes on a figure with a white dove standing on one of the shoulders. That bastard Spandam is living a really comfortable life. Hearing this, all members of CP9 were slightly shocked. They knew very well that their identities were the biggest secret in the world. Theoretically, apart from their superiors and those within the CP system, no one else could possibly know their identities. But this person was able to accurately state their affiliated groups and their direct superiors. Tell me, what do you guys who have just come out to gain experience want to do after coming here? Zhang Lu said calmly. Crocodile stood aside, quietly observing the situation. After learning about the other party's identity, he paid more attention to hiding himself. If the people of the world government were to expose themselves, it would be even more troublesome. Call. The sea breeze blew gently, blowing the robes of everyone present. After a while, Rob Lucci looked at Zhang Lu solemnly and spoke. There is only one reason why the CP organization is dispatched. 14, Chapter 14, completely crush. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn and tense. Although Rob Lucci did not say it out loud, the meaning was already very clear. What is the significance of CP9's deployment? There is only tasks. Solve the troubles and problems in the tasks. At this moment, Zhang Lu was undoubtedly the trouble. Is that so? Zhang Lu raised his head slowly, with a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Call. The sea breeze suddenly became stronger, and a terrifying aura rose up at this moment, making the CP9 team members led by Lucci feel terrified. Action! Suddenly, Rob Lucci shouted. In an instant, 7 figures jumped up. The first one to rush forward was Jabara. After a few jumps, he was already in front of Zhang Lu. Shave! The air vibrated. Strong winds surged in front of Zhang Lu. An extremely oppressive aura suddenly hit him. Ha ha! Zhang Lu suddenly grinned. A faintly crazy smile appeared on his face. Little eagles who just flapped their wings and jumped off the cliff. Let me see if you have learned to fly. Gobber's face was cold. He was in the air and chopped down fiercely with his right foot. Lan Jiao. Buzz. In an instant, a sharp slash came down towards Zhang Lu's head. The latter raised his head and put his right arm above his head. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and a crack appeared in the deck of the warship, along with dust rising up. But Zhang Lu was completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, Gobber's pupils contracted, and the other members of CP9 were shocked. The powerful storm kick was actually blocked by the opponent's body. You don't have time to be shocked, boy. Zhang Lu grinned. I had already mastered the 6 styles to its peak 20 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly twisted and disappeared. What? Jabber was shocked. Zhang Lu's figure disappeared from his sight. Behind you! Califa screamed. Her heart was in shock. Her right calf was still burning with pain. She looked down and saw a handprint clearly visible, which had turned purple. The man almost crushed her shin bone with just a casual grab. What kind of strength did he have? Gobber turned around suddenly and saw a huge hand flapping towards him. Ooh! The strong wind whistled in his ears, and the air pressure made his face swell. His black hair was tied into a braid and fluttered to one side. Are you kidding me? The other party actually used a slap. Bang! Then, in the next second, a loud slap shattered the tranquility in the quiet night sky. In another room, Foxy, who was snoring, was suddenly awakened. The CP9 members all had grim expressions at this moment, and their eyes were extremely solemn. Gobber was slapped like a cannonball and flew off the warship, falling into the sea with a splash. Life or death is uncertain. However, the teeth flying out of the air were clearly visible, all embedded in the ship's hull or mast. If the bullet hits, the power will be enormous. From this, we can see how terrifying the power contained in this slap is. Next, it's your turn. Zhang Lu grinned grimly. Be careful, or you'll die. The voice seemed vague 1 second ago, but was close to my ears the next second. The same time, the violent, overbearing, trembling aura swept over me. Bruno! Khalifa shouted as a warning, but she subconsciously covered her mouth. She no longer wanted to witness what was about to happen. The battle had only been going on for less than a few minutes when they were already facing a desperate situation. Who was this guy in front of me? Bruno was shocked all over. He did not turn around because the other party was rushing towards him directly in front of him. His pupils contracted and he roared suddenly. Iron! At this moment, all the muscles and skin in the body vibrated violently, becoming as hard as steel and integrated into one. This is the strongest defensive skill among the 6 styles, and it can even block bullets and artillery fire. However, when he looked up, he saw the mockery and indifference in the other person's eyes. Iron! My strength is enough to tear even steel apart. As words rang out that shocked Bruno's heart, a large hand was already pressing on his face. The 5 fingers, like steel hoops, instantly left 5 marks on his face. Then, violent power erupted in an instant. Bruno's whole body shook. His eyes turned white, and blood gushed out of his nostrils and mouth. Boom! Zhang Guo pressed forward with his big hands, and Bruno fell straight down to the rear deck. Crack! The deck was shattered, and Bruno was embedded in the hull, having lost consciousness. Hey, are you kidding me? Kaku's pupils contracted, and his heart was shaken. Looking at the man in front of him, he was terrified to the extreme. You have to know that those who can become CP9 have all undergone extremely cruel training, experienced countless battles, and have the most powerful individual combat power forged with blood. But in front of this man, they were like paper. That it seemed like a simple move, but he easily killed their companions in an instant. Who the hell is this guy, Lucci? Khalifa said in a trembling voice. Such a mission objective was simply beyond their ability to handle at the moment. It was a complete, crushing defeat. Rob Lucci moved his lips, but still said nothing. Let's go together. Facing a guy like this, if we charge alone, we will only be defeated one by one. He took a deep breath, moved his body, and rushed forward first. Kaku and others bit. He gritted his teeth and shook his body. Shave. At this moment, the remaining 5 people all moved, surrounding and attacking Zhang Guo from all directions. Come on everyone. Let me teach you, a bunch of misguided, ignorant fellows, a lesson. Zhang Guo laughed loudly. He turned his body and kicked out suddenly to the side with his right foot. The owl that happened to be there froze for a moment, then said, Scumbag, it's over. Bang! The kick hit the owl right in the abdomen, and the owl flew out like a ball and fell into the sea with a splash. At the same time, Kaku's storm kick had already chopped down fiercely. Zhang Guo twisted his waist, laughed loudly, and kicked forward with the same kick. Bang! Kaku's slash was directly shattered. His whole body shook violently, and he flew out spitting out blood. When the others saw that 2 of their companions had fallen down almost instantly, they were all shocked and extremely desperate. Rob Lucci. At this moment, Zhang Guo suddenly spoke. Raising her hand to block Khalifa's kicking left leg, she could even feel the smoothness of her skin. I admire you guys. Perhaps you can consider another path. Rob Lucci was stunned when he heard that. The next second, he rushed forward, and his right fingers thrust out, heading straight for Zhang Guo. Finger gun. Huanglian. 15. Chapter 15 Madman. Boo. At this moment, the air was pierced by sharp fingers, and then countless phantoms whizzed out and poured forward like a rainstorm. Zhang Lu's eyes flashed, and his figure became erratic at this moment. The whole person was like willow catkins blown by the wind, twisting into a phantom, swaying from side to side, dodging between the fingers that kept poking at him. Paper painting. Lucci's heart was shocked, and he recognized that the move the other party used was one of the 6 styles. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and increased the frequency output. At the same time, on the other side, Khalifa Kaku, who had climbed up again, and the lion Waitsu also rushed over with a shout. Zhang Guo turned his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes and glared at the 3 people. A domineering aura suddenly shook the air and swept out. The 3 people who rushed up suddenly stiffened at this moment and actually stopped there. I can't move. My whole body is shaking. What's going on? Fear comes from instinct. The fear in the soul sweeps over the whole body. Who on earth is this guy? The 3 of them were trembling all over, standing not far from the river flow. But no matter what they did, They were unable to take another step forward. Deterrence. They were completely intimidated by each other's aura and stood still. Turning his head and looking at Rob Lucci in front of him again, Zhang Lu grinned. "Show me your ability, Rob Lucci." Then he shook his fist, and the air was shattered at this moment, and he waved it forward. Lucci's pupil shrank, his figure flickered, his feet stomped in the air. A few ripples appeared, dodging the punch. Then he raised his right leg high and then chopped down fiercely. I also want to see what kind of strength the former general, Day Tiger, who was classified as an S-level secret, has. A low murmur was heard, the air was cut, and a powerful slash whizzed out. Huh? Zhang Lu grinned and looked up, a smile in his eyes. He raised his right foot high and kicked out as well. Boom! The airwaves rolled and surged in all directions, and Rob Lucci's storm feet were shattered. The next moment, Zhang Lu took a step forward, and his figure suddenly twisted and disappeared. Disappeared. No, it's shaving. Roche's pupils contracted, and he was shocked. Being able to use the 6 styles to such a level so easily that even his figure could not be detected, his opponent's 6 styles had obviously been cultivated to an extremely high level. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful 6-style warrior. "Behind you!" Zhang Lu shouted, and reached out to grab the other person's head with his big hand. His height is not the best among pirates, but it is more than 2 meters, not much different from Lucci. When the latter heard the sound, he quickly turned around, stomped his feet on the ground, and quickly retreated to keep some distance. Then he began to breathe heavily, sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes became extremely solemn. An unprecedented enemy. With the combat power of a general, just a simple movement can give him a terrifying sense of oppression like a mountain. The pace of the battle may not be intense, but the psychological pressure is enormous. How about it? Rob Lucci, you're known as the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon in the CP organization, the strongest in 800 years. Is this the extent of your strength? Zhang Lu's eyes flashed, and he said lightly. He naturally admired Rob Lucci very much. This guy had great talent and unlimited potential. At the same time, he also has a cold heart, advocates necessary evil, and pursues dark justice. How big will the gap be? The distance between me and the general, Lucci said softly in his heart. Up to this point, the opponent still hadn't used his full strength, and dealing with the attack of the entire CP9 team seemed easy as swatting a fly. As expected, he is a dangerous person classified as S-class secret. At the same time, he was also very interested in what Zhang Lu had done in the past. Such a former admiral was actually hidden and unknown to the world. Come on, Rob Lucci. Let's see how much damage you can cause me with your current strength. Zhang Lu hooked his finger. Rob Lucci's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his body suddenly leaned forward. The whole person was pulled into a phantom, and suddenly he was in front of Zhang Lu. Lan Jiao. Zhang Lu's eyes were bright, and he opened his 5 fingers, heading directly towards the slash caused by Lan's foot. Bang! The airwaves scattered, and the storm kick attack was shattered. He strode forward, approaching Lucci. The latter was under tremendous pressure, and he suddenly stretched out both hands at the same time, clenched them into fists, and put them together. Secret 6 Kings Spear. Facing Zhang Lu, who was already within reach after 3 steps, Lucci did not hesitate and directly activated his strongest secret move. Boom! A powerful impact burst out in an instant, and the void seemed to collapse at this moment. Strong winds and violent pressure swept across Zhang Lu's face. Just as the impact cannon was about to hit him, Zhang Lu tilted his head slightly. Call out. This shot of the 6 Kings Spear was easily dodged. He actually dodged it. Are you kidding me? This is Lucci's strongest move. It's like he predicted Lucci's moves. Kaku and others on the side were shocked and couldn't believe it. At the same time, Rob Lucci had also fallen silent. Facing an enemy that was only 1 meter away from him, his strongest moves were easily dodged. It was like a silent mockery of him. The gap between the two sides is like a dimension. Are you desperate, Lucci? Don't you want to defeat me? At this moment, Zhang Lu spoke again. Rob Lucci's eyes narrowed, and the next second he jumped up again, pointing his gun at Zhang Lu. However, just like the 6 kings before, the opponent dodged every attack with ease, as if he had predicted his moves and reacted accordingly. I can't hit it at all. Not only Kaku and others realized this, Rob Lucci also discovered it, and he felt heavy in his heart. Despair. In this short life, from birth to now, this is the first time he feels so desperate. Your strength, like your life, has gone astray. Rob Lucci, Zhang Lu's voice sounded again. Lucci gritted his teeth, roared, and attacked frantically again. He doesn't allow others to judge his life so easily. But I still couldn't hit it, not even once. The finger gun was as fast as a rainstorm, but it couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. I can change your life and make you stronger. Perhaps you can consider joining my team. Hearing this, Rob Lucci was shocked. Changing his life to make him stronger. What's wrong with this man? Or what secrets does he hide? Although he possesses the combat power of an admiral, he is not well known and is being watched and monitored by the world government. Who is he? What is he going to do? The world government cannot give you a future. Only by coming under my command can you realize your potential to the fullest. When the voice came, Rob Lucci suddenly found that the flickering figure of the man in front of him suddenly stopped. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the gun stabbed deep into the opponent's body. Madman. After Lucci was stunned for a moment, his pupils contracted. 16. Chapter 16. Let the bullets fly for a while. Tick. Blood dripped, and the deck beneath his feet was soon dyed red. At this moment, everyone on the boat had flickering eyes and were shocked. It hit me, but you seem surprised. Zhang Lu grinned, and the smile on his face seemed a little weird and sinister in Rob Lucci's eyes. There are people who would actually face such a fierce attack without dodging and get hurt. The blood is warm, and even the touch of the other person's flesh and blood is real. Puff. Rob Lucci pulled out his finger, took a few steps back, and looked up at the other person. What's the meaning? Zhang Lu grinned and laughed. What do you mean? It's very simple. Because even if you hit me, as he spoke, the bloody holes on his body began to heal rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace left. It won't cause me any harm. Rob Lucci's pupils contracted, and he looked at Zhang Lu in shock. For a moment, he was speechless. It actually hit the opponent's wound, but it still didn't cause any damage. With your strength, whether compared to me or the world, you are just like a drop of water in this blue ocean. Insignificant and ordinary. The next second, a strong wind suddenly blew in front of him, and a fist hit his abdomen hard. Bang! A powerful force penetrated his body, causing the air behind him to tremble and stirring up a strong wind. Only when you see how vast the world is, how big the universe is, can you have a clear understanding of yourself. Understand what you really need. Rob Lucci's whole body shook, his waist bent. He lowered his head and fell to the ground with a thud, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. He was completely unable to react to this attack and naturally could not dodge it. Today, I will let you go for now. Next time we meet, I hope you can consider my proposal carefully. Zhang Lu retracted his fist and spoke softly. All members of the CP9 team heard it and were slightly shocked and stunned. Does this mean that we're going to let them off the hook? Why? Rob Lucci asked, trying hard to hold back the blood that was gushing out. I admire you all and look forward to working with you all. Zhang Lu said. After a pause, he seemed to remember something. By the way, please tell your superiors for me. I will visit him soon when I have time. Lucci was silent. He looked deeply at the man in front of him. Powerful, mysterious, and with a strange personality, even to the point of being crazy. He clearly had the power to crush and kill them all, but he let them go, and even said he wanted to take them in. There was no doubt that this was a favor. Thank you, Kaku said with a trembling voice. He could almost say that he had experienced the most unspeakable shadow in his life tonight. He was only one step away from death. Several figures flashed and immediately disappeared from the warship. After a while, the sea breeze blew in, and the night sky became quiet again. Continue to rest. Zhang Lu laughed. Are they your target? Crocodile asked curiously, his eyes flickering. At the same time, he was extremely wary and in awe of Zhang Lu's strength. CP9 was definitely not a weakling, at least. Facing the guy with a pigeon on his shoulder, even he would feel extremely difficult. But facing the man in front of her, she was still easily crushed. How strong is this guy? This is a team with great potential. With a little more polish, they will shock the world. It's just that I took the wrong road. Zhang Lu said softly. The CP team led by Rob Lucci is absolutely amazing. He knows that this group will experience a defeat in the Battle of Judicial Island soon. Then he got into huge trouble, and was hunted by the world government. But 2 years later, Rob Lucci will make a comeback and come back again, and in a higher position. This also shows that this man already possessed more powerful strength at that time. Then you shouldn't let them go, Crocodile said in a deep voice. Let the bullets fly for a while, and maybe we will have a bigger harvest. Zhang Lu's eyes flickered slightly, and he chuckled. He was waiting for this team to eat the devil fruit, and when that moment came, he would undoubtedly have even greater power. By then, he only needs to wait quietly and then reap the fruits of victory. Then Zhang Lu turned and entered the cabin. I've solved the problem, and now I can have a good sleep. Looking at his departing back, Crocodile's eyes under the ghost mask kept flickering. Looking at the sea ahead and the ship that was sailing away quickly, he slowly exhaled. What on earth are you going to do? This kind of recruitment is definitely not something a navy should do. It is almost certain that Zhang Lu has ambitions that are unimaginable for ordinary people. He established Xia 20 years ago and conquered him in the city 20 years later. After coming out, he is recruiting soldiers again. Letting go of the CP9 team that launched a night attack and deliberately welcoming the attack from the opposing team leader were both expressions of goodwill. But at the same time, he suppressed and intimidated the other side with his powerful strength. The combination of drastic measures and goodwill is a definite move to recruit people. It is conceivable that if something goes wrong with an ordinary person, Zhang Lu will appear and take it in without any hindrance. Moreover, you seem to know some secrets that are difficult for ordinary people to discover, Crocodile murmured, his eyes becoming deep. Zhang Lu's goal is very clear. He has a very clear purpose in choosing and recruiting people, direction. It's like they know each other very well. This man definitely has secrets that are difficult for outsiders to know. At the same time, in the darkness of night, a lone boat was paddling on the water, heading quickly towards the Seven-Water City. There was silence on the ship, and the entire CP9 team was silent. The brief battle destroyed all their previous confidence and pride. The figure of that man could not be erased from my mind at this moment. Lucci, who is he? Khalifa took a deep breath, looked down at her right calf, and finally couldn't help asking. The purple-blue marks were clearly visible, and the shapes of the 5 fingers and the palm were very distinct. This was the mark that man had left on her body. You still can't tell me. In this mission, we've all become pawns. Guys like that, they definitely know we are no match for them. Kaku growled through gritted teeth. The fear caused by the breath that penetrated deeply into the soul still cannot be dispelled at this moment. Lucci, compared to those bad guys, our target this time seems to be more friendly to us. He wants to recruit us, right? Gabra said solemnly. Rob Lucci sat there, listening to his companion's words, and only raised his head after a while. 17. Chapter 17 Demon Valley Town. This is a Class S secret. If you tell me, you might be in unimaginable danger. After a pause, he said seriously, Are you sure you want me to tell you? The answer was, of course, affirmative. Facing a man like that, everyone present was deeply shocked and even traumatized. How sad it would be if they didn't even know the other person's identity. His name is Zhang Lu. He is the former admiral of the Navy, Data Tiger. Now that we know his identity, then remember this name. As for his recruitment, Rob Lucci took a deep breath and his eyes changed. Our current identity is still a CP member of the world government. Please don't think too much. But it is hard to say how much effect his words can have. Whether it was Khalifa, Gabra, or others, their eyes were flashing slightly at this moment. It is almost natural to submit to the strong, especially in a realistic and cruel organization like CP, where the strong prey on the weak, and only by being under a stronger person can one survive more safely. What's more, this strong man has already shown goodwill to them. Even Rob Lucci fell silent at this moment, thinking about what the man said, weighing the pros and cons and making judgments. Strength and future? After a while, he looked up at the sparkling sea in front of him and murmured, Although the world government will train them, teach them the 6 styles, and conduct various cruel trainings, more powerful moves will definitely be hidden. With their level, they can't even get in touch with them. And if something happens, the CP9 team will be nothing more than cannon fodder, just like this time. In other words, in the eyes of higher-ups, they are nothing more than a group of tools that can be used, sacrificed, or abandoned at any time. Former Admiral of the Navy, Data Tiger, with his eyes flickering, Rob Lucci also fell into deep thought. What exactly is your purpose? The decision is not easy to make. As he said, at least for now, he is still a member of CP9. Before he could get more information about Zhang Lu, Rob Lucci did not intend to agree to the other party's recruitment easily. This is a huge risk for both him and the CP9 team. Faintly, he could sense that there was definitely a huge secret and danger between that man and the world government. See you again, Rob Lucci said softly and closed his eyes. That simple punch caused serious injuries, which also represents the man's terrifying power. Physical skills, strength, and no matter how you are attacked, no matter how serious the injury is, it will heal very quickly. This guy is simply an immortal monster. He will definitely shock the whole world in the future. The seawater was rippling slightly, and the lone boat was drifting away. Time passed, and life on the sea became dull and tedious. Fortunately, Zhang Lu's team gradually expanded, and with the arrival of Foxy and his crew, this place became lively. As they got to know each other, Foxy and his gang realized that the new boss was not some cruel and vicious guy. On the contrary, he is easy to get along with, has a gentle attitude, and is not overbearing. He often tells them many unheard-of stories. What, boss, you said Sky Island really exists? How is it possible for an island to float 10,000 meters in the air? This is simply amazing. I really want to go and see. Will a beautiful angel with wings appear? In the new world, are there giant elephants that can move? There's an island on their backs. Wow, Boss Zhang Lu, you know so much. A group of Foxy's pirates were jumping around, surrounding Zhang Lu these days, constantly asking him to tell stories. When the two sides get familiar with each other, the distance between them disappears and they become close. In the process of communication, their relationship can be quickly brought closer. I'll take everyone to see it in the future. Next, we will soon see the magic of Sky Island. It just so happens that I have something to do there, Zhang Lu said with a chuckle. Compared to the serious and solemn atmosphere on the ship, he preferred the relaxed atmosphere at this moment. Wow, Sky Island. Can we really go? That's 10,000 meters in the sky. Angel, will there be a heaven and gods on the White Island? Everyone was excited. They did not think that Zhang Lu was bragging. Such a strong man would definitely not talk nonsense. Of course, if such absurd remarks were made by another person, they would certainly sneer and ridicule them unscrupulously. Sky Island. Crocodile, wearing a ghost mask, stood quietly in front of the rudder, his eyes lit up. Time flies, and it is already 7 days later. Boss, our ship will soon arrive at Demon Valley Town, Foxy said happily while looking at the sea ahead through a telescope. The purpose of this trip has finally been reached, and the supplies on the ship can be replenished again. More importantly, Boss Zhang Lu said that the Sky Island can be reached from here. This is undoubtedly an exciting thing. Really? That's really good news. Zhang Lu, who was sitting on a beach chair, heard this, put down the reward money in his hand, and said with a smile. Crocodile stood aside, and his pupils contracted when he saw the straw hat on the bounty warrant. Monkey D. Luffy. The bounty is 100 million Baileys. Obviously, it was because of his defeat that the boy's bounty was increased to such a level. Based on the sailing time, there is a high chance that we will run into that guy on this island. Crocodile's eyes flickered and he took a deep breath. The Navy's warships were specially built, and they were familiar with the first half of the voyage, so they were very fast. IT is much faster than newcomers. If he had the chance, he would naturally want to wash away this shame. Dignified Shichibukai was actually defeated by a rookie. He couldn't tolerate this fact. 2 hours later, the ship slowly docked at the port of Mogu Town. Foxy and others shouted loudly, jumped off the boat happily, and ran towards the island. Zhang Lu and Crocodile were the last to get off the boat, and the boat was guarded by the previously injured Hamburger and other crew members. Looking at the bustling street ahead, the sounds of vendors shouting, cursing, and all kinds of noisy voices can be heard continuously, and pedestrians of all kinds are coming in an endless stream. What a lively town! Zhang Lu laughed. This is the island where the most pirates gathered in the first half. There are all kinds of guys here. Of course, this is also where the most trouble occurs. Crocodile said in a deep voice. Fighting and killing in the streets are common occurrences here. The two soon entered the town, a place where pirates gathered, and taverns were naturally the most numerous. The strong smell of liquor was almost everywhere. Zhang Lu looked around with a smile on his face. So, where is the clue to finding that Doflamingo guy? 18. Chapter 18. The Man Who Almost Killed Me. Don Quixote Doflamingo. This name is now well known in the world. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the king of Dressrosa in the New World. At the same time, his identity in the dark makes countless people fear and tremble. It can be said that for many people in the world, Doflamingo is a nightmare, a dangerous, cruel, crazy, and evil guy. But to Zhang Lu, the other party's identity was very simple. His good friend, Knight number 03, the son of Don Quixote, homing ancient saint. This also means that the other party is qualified to inherit Shuye's number. Doflamingo, crocodile beside him, heard him muttering the name, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There's also some subtle connection between him and Doflamingo, and the two have even made some secret deals. Crocodile knew about his character and strength, and was also afraid of him. The son of an old friend should be looked at. Zhang Lu smiled gently. I vaguely remember that he held Homingo's 2 sons in his arms. Doflamingo had a cold attitude, while Corazon had a lively and gentle temperament. I just don't know how the other person is doing now after 20 years. They were walking on the streets of Mogu town, but they didn't notice that a group of people were walking in an alley behind them. The leading man had a rough appearance, was missing several teeth, was burly, had fluffy black hair, and wore a turban. He had different styles of jewelry rings on each of the 10 fingers of both hands, a flintlock on the left side of his waist, and a bottle of rum in his hand. His figure swayed, and he walked towards here with a smile on his face. Haha, what a lively place. The rum here is pretty strong too, the man said with a big laugh. Behind him, there were 4 people of different appearances, all with smiles on their faces. But just as they walked out of the alley and onto the street, the leading man caught sight of Zhang Lu's back as he walked in front of him. Wait, who is that figure? His steps suddenly stopped, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and his pupils suddenly contracted. What's wrong, Tiki? Fan Oka's voice came from behind, with obvious confusion. No doubt about it, it's definitely that man. How is he still alive? Blackbeard Marshal Teach's expression changed, and sweat broke out on his forehead. The next second, his figure suddenly shook, disappeared from the street, and entered the alley. At the same time, Zhang Lu, who was walking in front, felt a gaze and suddenly turned his head to look. The streets were crowded with people, and he didn't notice anything unusual. With a hint of surprise in his eyes, Zhang Lu looked around, but still didn't notice the guy who was peeking at him, so he turned his head again. In the alley, Fanoka and the other 3 looked at the captain, who was clinging to the wall with his body seemingly limp, with strange expressions on their faces. What's wrong with you? Who is that man? Lafitte asked out loud. It was obvious that the captain had seen someone who shocked him, which was why he behaved so strangely. That guy is still alive. I thought he had died in that big incident, but he's still alive. Damn it, how could he still be alive? How could he still be alive? Blackbeard Marshal Teach kept talking, his eyes filled with fear and deep terror. Who the hell is he, Tiki? With your personality, you wouldn't do this for no reason. Fanoka shouted in a deep voice. He realized that something was wrong. The guy who could make his captain behave like this was probably not an ordinary person. Call. Taking a deep breath, Marshal Teach calmed down and uttered a name with changing eyes. Zhang Lu, Admiral of the Navy, Day Tiger Zhang Lu. Slowly raising his head, his eyes met with the 4 crew members in front of him, and his tone was solemn and trembling. A man who almost killed me once. These brief words caused Van Oka, Lafitte, Poison Q, and Gizisbages to suddenly change their expressions, and their pupils shrank into thin slits. The man who nearly killed the captain. Why has there never been a name for a man like this in the world? There are no such guys in the Navy either, Lafitte said doubtfully. That's because you didn't know 20 years ago. Blackbeard sighed softly. After saying this, he was suddenly stunned, and then a twisted smile appeared on his face. Thief, Then he burst out laughing. Yeah, 20 years ago. It's already 20 years later. I am no longer that weak, powerless boy. After uttering these words, Marshal Teeth's eyes became fierce, and he did not conceal his murderous intent at all. A series of strange laughs came out of his mouth. Fanoka and the other 3 looked at each other and could only helplessly watch their captain's strange behavior. It was clear that the captain was greatly affected by that man. After a while, Blackbeard finally calmed down. Captain, if you hate him so much, we can take revenge with you and kill that guy. Badgers chuckled. Now is not the time. Besides, that guy is not so easy to deal with, Blackbeard said. Continue with our plan if we can catch the Straw Hat Boy. We are one step closer to our goal. After a pause, he spoke again with a serious expression. But before that, we have to avoid direct contact with that guy. Take a deep breath. Just as I was eager to kill him, that guy also wanted to kill me for some reason. After saying this, Blackbeard felt complicated because he really didn't know why Zhang Lu hated him so much. 20 years ago, he was just an ordinary young trainee in the Whitebeard Pirates, and that guy was staring at him and trying to kill him. And this is also the point that others laugh at. On the streets of Mogu Town, Zhang Lu and Crocodile paused slightly and stopped at the door of a tavern. Want a few drinks? Looking into the bar, Zhang Lu suddenly said with a smile. Crocodile was startled and looked in the direction the other person was looking. The bar of the tavern. A blond man with a crew cut was sitting with his back to them, drinking from a glass. While drinking, he was also saying something loudly and arrogantly, and the people around him were very afraid of him. Faintly, he heard a few words amid the noisy voices inside. Bellamy, a great pirate with a bounty of 55 million. What a cruel guy. Don't dare to provoke him. Although he didn't know what his boss was thinking, he obviously would not go against the other party's wishes. Good. So, the two of them walked into the tavern one after the other. 19. Chapter 19 Bellamy. As they entered, the pirates in the tavern all looked up at them. When they saw Zhang Lu and Crocodile, who was covered in a cloak and wearing a ghost mask, they were stunned and then burst into laughter. A guy who was hiding his head but showing his tail, wearing a mask in broad daylight? It's a new face I haven't seen before, and I don't know where it came from. It's going to be a good show. Someone will definitely give them a good beating. Various sounds rang in their ears, but Zhang Lu and Crocodile ignored them. In everyone's sight, they walked straight to the bar and to the empty seat next to the man with a blonde crew cut who had his back to them. Then the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiched the blonde man with a crew cut in the middle and slowly sat down. 2 glasses of rum, boss. Stronger, please. Zhang Lu shouted with a smile. However, he did not notice that the pub, which was noisy a second ago, had become silent at this moment. Some people had shocked looks, some had playful looks, and some had fierce looks. At the same time, the blond man with a crew cut who was sandwiched between them slammed his wine glass on the bar, with a fierce grin on his face. I'm so sorry, both of you. The blond man suddenly stretched out his hands and hugged Zhang Lu and Crocodile on his left and right sides. There are people here. Zhang Lu was slightly stunned, but then a bright smile appeared on his face, and he turned to look at the man next to him. Blonde hair, a long scar on his left eye, and a ferocious and arrogant smile on his face. He was none other than the hyena Bellamy. Bounty of 55 million, captain of the Bellamy Pirates, user of the spring switch fruit. He was also the tragic guy who was killed instantly by Luffy in the original work, and was used by Doflamingo 2 years later and defeated again. Crocodile on the right has his face covered by a mask, so no expression can be seen, but it is clear that there is a cold aura emanating from him. Obviously, this crocodile doesn't like such close contact with others. What's more, Bellamy's behavior at this moment is not friendly. Have you heard of Sky Island? Suddenly, Bellamy heard the man on his left ask with a smile. Sky Island. He was stunned for a moment, and then a cold and sarcastic smile flashed in his eyes. Do you still believe in fairy tales? Sky Island is nothing more than a trick made up by a bunch of stupid guys to fool children. As he spoke, Bellamy stretched out his left and right hands and slowly exerted force downwards. This stupid question makes me very unhappy, and you are taking my place. It makes me hate you even more. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to reach out and attack these 2 annoying people. But in the next second, a big hand appeared at the back of his head and pressed it, causing his whole body to tremble. The smile on the man on the left suddenly disappeared, and his eyes became extremely cold. Sky Island is not a fairy tale. Bellamy opened his mouth and was about to say something, but it was too late. The big hand pressing on the back of his head suddenly exerted force, and an unstoppable force burst out, pressing down with a bang, and his head hit the bar heavily. A frog like you who sits in a well and only sees the world from afar cannot see the vastness of the outside world, nor are you willing to believe in things that really exist beyond your own cognition. How sad. After a pause, Zhang Lu slowly stood up, grabbed the other person's golden hair with his right hand, and pulled it out again. Cough, cough, cough. Bellamy's face was covered in blood. Blood was spurting out of his mouth, and his eyes were full of confusion. He was actually dealt with by others using his own methods, which was the method he used to attack these two people. What's even more outrageous is that during this process, his entire body seemed to be frozen, and he had no power to resist at all. He's just a gangster. The indifferent voice reached his ears, and Bellamy's heart trembled and his eyes widened. This sentence reminded him of the scene when he faced that man. That man, whom she had always admired, said the same thing to her when facing her. Ahem, you. Bellamy wanted to roar in anger. But in the next second, Zhang Lu took a big step, grabbed his head, and slammed it against the wall in front of him again. Boom! The entire bar, the wooden roof, shook, and the decorations hanging on the walls trembled violently. Well, Bellamy's roar was forcibly suppressed in his throat. His eyes were unfocused, and there were multiple scratches and bruises on his face. Although I also don't agree with the so-called dreams that many people in this world insist on, but at least I know how to respect others. A faint voice reached his ears. Bellamy gasped for breath, but he could no longer make any response. 2 simple hits almost made his head explode. A scum like you deserves nothing more than to lie on the street and linger. Zhang Lu's voice was heard again, and he threw his right hand, and Bellamy was thrown out like a sack. Then he turned around and returned to his seat. Crocodile still sat there quietly, oblivious to everything that was happening, with a big hole between the two of them. The whole pub suddenly became quiet. The pirates who had seen everything that had just happened had stiff expressions on their faces. They looked at the 2 men with their backs to them, their hearts filled with fear. Bellamy, the bounty is 55 million. It was solved so easily. Who were these 2 guys? Fear and tension quietly permeated the air in the pub at this moment. There is no doubt that the 2 people who easily dealt with Bellamy, who was extremely difficult and not to be provoked in their eyes, have become the new targets that must not be provoked. Bang, bang. Someone swallowed and sweat broke out on his forehead. Boss, my wine. Just then, a chuckling voice was heard. The tavern owner, who was standing at the bar, was completely stunned. Then he reacted, okay. He immediately poured the wine while observing the smiling man in front of him. It seems that this fierce and decisive man is much easier to get along with than Bellamy. In the tavern, some people began to stand up and tiptoe out of the tavern. After the first person left, others left one after another. Zhang Lu and Crocodile didn't care about these people and let them leave. They raised their glasses, clinked them together, and drank them in big gulps. There should be a reason for attacking such a small-time thug, right? Crocodile asked softly. Ah, you know me very well. I'm indeed a very wise person. That's exactly what I like about you. Zhang Lu smiled. Then he paused slightly and narrowed his eyes. Wait a moment, the person who should come will come. Crocodile placed the wine glass on the table and spoke coldly to the boss who was eavesdropping with his ears perked up. Pour the wine. 20, Chapter 20, Overlord Collision. On the street in Mogu Town, Bellamy lay on the ground, breathing softly. Not only was his head dizzy at this moment, he also felt extremely ashamed. As more and more people gathered around him, he felt angry and ashamed. At the same time, fear also came over me. That man will kill me. His heart was trembling, and he curled up there, looking a little confused for a moment. In a courtyard not far from here, a serious-looking man ran in hurriedly. After several questions, he finally came to a room deep inside. Master, Bellamy was seriously injured. The man whispered through the door, his tone serious. He knew very well that Bellamy might be insignificant to the young master, but he bore their mark. This incident also represents the shame of the entire family. At the same time, with the young master's temper, he will definitely not forgive Bellamy. Bellamy? After a long while, a cold and low voice was heard in the room. That thug. He really embarrasses me. As the words rang out, the man felt a heavy and extremely oppressive atmosphere. Squeak. The door opened, and a man wearing sunglasses, a pink coat, cropped pants, and pointed-toe shoes came into view. Young master. The man immediately lowered his head, not daring to look directly at her, and he became even more nervous. Because he knew that the man in front of him not only had a very high status, but also had extremely terrifying strength. I came here to confirm whether the news from the Navy is true. Instead of dealing with small thugs like this, a low, cold voice sounded beside his ear, and the man passed by him. It was only after he knelt down in front of me and begged me and made a promise that I gave him a chance to test himself. But obviously, he didn't appreciate it. After a pause, The man's eyes turned cold. Just go and have a look. Those who dare to cause trouble on my territory will not be let off easily. After a while, the pressure around him disappeared, and the man who came to report the news breathed a sigh of relief. When he stood up, he felt a chill on his back. Such an oppressive person. What a terrible man. As expected of you, Tianyasha, the man thought to himself. Yes, the man in front of him is none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, also known as Tianyasha, the Sea Rogue, the king of the New World Dressrosa, and the king of the Dark World. At the same time, his public identity is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In this world, he is definitely a real overlord and also a heroic figure. What will happen next? It's really exciting and exciting, the man muttered, looking outside the yard. This place is not far from the place where Bellamy was beaten and can be reached quickly. On the other side, at the entrance of the tavern, Bellamy lay there quietly, his head dizzy, and the constant pain made him suffocate, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Definitely a concussion. Damn, that guy was so ruthless. Those 2 heavy blows nearly blew his head off. All kinds of thoughts came to his mind at this moment, and Bellamy even began to recall his life. But suddenly, the noisy sounds in my ears became silent. He was startled and opened his eyes. Then his pupils suddenly contracted, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. The crowd quickly parted to make way for a passage. A pair of figures wearing pointed-toe shoes, cropped pants, and a pink coat were walking towards him step by step. Dude a flamingo. Bellamy's voice was shaking. Soon, the pair of pointed shoes stopped in front of him, and the tall figure bent down and looked down at him. After examining him for a moment, he suddenly grinned. Oh. What did I say, Bellamy? A little rascal like you really brings me down fast enough. Da Flamingo was laughing, but his voice was so cold that it made people shiver. No, it's not my fault. It's that guy. Bellamy was trembling all over. He wanted to explain something. But Da Flamingo suddenly raised one of his feet and stomped hard on his head, stopping his voice abruptly. It's your fault for being weak. If you are strong enough, no matter how bad you are, the person lying here will not be you. The right foot twisted Bellamy's head, and soon his face was covered with dust. Bellamy struggled miserably and uttered painful pleas. Please forgive me this time. Da Flamingo smiled and said, I'll spare you. This time, there is no reason to fulfill your wish. Bellamy, his eyes suddenly became cold, and his right foot, which was originally stepping on Bellamy's face, was slowly raised. Some of the people watching around screamed in fear. Everyone could see that they were going to crush Bellamy to death. The people behind Da Flamingo were also terrified, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They knew very well that this big shot was definitely capable of doing such a thing. In the eyes of everyone, Da Flamingo slowly raised his right foot and then stepped down suddenly. But the next second, Da Flamingo's eyes suddenly shrank, and Bellamy's expression of fear froze on his face. A foot appeared 1 centimeter above his nose, firmly blocking the pointed leather shoe above him. Who is it? Bellamy took a deep breath and tried to open his eyes to look at the person who saved his life. But when he saw it clearly, his body was shocked and he froze there. The one who severely injured himself. Da Flamingo looked at the feet blocking his way and slowly raised his head. When he saw the familiar face in front of him, his eyes suddenly shrank and his expression became solemn and serious. After 3 breaths, a curve suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. What an incredible guy saw. Zhang Guo also looked up at the tall man in front of him and grinned. Ha 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 ha. Is not a glorious thing to slash a weak person with a knife. Have you forgotten? I taught you this when you were little. These brief words froze the smile on Da Flamingo's face, and Crocodile, who had just walked out of the tavern, also had a look of surprise. The relationship between the 2 people in front of him seemed to be even more than he had previously imagined. Zhang Guo, Da Flamingo said coldly. So what does it matter if you severely injured him? Zhang Guo heard this and responded seriously. He slandered my dream. Dream. Da Flamingo was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out. You're the one who talks about dreams? How ridiculous. His eyes suddenly became cold again. In the next second, black and red electric light flashed on his right foot, and a domineering aura burst out of his body. Lift up, then press down hard again. Now, I want to deal with my people. That IT has nothing to do with you. Zhang Guo also moved his hands and feet, a violent domineering aura bursting out of his body. His right foot flashed with lightning and kicked out suddenly. Bang! The 2 feet collided with each other, the electric current surged, and a terrifying and domineering aura swept in all directions. A collision of domineering colors. Crocodile stood in front of the tavern with a serious look in his eyes. Bellamy lay at the feet of the 2 men who had collided, shivering, with a huge shadow in his heart. It was so scary, he would rather die right now. 21, Chapter 21. Uncle Jianglu. Oh. Do you have to go against me? A light flashed across Doflamingo's sunglasses, and his expression was extremely cold. There was a hint of anger in his expression, and he was obviously very angry. I just wanted to crush his head. The gloomy words that came out of Doflamingo's mouth made the oppressive atmosphere in the air around them even stronger. I have something to discuss with you, Zhang Lu said calmly. His right foot was like a rock, blocking the opponent, preventing him from moving forward and unable to land. Yeah. Doflamingo retracted his right foot. His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Lu saw that the other party was restraining himself, and also retracted his right foot. Call. Bellamy let out a long breath, his purple cheeks covered with dense beads of sweat. The danger seemed to have gone away, and he survived. However, in the next second, Bellamy's pupils contracted again. Buzz. The void shook, and Doflamingo's cold laughter was heard again. Oh. Do you think it's still the same as it was 20 years ago? I must obey your words. A domineering and terrifying aura rose up, and at this moment the domineering aura of the king vibrated forward and rushed straight towards Jianglu. You want to fight me, Dover? Jianglu's expression also turned gloomy. His eyes glared, and his domineering aura collided fiercely with the opponent. Boom! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. There seemed to be an invisible electric current crackling in the air. The crowd that was standing close to the scene all felt the trembling atmosphere at this moment, and their whole bodies were shaking. Hurry, hurry up. Their war will affect ours. Damn, who are these 2 people? I only know one of them. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Tanyasha, Doflamingo. What? It's him. Voices of fear were immediately heard from the crowd, followed by figures turning around and running. If you don't leave, you'll die. Someone yelled in horror. Because one can clearly feel that the terrifying, overbearing, soul-shaking aura in the air is rising rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh. Doflamingo grinned. 20 years have passed, Zhang Lu. My father's death and the education you gave me back then are all still fresh in my memory. It seems like yesterday. Although he had a smile on his face, his words were cold and icy. Are you holding a grudge against me? Zhang Lu said calmly. Crocodile behind him watched this scene, took a step forward, raised his right hand, and the dust on the ground began to roll up, and the wind blew it up. But the next second, Zhang Lu raised his hand, and Crook Dalton stopped. Oh. Doflamingo tilted his head and glanced at Crocodile with a puzzled look. This guy covered in a cloak and wearing a ghost mask seemed familiar to him. His eyes flashed, the corner of his mouth cracked, and his right hand suddenly swiped to the side. 5-color thread. The air was cut by invisible lines, and Crocodile, who was standing next to him, also had 5 tiny cracks on his body. But soon, sand poured out and the 5 cracks healed. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, and after staring at Crocodile for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. Oh. Interesting, really interesting. He turned his head suddenly and stared at Zhang Lu again. Are you going to make a comeback again? So, has the new round of numbering started? He asked 2 questions in a row, but no one responded. Zhang Lu just looked at him calmly, without any expression on his face. It seems that you still lack education, Doflamingo. He clenched his fists suddenly, an endless cold light burst out from his eyes. Then, like you know, facing me, your situation is no different from 20 years ago. Doflamingo also held his breath, and the aura rising for his body became stronger and stronger. The strong wind swept through, and the streets were now empty. Bellamy was unconscious under his feet, and his eyes were white. Under the impact of the domineering aura, he had already passed out. Oh. I also want to know, after 20 years, whether your strength has declined. Doflamingo sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hands backwards, and dozens of thin lines quickly evolved and intertwined together, and then suddenly waved towards the river. Super Strike Whip. It It was like a long whip being swung out at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Jianglu. The latter dodged with a flash. Boom! The buildings in front were all cut apart by this blow, with chips flying and dust rising. Are you so rude to your elders? Zhang Lu's voice came from behind. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed again. Oh. His body suddenly turned, and he kicked out with his right foot. Foot shaving line. Zhang Lu raised his leg and kicked the opponent's right foot facing the sky. It can be clearly seen that there are countless tiny straight lines on Doflamingo's right foot, like thin steel wires. In these 20 years, I have grown in ways you would never have imagined. Uncle Zhang Lu. Doflamingo grinned. Its body quickly retreated backwards, then jumped high up, its pink coat fluttering in the wind, as if it were a giant bird spreading its wings. Oh. Since we've met, please give me some advice and tell me where I am lacking. Doflamingo said as he opened his arms and suddenly dived towards Jianglu. 5-color thread. Sharp lines, draw lines immediately, cutting towards the river from both sides. The latter slowly raised his head, faced the attack from above with a calm expression, and stretched out his right hand. Die! As the distance shortened, Doflamingo's eyes became fierce, and he suddenly shouted. The sound of lines cutting through objects was heard, but at the same time, Doflamingo's body paused in the air, and a strong arm appeared around his neck. His pupils contracted as he looked at the man in front of him, who had his hands around his neck. Where the 5-color thread had cut, there was no scratch at all. Not even the robes were torn. But how is this possible? He clearly did attack the other party. You think you can challenge me with these half-baked tricks? Dover, you underestimate me, Zhang Lu said calmly, lifting the other's neck and slowly raising it towards the sun in the sky. The sun was shining at noon and seemed a little dazzling. Show us your true abilities. The next second, his right hand suddenly squeezed hard. Crack! A clear sound was heard, and Doflamingo's neck was broken, and his movements came to an abrupt stop. Not far away, Crocodile was stunned. Marshal Teach, who was hiding in the alley and secretly watching the fight, grinned. Thief, what a wonderful battle. 22, Chapter 22 Reply. Hoo. A strong wind blew across the sky above Mogu Town. The streets, which were once bustling with people, now became quiet, with dust rising from the dilapidated houses. The people who ran away in panic hid behind shelters in the distance, looked here nervously, swallowed their saliva continuously, and trembled in their hearts. Oh. Suddenly, a deep laugh was heard. Zhang Lu raised his head and looked at the rooftop in the distance. There Doflamingo, 3 meters tall and wearing a pink feather coat, was looking down at him, a gleam of light under his sunglasses. Fighting with an elder like you really puts a lot of pressure on me. Doflamingo grinned. Just stop talking nonsense, Dover, Zhang Lu said coldly. I vaguely remember that 20 years ago, although this guy had a personality opposite to Corazon, he was very obedient to what I said. Likewise, respect yourself in your heart. Sure enough, obedient children always become annoying when they grow up. Show me your true strength, and let me see how much you have grown in the past 20 years. He spat out, bending slightly. Children will always go astray on their growth path, so adults and elders should guide and educate them in time. In his eyes, the famous Tinyasha Doflamingo is just a naughty child. Times have changed, Uncle Zhang Lu. Haven't you realized yet? I've been in Impel down for 20 years, and the world outside has changed beyond recognition. The number of pirates continues to increase dramatically, and the world situation is changing every day. Now, having said that, Doflamingo grinned, bent his knees, and dived down suddenly. It's no longer your time. The pink feather coat trembled violently, and its body suddenly turned into a pink stream of light, rushing towards the river. Hoo. The wind was surging, and in Zhang Lu's eyes, Doflamingo continued to grow bigger and bigger, and finally appeared in front of him. You talk to me about times? Where I stand. It's my time. He raised his right hand and suddenly clenched it into a fist, a T the same time. An inexplicable aura covered his arm like armor. Armament color, domineering. This was the first time Zhang Lu used his domineering power since he walked out of Pushu City. But facing the nephew in front of him, it is obviously worth it. The other party is not a third-rate character. He stomped his feet suddenly on the ground, and with a buzzing sound, An airwave surged and the bricks under his feet shattered directly. Then his body flew out like a cannonball, heading straight for Doflamingo, who was swooping down on him. "Show your strength. Otherwise, you will die," Zhang Lu said in a cold voice. Suddenly, two figures came roaring over, and Zhang Lu punched down fiercely. Clean and crisp, without any frills. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, and he raised his arms to block. Bang! The airwaves rolled, and a tremendous force exploded. His body, which was diving down, suddenly stopped and then flew backwards at a faster speed. Zhang Lu maintained his fist-raising posture, slowly straightened his back, and looked forward. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions were heard continuously. Doflamingo was knocked away by his punch, smashing a large number of buildings in Mogu town, and only stopped when he fell into the forest outside the suburbs. Smoke and dust rolled, and a clear gully appeared on the street. The people who were watching the battle secretly were trembling in their hearts when they saw this scene. That was Doflamingo, but he was knocked away by this man with just one punch that it seemed that he had no power to resist at all. Then they saw the man in the field bend his knees slightly, and with a loud bang, the ground beneath his feet shattered and flew towards the forest in the suburbs like a cannonball. A moment later, Zhang Lu saw Doflamingo standing up shakily from between the broken trees. "Is this your power?" Touching his sore arm, Doflamingo smiled, but his eyes behind his sunglasses were extremely solemn. He never underestimates the man in front of him. No matter which era this world is in, there will never be another genius-level monster like the other party. In just 1 year, he grew from a trainee Navy officer to a strong man who could compete with Roger, Whitebeard, and others. This is simply not something a human can do. It's like a legend. Similarly, Doflamingo knew the secret of the man in front of him very well. He possesses a terrifying ability that will drive the whole world crazy. Even he, deep down in his heart, longed for the other party's help and gifts. Then it's my turn next. Doflamingo moved suddenly, his figure whizzing over, his right fist covered with armament domineering. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhang Lu. In the same way, a punch was thrown without any fancy moves. Zhang Lu raised his head, clenched his fist, and punched. Bang! The airwaves rolled, the ground beneath Zhang Lu's feet collapsed, and dust was stirred up and radiated in all directions. Doflamingo's expression changed slightly, and a tremendous force surged in him. He flew backwards again, breaking more than a dozen trees before he stopped. In terms of strength, there is a clear gap between the two sides. It's a strength that can rival that of a monster. No, it's the quality of my entire body. Doflamingo stood up again, his eyes serious. "Oh. Then let me show you my strongest power." Shaking his body, he suddenly opened his hands with a fierce look in his eyes. In addition to ordinary control, the development of devil fruits also has a higher level of awakening. As he walked forward, the weeds under his feet, the ground, and the trees around him all turned into thin white lines, gently rippling like waves. And I have reached this level. When the number of white lines reached a certain point, Doflamingo suddenly swung his hands forward. Desolate white line. Tens of thousands of thin white lines, like ocean waves, rumbled toward the river, twisting and spiraling, wrapping it in the middle. It was like a giant snake trying to crush him. Awakening. It's really remarkable, Zhang Lu said calmly, looking at Doflamingo standing in front of him. The next second, his figure was swallowed, covered and enveloped by the white waves. "Oh." Doflamingo laughed softly, his eyes twinkling. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The waves formed by thousands of white lines suddenly closed together, trying to crush the river flow in the center. However, Doflamingo's smile froze on his face again. The powerful white line suddenly broke apart quickly. Zhang Lu also stepped out from it, unharmed. The powerful Huanglang Baixian did not cause any harm to the opponent. But this level of development, I already had control over it 20 years ago. With a slight sigh, Zhang Lu stretched out his right hand, lightly tapped the air, and uttered 2 words. "Reply." In an instant, the white line like a wave quickly faded away, visible to the naked eye, and the weeds and surrounding trees on the ground returned in the next second. Everything returned to the way it was before Doflamingo used his ability. It's like time has gone backwards. 23, Chapter 23, Awakening Level Collision. Reply Fruit. The The superhuman ability itself is a kind of ability that can restore one's own injuries and negative states to their previous state, and the time increases with strength. But when Zhang Lu strengthened and evolved this fruit, it became a powerful ability that could restore the surroundings and affect objects. Even time is involved. Its scope of influence has expanded again, reaching a shocking level. Simply put, he can reverse the time around him. There is no doubt that this is a bug-level ability, but compared with the many destructive fruits in the pirate world, it is not too outstanding. However, its auxiliary capabilities, as well as its powerful healing abilities, are amazing. It can even reverse a person's life or death. And this is also the reason why Zhang Lu chose this ability. Being immortal and uninjured is enough to give him an absolute advantage in any battle. Are you surprised? The fruit is not something that you alone can possess. You are not the only one who can develop to the level of awakening. Zhang Lu walked forward slowly and said calmly, staring at Doflamingo. You don't seem to have a clear understanding of this world yet. Doflamingo. The latter looked grim, and the next second his hand shook, and the surrounding objects turned into white lines at a faster speed and in a wider range. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air was vibrating at this moment, and huge white waves that covered the sky were surging and surging. Zhang Lu also moved, his figure flew out, and in just a moment he was in front of Doflamingo. The latter's expression suddenly changed, and his hands shook. Shield, white line. A large number of white lines on the ground suddenly rolled up and quickly formed a huge shield in front of him, blocking him. The next second, Zhang Lu's fist hit him hard. Bang! Crack! The huge shield suddenly dented, with a continuous crackling sound, and then it shattered. The white shield line, with amazing defensive power, couldn't even stop Zhang Lu for a moment. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, and he was about to retreat, but the fist had already been swung and hit his abdomen. Bang! With an explosion of force, Doflamingo flew out, his feet creating a gap in the ground. Puff! Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out. Doflamingo suddenly raised his head and waved his hands. Omihara Shirami! The white lines with a radius of nearly thousands of meters were boiling and surging at this moment, winding, stabbing, and cutting towards the river. The momentum is pretty good. Zhang Lu glanced around and chuckled. But it's of no use to me. With one step of his foot, he was on the sweeping white wave line, and the white line instantly turned into nothingness. Then his figure flashed quickly and rushed towards Doflamingo. The wind was howling violently, and in almost an instant, it was in front of the opponent again. So fast. Doflamingo's expression suddenly changed. The attack launched by the white line was actually no match for the opponent's high-speed movement. How strong is this guy's physical fitness? Just as he was thinking about it, the opponent's punch had already swung down. The strong wind blew in his face, and the wind pressure made his face hurt. Doflamingo's eyes were cold, and he raised his arms, wrapped in armed color domineering, and blocked in front of him. Bang! His body flew out again. His heart was shocked and even fell to deep fear. This was the first time he had seen a situation where a simple swing of a punch could cause such tremendous pressure on him. After flying nearly 500 or 600 meters, Doflamingo shouted loudly and stopped the retreat. Seeing the figure in front rushing towards him again, its speed was so terrifying that even the air made a sharp hissing sound, as if someone was whistling. This scene that came from the sky almost scared him. The river was visible to the naked eye, flashing closer. In the blink of an eye, the other person's face was already clear. Is that all? Doflamingo. Such strength will not bring me any pressure. The cold voice made his eyes sharp and his heart angry. Of course, it can't stop here. Doflamingo roared loudly, enunciating each word. At this moment, all his aura suddenly rose, and his figure soared into the air. You can't avoid my attack if you stand there. Zhang Lu turned around, stepped on the air with his feet, and rushed towards Doflamingo without slowing down. Call! Doflamingo took a deep breath and suddenly raised his hands, with a sharp light flashing on his sunglasses. 1,000 arrows pierced the heart feather strike line. The endless white lines on the ground suddenly shook at this moment, and were wrapped in purple-red light, becoming tougher and sharper. Then, thousands of lines wrapped in armed colors took on a wing-like shape and pierced through the river at a rapid speed. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, there was even a shrill chirping sound in the air, as if millions of birds were singing. Almost in an instant, thousands of lines had reached under the river and pierced through his body. Reply. Zhang Lu spat out coldly. But the line paused and only a part of it disappeared, and the rest was already in front of him. Because of the armament hockey, does it affect my fruit ability? Zhang Lu's heart sank. The next second, he stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched it. As he clenched his fist, blossoming scents like cherry blossoms surrounded his right hand and floated away. Lu Ying collapsed the mountain. Facing the countless whistling purple-red lines, Zhang Lu swung his fist, and the fist mark expanded. In an instant, endless light flashed out at this moment. Violent airwaves began to roll, and circles of ripples spread all around. The thousands of purple and red lines were firmly blocked by this punch. After a stalemate of about 4 or 5 breaths, Zhang Lu flew backward, and the countless lines that pierced through him seemed to lose power and fell down. Doflamingo looked at this scene with a slightly gloomy look in his eyes. Surprisingly, it still didn't work. His hands shook slightly, the ground shook violently, and 16 huge white lines entangled with high-density armed color domineering rose up rapidly. This is the final blow. Muttering, Doflamingo's eyes turned fierce. Before the battle started, he knew very well that the opponent was very strong, unimaginably strong. However, he still wanted to know whether his 20 years of hard work had brought him closer to the other party and allowed him to enter the other party's sight. And that precious Shiya number. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's eyes suddenly became crazy, and the domineering aura on his body was undisguised at this moment, sweeping out wantonly. 16 sacred bullets, divine killing. 16 huge purple-red white lines twisted, whistled, and rushed up into the sky, reaching behind Doflamingo, then changed direction and rushed towards the opposite side. A final blow that puts everything on the line? Zhang Lu felt the breath coming from the other person, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His right hand rested on the hilt of the knife at his waist, but soon let go again. Very loud. But I don't need to use my sword yet. 24, Chapter 24, Jingmen opens. Towards the peacock. Doflamingo is definitely very accomplished in the development of hockey. He is undoubtedly a very talented and gifted man. Whether it is the awakening of the devil fruit or the mastery of domineering, it is not something that ordinary strong people can do. At this moment, this huge white line that was integrated with high-density armed color domineering was surging with momentum, tearing through the void and bursting towards him. At first glance, there was an oppressive feeling as if thousands of artillery shells were firing at the same time. Zhang Lu loosened his right hand that was holding the hilt of the knife at his waist, slowly raised it and pointed it forward. His eyes were now filled with solemnity and seriousness. Being able to combine the armament domineering and the abilities after awakening, such a move will undoubtedly have extremely destructive power. Even he can be a threat. Although the devil fruit abilities are powerful, the domineering power of this world can restrain or offset them. A powerful aura surged out from Zhang Lu's body at this moment. His black hair also rippled violently, and a circle of invisible energy ripples surrounded his body. Open the door, open. Hush, open. Open the gate of life. Open the wound door. Dumen, open. Jingmen, open. As he spoke, his aura became stronger and stronger. The moment the Jingmen opened, green light burst out from his body instantly. The violent energy fluctuations swept in all directions at this moment, and the expression on his face looked ferocious and crazy. 8 gates of ninjutsu. After these 6 styles were strengthened and derived, Zhang Lu gained new skills, and because of the power of the recovery fruit, he was able to fully open all 8 gates, burst out with terrifying physical strength, and exert the strongest combat power. Similarly, this is also his trump card. 20 years ago, in the battle with Roger, Whitebeard, and others, the strongest state his opponents and friends had ever seen was the opening of the 7th gate, which was also the shocking gate. Because of the move he used when the Jing Minkai was called Daytime Tiger, he got the nickname Daytime Tiger. Oh. The powerful green energy was rubbing against the air, causing the sharp sound of birds chirping to be heard around Zhang Lu. Bring it on, Dover. With a loud roar, Zhang Lu glared angrily, looking at the 16 white waves wrapped in high concentrations of armed color domineering that were less than 100 meters away from him. Swish, swish, swish. There was a whistling sound cutting through the air, and 16 huge purple-red-white waves instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters and arrived in front of him. Oh. Doflamingo's crazy laughter echoed in the air. Green energy rolled around Zhang Lu's body, and he swung his fists violently. To the peacock. In an instant, hundreds of fist marks wrapped in flames appeared in the air. At this moment, Zhang Lu swung his fists wildly, his fists rubbing against the air at such a speed. Under the 8 gates, his body functions reached an unprecedented level. Small wounds kept appearing on his body, and his skin was burned, but quickly returned to its original state. The ability of the recovery fruit offsets the negative effects of the 8 gates. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thousands of fist marks appeared in the void in an instant, carrying flames and whistling forward like meteors. The green energy on Zhang Lu's body was boiling, and his powerful aura even affected the surrounding space, causing it to appear distorted and fluctuate. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the flaming fist collided violently with the 16 purple-red bullets. The entire sky was shaking at this moment. Fists and bullets collided with each other and then shattered, with ripples flashing one after another. Huh! Zhang Lu roared, waved his fists, and turned into a phantom. 16 purple-red bullets left long trails in the sky, and the offensive was extremely shocking. This final blow, which Doflamingo put all his efforts into, was naturally not weak. Bang, 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 bang. The sky above Demon Valley Town was filled with continuous, muffled thunder-like sounds that made everyone's eardrums tremble. The pirates were almost suffocating. They had no idea how the 2 people in the sky could have done such a thing. There are such powerful people in the world. Is this the strong man in the new world? It's so shocking. With this kind of fighting momentum, if you get even a little closer, you'll be torn to pieces by their aftermath. Trembling voices continue to be heard, and the pirates felt genuine awe and fear for the 2 people who were fighting. The deafening collision sound lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. High in the sky, ripples spread, and flames exploded like fireworks, falling down and landing on the ground. Everything seemed to calm down again. Ooh, Doflamingo looked grim, and he bent over and gasped. Looking at the figure wrapped in green energy not far away, a gloom arose in his heart. The most powerful attack was easily neutralized. The other party was like an insurmountable mountain standing in front of him, with an abyssal breath that oppressed him so much that he trembled all over. Is that all, Dover? Is this all your strength? Zhang Lu was surrounded by green energy, which was so powerful and ferocious that his voice became deep. Oh. It turns out that I am still so incompetent in front of you. For 20 years, I have worked hard to cultivate, to build my own power, and to surpass my father. Go surpass Rocinante. Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter. As he laughed, 2 lines of tears slowly rolled down under his sunglasses. Yes, for the past 20 years, he has been working hard and striving to become stronger and to reach a higher status. For what? All the reasons are just to the man who left a deep impression on her 10 years ago. He wants the other person to recognize him, wants to be in the other person's sight, wants to be praised and acknowledged by the other person. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye, until today, when he finally met the other party again and issued a challenge. However, that unfathomable strength still dealt a cruel blow to him. In front of the other party, he is nothing. At the end of the day, it's still the same as it was 20 years ago. In your eyes, no one can compare to me. My ambition, my revenge, is meaningless. Doflamingo's whole body was shaking, and he felt completely hopeless. 20 years of hard work, just for this moment, to enter the other person's sight and be recognized by the other person. But now that the battle has begun, everything is undoubtedly over. He was defeated miserably, and it could even be said that he had no power to fight back. High in the sky, Doflamingo's voice echoed. Zhang Lu stood there silently. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. As far as I can remember, you're not the kind of person who would be so depressed and hopeless after experiencing failure. Dover. Doflamingo's body trembled, and he looked up suddenly. 25, Chapter 25, Number 3. The next second, the air in front of him was vibrated by green energy, and a fist quickly enlarged in front of him. Bang! Doflamingo fell down and hit the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Then, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. It was Zhang Lu, looking down at him intently. When you were a child, you never gave up. You were stubborn and independent, showing a personality that was completely different from everyone else in the world. What a bad-tempered and annoying little fellow. Zhang Lu's voice came. Doflamingo's whole body trembled, his eyes twitched, and more tears flowed out. but I know you respect me very much. So my teachings to you will be no less than those given to you by Rosinante." After a pause, Zhang Lu bent down again and stared into the other person's eyes. "The same goes for my love for you." Doflamingo's breathing hitched, and then he began to sob and started crying. 20 years have passed, and you appear before me in such an arrogant manner and challenge me. Is it to gain my approval? Doflamingo. Zhang Lu suddenly grinned as he spoke, and there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. I didn't. Doflamingo cried so hard that his nose and tears came out, but he still stubbornly denied it. What a silly child. Then I recognize your talent, Dover. Zhang Lu laughed. You were just a little bit short. Just a little bit. I'll help you make up for that. Doflamingo's breathing suddenly stopped when he heard this. His eyes widened as he understood what the other party meant. Well then, Doflamingo, do you want to inherit Huamingu's number? Sure enough, the next second, he heard excited and trembling words. I do. After a few moments of silence, Doflamingo's trembling voice rang out. A smile appeared on Zhang Lu's face. He bent down and placed his right hand on the other person's shoulder. Reply. Doflamingo's body trembled, and an invisible force swept over him, and his severely injured body recovered to its original state. Number 3, Doflamingo, I hope you will live up to the number you represent in the future. Zhang Lu chuckled. I won't. Doflamingo took a deep breath and said solemnly, as a reward for inheriting the Huamingu number, I will upgrade and give you new powers. Zhang Lu quickly raised his right hand again and spoke slowly. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, and he felt excited and inspired. This scene had finally arrived. The reason he wanted to join Shuya, in addition to wanting to gain the trust of the person in front of him, was because of this precious number. Only those who obtain the number can receive the gift from the Lord of Void Night. Hold your breath, close your eyes, and quietly feel the power surging out from deep within your body. When Zhang Lu's words came, Doflamingo closed his eyes and calmed his mind. The next second, an inexplicable, mysterious power swept through his body, and soon after, he heard a faint murmur, as if the gods were talking and preaching in his ear, telling him the true meaning of power. Then he saw his armed color domineering turned into fluttering golden cherry blossoms, and a red light flashed in his eyes. You are strengthening the target's armament haki. The strengthening is successful, and has been advanced to Raya Sakura. You are strengthening the target's observation haki. The strengthening is successful, and it is advanced to foreknowledge. After a prompt sound rang in Zhang Lu's ear, he withdrew his right hand. Doflamingo on the opposite side had a shocked expression and opened his eyes at this moment. Almost in an instant, his armament haki and observation haki entered a whole new realm. And in his realm, this meant a huge step forward in strength. His ranking among the 7 warlords of the sea will surely rise again. He may even be able to touch the 4 emperors. This also reflects the mystery and power of the man in front of him. He can bestow great power upon others, but what about himself? What an astonishing degree it has reached. It's unimaginable. How do you feel? Zhang Lu laughed. Stronger than ever before. Doflamingo took a deep breath. A light flashed through his sunglasses and said in a deep voice, This is the power your father once possessed. Zhang Lu rode. The latter's whole body trembled, and a familiar face flashed across his face. Did the man who chose to commit suicide ever possess such powerful strength? Yes, Don Quixote, who was killed by his own son in the original book, chose to commit suicide because of that major incident and his family. With such a powerful force, he chose to commit suicide. Doflamingo scoffed, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes behind his sunglasses. That's the difference between him and you. It also makes me believe that you will achieve greater success than him. Zhang Lu said calmly. Huamingu was too gentle after all. He had great power, but he couldn't get over his own hurdle. In comparison, the theory that Doflamingo firmly believed in was the most effective in this chaotic world. As long as he is given enough power, he will definitely shock the world. I need your information, Dover. Then Zhang Lu spoke out. Compared to me, Baroque Works has a wider sphere of influence in this first half of the sea. Doflamingo's eyes flickered and he spoke softly. He has recognized that the man wearing the ghost mask is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the person he has always wanted to cooperate with. His power was destroyed during the Alabasta incident. Zhang Lu said. So, what do you want to know? Doflamingo said. He did not refuse again, regardless of friendship, even if it was for the sake of profit. The man in front of you is also worth cooperating with and paying for. I want to know where Fire Fist Ace is now, Zhang Lu said in a deep voice. After leaving Impel down, apart from rebuilding the Void Knight and searching for the number holder, Ace was undoubtedly his top priority. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace? Doflamingo was stunned and asked in confusion. Zhang Lu nodded. Recently, there has indeed been some news that this guy is in the first half. I'll send someone to inquire, but it may take time, Doflamingo said seriously. Why would the man in front of him be interested in the Whitebeard Pirates? That old man with Whitebeard is not someone you can easily mess with. Thank you, Dover. Zhang Lu laughed. This is what I should do, Uncle Zhang Lu. Doflamingo smiled. The two people who were fighting to the death just a moment ago now behaved like a loving father and a filial son, creating a warm and harmonious picture. This also made Crocodile, who had rushed over, stunned for a moment, unable to understand the situation. So you two are acting out a family drama here? 26, Chapter 26 News about Ace. Magic Valley Town. The streets were bustling with people, and new people were coming and going in an endless stream. Noisy sounds were heard from everywhere. After yesterday's great battle, the pirate town has returned to peace today. The destroyed houses have also been rebuilt at a very fast speed. On the surface, everything here seems the same as usual, but everyone living here knows that there are two monsters on the island that must not be provoked. Yes, monster. In the forest outside the suburbs, trees within a radius of thousands of meters disappeared into nothingness, becoming only strange, tough white lines. Such a scene also makes people feel terrified. What kind of ability is it to change the state of matter? They have never heard of it or seen it before. In the eyes of the people in Mogu Town, anyone who can do such a thing is undoubtedly a monster. In a manor a little away from the busy street, a group of people were sitting here, observing each other with different eyes. Sitting at the innermost part, on the steps, was Zhang Lu. On the left and right sides are Crocodile wearing a ghost mask, Doflamingo in a pink feather robe, and in the other corner is the trembling Foxy. Doflamingo. The man sitting on the stone on the right in front of him was actually the famous Shichibukai Doflamingo. What shocked him even more was the identity of his boss, and who was the guy with the ghost mask. The look in his eyes when he looked at the 7 warlords of the sea was calm, and he didn't seem as panicked as he was. My people are already trying to find out more about Fire Fist Ace. I believe we'll get a response soon. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo spoke up. Good. Zhang Lu nodded, seeming to be thinking about something. But I don't agree with you taking action against Whitebeard's men now. After all. Having said that, Doflamingo glanced at the other two people in front of him. It seems that they are not even the numberers. You haven't found all the serial numbers yet. Zhang Lu heard this. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Then he raised his head and smiled. You may have some misunderstandings. I don't want to take action against Whitebeard, even if I have to deal with him. Not at this moment. Doflamingo was startled and nodded slightly. Crocodile showed a puzzled look and looked at Zhang Lu. What is the number? Oh. You really don't know anything yet. Numbered ones. That is an invaluable source of power and status. Doflamingo laughed. Now is not the time to give you a number. Zhang Lu smiled lightly. Not far away, Foxy's eyes almost popped out. What did he hear? Whitebeard. Boss, do you want Whitebeard? Oh my god, he is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, a legendary pirate. The strongest man in the world. And what is a number? At this moment, Foxy felt as if he knew an unimaginable and shocking secret. Doflamingo. Suddenly, the mysterious and cold man in the ghost face mask spoke. Oh. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows and looked at the ghost mask opposite him. Do you know Straw Hat Boy? Crocodile said coldly. Straw Hat Boy. Doflamingo looked confused, but he soon reacted and a smile appeared on his face. I remember now. You mean the new guy who beat you? Crocodile's face was gloomy. He should be arriving at this island soon. What do you mean? Do you want me to take action against a rookie? Doflamingo laughed in surprise. Oh. Don't forget, you are not a numberer yet, so you can't be considered my colleague. I have no obligation to help you do anything. Crocodile fell silent after hearing this. His eyes flickered, and he was extremely confused about the term numberer. What does it mean? A simple number would make Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so proud. Zhang Lu rose too quickly and disappeared too quickly. People may have heard of the Shuye organization he founded, but they don't know what it specifically represents. Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy? Zhang Lu also smiled gently at this time. When he mentioned this name, there was a strange look in his eyes, as if he was reminiscing, or as if he was full of interest. Why are you interested in him too? Doflamingo noticed his expression and asked in a serious tone. A kid with some potential. As for interest, I can't say that yet. Zhang Lu shook his head. Although Luffy is the protagonist of this world and the child of destiny, the gap between the two sides is still huge now. Your words make me more interested in him, Doflamingo said in amazement. Don't worry about it. Zhang Lu wrote. Afterwards, peace returned to the courtyard again. They were waiting. Doflamingo was in control of the dark underground world, so he naturally had his own set of procedures for gathering intelligence. This kind of intelligence and information gathering sometimes even surpasses the intelligence systems of the Navy and the world government. After all, in this world, which island or ship is lacking in people tainted by darkness? In the afternoon, a hurried figure suddenly entered the manor and went all the way to the deepest part. After taking a look at Zhang Lu, who was sitting casually on the steps, the man quickly walked to Doflamingo's ear and whispered something. Then the man bowed, saluted, turned around, and left quickly. It seems that these guys are quite quick in finding out information. Doflamingo's brother laughed and looked at Zhang Lu. Where? Hearing these words, Zhang Lu naturally understood that there was news about Ace's whereabouts. Someone has seen him in a small town called Rumbo, more than 50 miles northwest of Alabasta. Yes, today. After a pause, Doflamingo smiled again. What's even stranger is that they also saw a pirate named Blackbeard here not long ago. This Fire Fist Ace seems to be here for Blackbeard, Doflamingo said, his eyes flickering. Blackbeard, Marshal Teach, is Ace the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, a subordinate of him? Doflamingo became interested. Both members of the Whitebeard Pirates arrived at the first half of the Grand Line. What was the reason behind this? Lumpo Town. It's not far from here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu did not answer the other party's question, but stood up immediately. Let's go. After leaving 2 words, he strode out the door. Crocodile, wearing a ghost mask, and Fox, who was still in shock, saw the boss stand up and hurriedly followed him. Are you in such a hurry? Doflamingo was slightly stunned, his eyes flickering. The man who could attract Zhang Lu's attention and concern must be extraordinary. Could it be that he has a connection with Fire Fist Ace that outsiders don't know about? 27. Chapter 27. O'Hara's Past. After leaving the manor, Zhang Lu and others headed towards the port of Mogu Town. On the street, everyone who saw them hurriedly made way for them, obviously having memorized Zhang Lu's appearance deeply in their minds. But in a moment, the 3 of them had approached the port and were able to see their warships in the Foxy. Are you finally leaving? Blackbeard Marshal Teach, who had been hiding in the crowd and had not dared to show up in public for some time, looked at Zhang Lu with flickering eyes. He defeated Doflamingo easily and used his magical powers to restore his opponent's physical condition to be completely unharmed. This man's methods are simply as extraordinary as those of a god. He hid himself well, knowing full well that it was not the right time to have a conflict with the other party. Most importantly, he was not sure he could defeat the other party. At the same time, Zhang Lu was walking towards the port and saw a group of people getting off the boat. The young man in the lead was laughing and saying something to his companion. He was wearing a straw hat on his head. The green-haired man behind him had 3 knives on his waist. What a coincidence! A smile appeared on Zhang Lu's lips. Just when he was about to leave Mogu Town, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived here. The look in Crocodile's mask beside him immediately became grim, and he couldn't help but even raise the golden hook in his left hand. The Straw Hat Gang. Crocodile gritted his teeth and uttered these 4 words from between his lips. Don't be impulsive, we have more important things to do now. Zhang Lu suddenly spoke up. Crocodile paused with his raised left hand, abruptly stopping the attack. Who is that kid? How could he make the ghost-faced man so angry? Foxy observed secretly and said quietly in his heart. As both sides walked forward, the distance between them became closer and closer, and soon they were face to face. Straw Hat Boy, Luffy seemed to sense something and shifted his gaze to look at them. When he saw Zhang Lu, Crocodile, and Foxy staring at him, he was stunned for a moment, then greeted them in a friendly manner. Hello guys. Zhang Lu smiled and nodded. Crocodile's eyes were cold, and Foxy waved with a smile. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were about to pass each other. Suddenly, the tall woman walking behind suddenly stopped, then turned around and stared at Zhang Lu. Robin-san, what's wrong? The blonde Sanji asked doubtfully, also looking at the man in front of him. The entire Straw Hat Boy team stopped at this moment and turned around curiously. They looked at Robin and then at Zhang Lu. It was obvious that this new companion, who had boarded the ship on his own after the Alabasta incident not long ago, knew the other party. Yes, is that you? Nicole Robin's voice was trembling, mixed with nervousness, excitement, and anticipation. Zhang Lu smiled as he looked at the woman in front of him who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. His memory was still at the time when the other person was only half a person's height, with her head reaching his legs. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed, and the girl had grown into such a tall beauty. Crocodile looked at his familiar partner with cold eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Unexpectedly, after he was arrested, the other party actually chose to stand with the Straw Hat Boys who defeated him. This damned woman. Just then, Zhang Lu spoke with a smile. Long time no see. I didn't expect you've grown so big, Robin. The sunshine, gentleness, and familiar voice reaching her ears made Nicole Robin tremble all over, and tears immediately flowed out uncontrollably. That's great. You are really still alive. The next second, the tall, mature, and sexy woman threw herself into Zhang Lu's arms and hugged him tightly. I thought you were dead. Woo woo woo. I thought I had no relatives left in the whole world. You are still alive. You are really alive. Zhang Lu. Nico Robin's voice trembled and tears welled up in her eyes, soon soaking Zhang Lu's clothes. He opened his mouth but eventually fell silent. Then he reached out and hugged the woman tightly. Have you forgotten? Robin, I told you that I can't die. But Robin seemed not to hear it. Who would believe such outrageous words? How is it possible that someone in this world is immortal? That's great that you're not dead yet. I still have family. She kept talking with a trembling voice and excitement. Robin-san. Sanji, who was standing at the back, was petrified when he saw this scene, but the other people in the team all had different expressions. They also had a new understanding of the woman who suddenly broke into their boat. At the same time, he became extremely curious about Zhang Lu. Okay, Robin, I'll be fine. If you continue like this, your companions will laugh at you. Zhang Lu smiled and comforted him, patting the other person's back gently, his face also complicated and full of emotion. The scene in the O'Hara incident where he single-handedly stopped the 3 generals of today slowly emerged before his eyes again. Salon's death, Spandane was beaten up by himself, and the 3 generals were defeated by him again and again. In the end, it took a joint effort by Sengoku, Garp, Sora, and others to force him to leave. Although he tried his best to save a group of O'Hara scholars and let Robin escape, he also paid a huge price for it, and became more distant from the Navy and the world government. Scenes from the past flashed by, and Zhang Lu's eyes became serious. There is something wrong with this world. He knew it when he came here, and he has been working hard to change all this. The establishment of Shuya Palace was an attempt 20 years ago. To understand the background of this world, the strength of the world government, and the obstacles ahead, these are all things he has gone through things to do. So he chose to lie dormant and reached an agreement with Garp, Sengoku, and Sora to guard Impel down for 20 years. Finally, I stepped out of Impel down not long ago. His plan will start again, and his grand ambition will be displayed to the world again. And it will eventually impact everyone's heart in a shocking way. Companion, Nico Robin was slightly stunned when she heard this. Then she remembered that the others were still there. They are all good partners and worthy of your trust. Zhang Lu looked at the familiar faces in front of him and said with a smile, Monkey D. Luffy, Roronoa Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Nami, the entire Straw Hat Pirates were standing opposite him at this time. Is this a warning to me when we meet again after 20 years? Robin asked with a smile, looking at the serious expression on the man's face. Good. I still have things to do, and being able to find the right partner will make me feel more at ease. Zhang Lu nodded. I can follow you. Nico Robin's eyes were bright, she said through gritted teeth. That would be more dangerous than you think, Robin. Zhang Lu smiled slightly. Then he looked at the warships in the port, and his expression became serious. Nico Robin's eyes were bright, she said through gritted teeth. That would be more dangerous than you think, Robin. Zhang Lu smiled slightly. Then he looked at the warships in the port, and his expression became serious. Excuse me, I have to leave here now. After a pause, Zhang Lu grinned. Enjoy your new life, Robin. We'll see each other again. As he spoke, he took a step and strode towards the port. In a blink of an eye, the figure disappeared. The Straw Hat Gang was left behind, looking curious and confused. Who is he? Also, why do I feel that the ghost-faced man next to him is also familiar? Luffy asked doubtfully. Maybe soon you will know who he is. Robin's eyes flickered and his expression was complicated. That man once sat by the sea and talked to himself about the world, life, and dreams. So she knew exactly what the other party wanted to do and understood it very well. Now that he has appeared again, this man will definitely shock the whole world in unimaginable ways. 28, Chapter 28, Long Time No See. The sea is vast and the years are changing. In almost every era, there will be a few great figures who stand at the top of the world. They shine with incomparable brilliance and steal the light from everyone in the world. But no matter how bright a meteor is, there will still be a moment when it falls to the earth and loses its brilliance. Rox, the overlord of the sea, and Roger, the pirate king, were once powerful men who were famous in the world, but they both eventually fell and were buried in the sea. But there is such a person, just as he said. The era I stand in is my era. As long as he stands in the era, his light will surely shine. This man is undoubtedly Zhang Lu. Nicole Robin was in mixed feelings. She didn't expect to meet here the man who had left a deep impression on her life. What's even more unexpected is that he is actually still alive. Unlike Doflamingo, who was in awe of Zhang Lu and longed for his recognition, Robin treated Zhang Lu as a relative, the only relative left on this ocean. Based on her understanding of the river flow, she was afraid that in the near future, the sea surface would be shaken and unimaginable events would occur. After the Straw Hat Pirates had a brief encounter with Zhang Lu, they continued walking towards Mogu Town. On the other side, in a secluded manner, in front of Doflamingo. Forgive me, Doflamingo. I promise there won't be a next time. I will never embarrass you again. With a messy scar on his cheek, Bellamy was kneeling there begging desperately. He had escaped the disaster a few days ago, but that didn't mean he was safe. Without the man's permission to live, he was as good as dead. Forgive you? Oh. You are very lucky. You were beaten by that man, but you were also protected by him. I'm beginning to find you interesting. People who are blessed by luck will always achieve great success. Doflamingo's eyes flickered as he stared at Bellamy in front of him and chuckled. I want you to do something. After you're done, you can still wear my name and show off your power. Bellamy was stunned when he heard this, then nodded quickly. No matter what, I am willing to do it for you. Doflamingo chuckled and thought of the boy Crocodile mentioned, and it seemed that even Zhang Lu cared about him. A group of people came to Mogu Town today, led by the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. I want you to try him out. Bellamy quickly agreed. No problem, I will do this perfectly. Please leave it to me. Doflamingo looked at the man in front of him and suddenly found him ridiculous. Oh. After a loud laugh, he waved his hands as if to shoo away a fly. Go ahead. Bellamy breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned around and left. When he collected the bounty of Straw Hat Boy Luffy outside and saw the 30 million Baileys on it, he was slightly stunned, then revealed a grim smile. I will definitely do a good job on this matter. That's great, and I'm so angry, so I'll take it out on you. Straw Hat Luffy. The plot of Demon Valley Town is slowly progressing and unfolding. At the same time, in the Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Bang! The dull sound of fists hitting the table was heard, and Zhan Guo suddenly raised his head and looked at the officer in front of him with a serious expression. Zhang Lu and Doflamingo had a battle in Demon Valley Town. What was the result? In an instant, Zhang Guo's originally calm mood turned tense. It should be Doflamingo's defeat, but after the battle, they don't seem to have a bigger conflict. Our people noticed that two people, along with a man wearing a ghost mask, entered Doflamingo's manor together. The school officer said in a deep voice. He had also learned about General Zhang Lu, the Day Tiger, so he naturally knew why the marshal in front of him was so concerned about him. A truly strong person cannot be restricted by his status, and General Zhang Lu is undoubtedly such a person. Even as a Marine trainee, he could still shake up the world. Zhang Lu and Doflamingo. Zhan Guo's expression was solemn, and after a while it became gloomy. I hope it's not what I think, but the chances are too high. After all, he and Doflamingo's father. How many people in the world dare to talk about friendship and equality with the Tianlong people? To outsiders, this even seems absurd. For the celestial dragons, this is an unimaginable horror and will never be allowed. The descendants of the 20 kings, their existence represents the gods of this world. How can gods be friends with humans, reduced to being equals? But 20 years ago, there was a man who did this. Both that man and that celestial dragon had touched the world's taboos. This guy is really a dangerous person who is giving us a headache. I just walked out of Impel down and came into contact with Doflamingo. At this time, Carp, who was sitting next to him, laughed. You worry too much, Sengoku. Although Zhang Lu seems to be brainless in his actions, his heart is righteous. It's just that his thoughts are a little different from ours, and he always does some extraordinary things. But I have to say, the things he did were really fun to watch, Cap said, laughing. Even he admired the great things the other party had done. There are few people in the world who have such courage. He made friends with the celestial dragons, stopped the demon-slaying order, entered the holy land of Marihoa, defeated a group of celestial dragons, and confronted the 5 elders face to face. Such a thing even Roger can't do it, right? In the world of pirates, there are heroes like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger. Among the Navy, there are also courageous people like Zhang Lu. It's just a pity that neither the world government nor the Navy seems to be able to tolerate a rebellious guy like Zhang Lu. Carp, don't forget who we are, Zhang Guo said in a deep voice. In any case, Zhang Lu is now a Navy officer, and it is not a good idea to have a conflict with the 7 warlords of the sea. We must give warning. After pondering for a moment, he quickly dialed Zhang Lu's Din Mushi. A low voice suddenly sounded on the warship that was heading towards the town of Luanhua. Blue, blue, blue. Zhang Lu was slightly stunned, then took out the Din Mushi from his arms. The image of Din Mushi is very familiar, with a serious expression. Hey, Sengoku. Without much hesitation, Zhang Lu answered the call directly. This was also the first time he had spoken to this old friend since coming out of Impel down. Hearing the familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Zhang Guo's eyes narrowed slightly. Long time no see, Zhang Lu. 29. Chapter 29. Disappearing Friendship. Long time no see, Sengoku. Zhang Lu raised his head, looked at the sea in front of him, and said with a chuckle. Crocodile and Foxy behind him turned their eyes over, with serious expressions on their faces. After leaving Impel down, why don't you come to headquarters to report? Meet my old friends like Garp and Zephyr? Zhang Guo said in a deep voice. Opposite him, Carp blinked, put the donut into his mouth, chewed it with a crunching sound, and listened attentively with his ears perked up. 20 years ago, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Zhang Lu were the backbone of the Navy, with the same status as the 3 admirals of the Navy today, Akiji, Akenu, and Kizaru. While being colleagues, we are also friends who can talk about anything in private. Haha, as a trainee Marine, I entered the Marine headquarters, but it seems that I can't even enter the gate of justice. After a moment of silence, Zhang Lu's voice came over with a hint of sneering. This also made Sengoku and Garp stunned, and their eyes became complicated. He was once a high-ranking admiral, but now even his status as a Marine trainee has become his limit, and the path of his life is almost visible to the naked eye. If it were anyone else, they would probably feel uncomfortable. If you have time, come and meet us old friends, Zhan Guo said with a sigh. His words were full of emotion. Besides, I enjoy my free life right now, Zhang Lu replied. You fought Doflamingo? Zhan Guo felt that he couldn't chat anymore, and the identities of both parties were awkward, so he decided to get straight to the point. It seems that the Navy's intelligence information is faster than I expected. Zhang Lu laughed. It's not a good thing to have conflicts with the 7 warlords of the sea, Zhang Lu. Especially a guy with a sensitive identity like Doflamingo. Zhang Guo's words are suggestive. Zhang Lu naturally understood what the other party meant. He smiled and said, I just saved an innocent person who almost died at his feet. As for the others, Marshal, and the people who have been secretly observing me, please don't let your imagination run wild. Zhan Guo was silent. He is famous for his wisdom, but Zhang Lu is equally good. Obviously, there is deep meaning in the words of both parties. He was talking about Zhang Lu's contact with Doflamingo, and the other party was also saying that those eyes that were secretly watching him had already discovered it. Zhang Lu, let's be frank and honest. We can ignore other things, but I hope you can pay attention to your next behavior. As an old friend, I really don't want what happened 20 years ago to happen again. After a moment, Zhan Guo sighed and said, Of course not, that I have never been a person who likes to cause trouble. On the contrary, I am afraid of trouble. Zhang Lu laughed. That's good. Zhang Guo nodded. Then the din-din mushy hung up. After 20 years, the conversation between the two sides seemed much more awkward and unfamiliar. Well, Zhang Guo sighed with a complicated expression. I seem to feel that he is getting further and further away from us, Cap. Garp on the other side was stunned when he heard this, then laughed and said, You are too sensitive, Sengoku. At the same time, on the bow of the warship, Zhang Lu faced the sea breeze, and a complex expression appeared on his calm face, followed by a sigh. Well, time and experience are powerful things that can change everything about human beings, including their feelings towards each other. 20 years is a very long time for humans, enough to change a lot. Like Zhan Guo, Zhang Lu also felt that the distance between them was widening. He had had a vague feeling from the moment he walked out of Impel down. It was not until the end of the conversation that he was finally sure. If this kind of thing happened 20 years ago, the warring states would have cursed loudly instead of using such a subtle and accusatory tone. A cautious friendship has already created distance. Okay. After all, that's what I'll be doing soon. We will also part ways with everyone in the Navy, Zhang Lu murmured. Looking at the island vaguely emerging in front of him, he perked up again. Luanbo Town is a town on an unnamed island not far from Mogu Town. It is not visible on the map because it has no name. It can only be reached by accidental voyage or by knowing the exact location. In fact, there are not many such islands on the sea, but many. As the island ahead became clearer and clearer, a smile gradually appeared on Zhang Lu's lips. The number of relatives he has in this world is undoubtedly limited. Lu Jiu is one, and so is Ace. Although he hated Roger, he loved his nephew and sister very much. The warship quickly arrived at the shore of the island. Contrary to his expectations, the town of Luanbo seemed extremely lively. With pedestrians coming and going on the streets, it was even more prosperous than the town of Mogu. The angel statue in the center of the town makes the town full of sacredness and literary atmosphere. There was less cursing and beating, and the town of Luanbo seemed much more stable and harmonious. Sir, please follow me. As I was walking on the street looking around, suddenly a figure came up to me quickly and whispered. Zhang Lu was puzzled. Lord Doflamingo ordered me to wait for you here, the man said. Zhang Lu understood and his eyes lit up. With help from others, things would naturally be easier in this big town. Fire Fist Ace arrived in this town yesterday evening. He seemed to be looking for someone. I've been wandering around town all day today. Right now, I'm in a small restaurant in the east. Well, he has a big appetite. The man followed Zhang Lu and spoke quickly and quietly, introducing Ace's situation. Hearing these meaningless words, the smile on Zhang Lu's face became even wider. Along the way, they walked very fast, but in just a moment, they had arrived at the east side restaurant the man mentioned. The storefront looked a bit deserted, and the situation inside the restaurant was clear at a glance. There were guests in twos and threes. Ace, a man with black hair, was leaning on the dining table with his head down, snoring, his snot bubbles expanding and contracting, and the plates next to him were piled high. Well, he fell asleep. The man who reported the news looked at Ace, looking a little embarrassed. Just now, this guy was eating and drinking with full energy, but he fell asleep in the blink of an eye. You can leave now, Zhang Lu said with a smile, and then walked towards Ace. The man was stunned and wanted to say something, but Crocodile pushed him away. Foxy also pulled out the musket from his waist with a fierce look on his face. Didn't you hear me? The boss told you to leave. The man's face was angry at first. Then he seemed to remember something, showed fear, turned around and ran away. He can't afford to offend Joker's people, otherwise he will die if he is not careful. Zhang Lu walked slowly to the opposite side of the black-haired man with freckles on his face who was snoring, and then sat down gently. Crocodile and Foxy followed in behind him. He waved his hand gently, and the two understood what he meant and found a place to sit down. No one disturbed Ace, and for a moment the only sound in the restaurant was his soft snoring. We finally meet, Ace. Zhang had a complicated look in his eyes as he quietly observed the young man in front of him. 30. Chapter 30. We are family. The restaurant was very quiet. The owner at the bar was observing Zhang, Crocodile, and others curiously. Subconsciously, he felt that this group of people were not easy to mess with. Suddenly, Ace, who was lying on the table, trembled slightly, and the snot bubbles on his nose burst with a pop. "Oh, sorry, boss, I just fell asleep," Ace said apologetically with a sleepy smile on his face. The boss didn't reply, but when Ace looked up, he saw a strange man sitting opposite him. After a slight pause, he nodded subconsciously and greeted, "Boss, check out." Then he waved and shouted to the boss at the bar, "Ace." Just then, Zhang spoke with a smile. After a pause, he repeated it again with a heavier tone. "Fire Fist Ace." Hearing the other party calling out his name and identity, Ace's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the man opposite again. "Who are you?" At the same time, I became alert. There's no shortage of people on the sea who are looking for strong men and want to take their heads to increase their own value. For pirates, danger is almost everywhere. And strangers like this, who know one's identity, are undoubtedly the most dangerous. Zhang uttered his name and said with a smile, "I've been looking for you for a long time." As he spoke, he sighed and shook his head. "The last time I saw you was 20 years ago." Hearing this, Ace was stunned. He was exactly 20 years old this year. This man saw him 20 years ago. That is to say, when he was a baby. Is this too funny? "Ah, Your Excellency really likes to joke. If everything is okay, I'll leave first." As he spoke, Ace stood up from his seat and glanced to both sides. A strange man wearing a ghost face mask and wrapped in a cloak, with his right hand pointing at himself in a strange gesture. There is no doubt that these two men are in the same group as the man in front of him. "Ace, I'm not kidding," Zhang said seriously. As Ace stood up, Crocodile, who was standing beside him, revealed a golden hook in his left hand. "Sit down, Fire Fist Ace." A deep voice came from under the ghost mask. At the same time, Foxy stared at Ace, and his right hand trembled suddenly. Buzz. In an instant, the slow light attacked Ace. The latter's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. His figure flashed, avoiding the incoming light, and he grabbed the river flow opposite him. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. These three people were in the same group, and it was obvious that the man in front of him was the leader. But what made him feel strange was that the other person's face was somewhat similar to his own. But Ace also knew very well who his father was. At this moment, Crocodile flashed, and the golden hook in his left hand was in front of Ace, colliding heavily with his fist. Bang! Ace's expression changed slightly, and his other fist burst into flames with a hissing sound. This scene made everyone in the restaurant, including the boss standing at the bar, open their eyes wide and exclaim in surprise. The next second, Ace threw a punch, and the flames suddenly expanded. Fire Fist. He controlled the strength and size of the flame, which was about the size of a basin. But to his shock, the opponent's other hand swung out again and collided with his flames. Bang! Sand was flying and flames were sweeping. In front of Zhang, sand and flames collided with each other, making a hissing sound. "Who are you?" Ace's eyes narrowed as he looked at the man in front of him with a ghost mask, his eyes filled with solemnity and confusion. The only person who can use the Sansan fruit is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, he was defeated by Luffy and sent to Impel down. So, who is the man in front of me? What shocked and frightened him even more was, seeing the conflict between the two sides, the man named Zhang just sat there quietly, without even changing his expression. This means that the other party has extreme self-confidence. "Sit down and talk, Fire Fist Ace." The mysterious man in the ghost face mask spoke coldly. At the same time, Foxy's slow light attacked again and touched Ace. In an instant, Ace's pupils contracted, and his whole body froze there, with an expression of shock and disbelief visible on his face. His time was delayed at this moment. Crocodile was surprised when he saw this scene and glanced at Foxy. Although this kid is timid, cowardly, and mean, his fruit ability is quite buggy. Even if he caught that beam of light, I'm afraid his fate would not be much better. It was not until 30 seconds later that Ace came out of the sluggish state. He took a deep breath and looked at the trio in front of him with a serious expression. "Who are you?" The mysterious man who can use the power of the Sansan fruit, suspected to be Crocodile, the weird guy who controls the ability to time, and Zhang Lu, who is still sitting there quietly in front of him. Ace, there's no need to be wary and hostile towards us. I am the only one in this world who will never harm you. Zhang Lu said with a chuckle, and after a slight pause, he spoke again. Because we are family. A closer relative than you gave. Ace was stunned. Looking at the man in front of him, he really felt that they looked alike. Could it be a long-lost brother? Your name is Portgas D. Ace, right? But soon, the man opposite began to introduce himself, which made Ace's mouth open and his eyes widen. And my full name. When he said this, Crocodile next to him listened attentively. For many people, Zhang Lu is really to his life experience, his strength, and his abilities are almost unsolved mysteries. At this moment, being able to know Zhang Lu's identity, even just his full name or surname, was enough to make him excited. Yes, Portgas D. Zhang Lu. After the short name was uttered, Ace was completely stunned. Crocodile's pupils also contracted, and then his mind suddenly became clear. Portgas. Zhang Lu and Fire Fist Ace actually have the same surname? So, they are father and son. They have the same surname, but are exactly 20 years apart in age. Ace is also exactly 20 years old this year, so there is no problem with this understanding. Portgas. Ace took a deep breath, his eyes brightening as he looked at the man in front of him. Lu Jiao, she's my sister. Zhang Lu spoke again. Ace's heart was shaken, and his expression was extremely complicated at this moment. He would not doubt the other party's identity, because this matter was extremely secretive to him. There were also few people in the world who knew his life experience. Unless it's his relative. So, you are my uncle? They said in a serious tone. Zhang Lu smiled and nodded. Yes, I've been looking for you for a long time, Ace. Crocodile's expression froze beside him. Not father and son, uncle? Then his expression became strange. This contained a lot of information. He doesn't understand. 31, Chapter 31, you're still very bad. It shouldn't be like this. Based on his understanding of Zhang Lu, he should be a man who would not do such a terrible thing. I take my mother's last name. Opposite him, Ace, who seemed to have noticed Crocodile's gaze, explained with a grim expression. I see, but who is his father? Crocodile first realized, then became even more confused. With a younger brother like Zhang Lu, he imagined that Ace's father must not be an ordinary person. After all, it was already terrifying to be recognized by the man in front of her. Zhang Lu turned his head with a gloomy expression and looked at him. Crocodile's eyes were wandering, and his head turned away. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became strange. Ace stared at the man in front of him with a complicated expression. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. The two should have been very familiar with each other, but this was definitely the first time they met. 20 years ago, I rescued my sister and you from the Navy. After a while, Zhang Lu spoke slowly in a complicated tone. Ace was slightly startled and listened quietly. After he was born, he had never seen his mother, and naturally had never seen the man in front of him. Before his death, your father entrusted you to Garp, because by that time, neither I nor he will be able to take care of you anymore. After a pause, Zhang Lu continued. Comparatively speaking, Garp is the one who is more trustworthy. A look of realization flashed across Ace's face. He had rarely heard Grandpa Garp mention his father, mother, and the man in front of him. All along, he just thought they were all dead. And my mother? Suddenly thinking of something, Ace asked hurriedly. Zhang Lu was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. I don't know either. And this is exactly what has restricted me from appearing in the outside world for the past 20 years. The compromise, or some kind of agreement under threat, was reached based on the safety of Lu Jiu and Ace. This time I came out to find you, to find where Lu Jiu is, and to rescue her, which is also one of my goals. Zhang Lu said softly. Ace was startled, then gritted his teeth and said, Is there anything I can do to help? Hearing this, Zhang Lu laughed. Is your target this time Blackbeard, Marshal Teach? Ace's expression became complicated. He did come here with a mission and responsibility, but compared to the mission, his mother was also very important. Yes, he sneakily killed his companions on the ship, which has violated the taboo of the Whitebeard Pirates. I must capture him and bring him back to wait for my father to decide his fate. Zhang Lu smiled softly. It seems that you get along quite well with Whitebeard and his gang. But have you ever thought that you might be in a desperate situation in a battle with Marshal Teach? Ace's pupils contracted and his eyes became sharp. I don't think that despicable, evil guy can be my opponent. He is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. How could he be defeated by a mere Blackbeard? This kind of thing is extremely ridiculous. I attacked him 20 years ago, broken his teeth, but still didn't kill him. His eyes became serious, and Zhang Lu said in a deep voice, "That guy carries a certain destiny of this world. I'm totally different from you on this point." After a slight pause, Zhang Lu sighed again. Compared to him, every time you survive, it's more like changing your fate. If you insist on attacking him, then be prepared to fail. Ace's eyes turned cold as he stared at the man in front of him. These words were undoubtedly what he hated to hear from the New World to hear. He had spent so much energy and time just to capture Blackbeard and take his head off. He was just one step away from catching the other person, but this man tried to stop him. "I will never fail," Ace said in a deep voice, his eyes determined. How could he possibly lose to a guy like that? Really? What if I say I want to stop you here by force? Zhang Lu smiled faintly, with a sharp gleam in his eyes. Then you can try it. Ace's eyes were sharp, ready for battle. The man in front of him claimed to be his uncle, which might be true, but there was also the possibility of deception. But more importantly, the other party inexplicably tried to stop him from capturing Blackbeard, which undoubtedly made him very uncomfortable. You are really confident in your own abilities. Zhang Lu shook his head and laughed, then slowly stood up. Then let me see how courageous you are now. As he spoke, the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. Buzz. A circle of air ripples spread throughout the restaurant, and a domineering aura suddenly spread out. The people affected, including the owner at the bar, had their eyes turn white, lost consciousness, and fell down limply. Ace's black hair moved without wind, and the terrifying domineering aura suppressed him in place. For a moment, his movements were stiff, as if he could not move. Show your skills, Ace. Let me see how much you have grown following Whitebeard. Zhang Lu said calmly, slowly extending a hand forward. Flames quickly boiled and flickered on Ace's body, and in the blink of an eye they had enveloped his entire body, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes on his face. I don't care who you are or what your purpose is, claiming to be my uncle and appearing in front of me, but stopping me from catching Blackbeard. Do you have any connection with that guy? The flames rolled and swirled rapidly, turning into a whirlwind around Ace's body. Then all the roars and shouts rushed towards his fist. Don't you believe it? Zhang Lu smiled. The next second, Ace swung his right fist violently, and the flames fluttered and transformed into the shape of a fist. Fire fist. With a loud shout, a fist wrapped in flames rushed towards the nearby river. I really hate your father. He set you an extremely bad example. Ace's whole body shook as these cold words were spoken, and he swung his fist with more force. He knew who the other person was referring to as father. This also means that the possibility that the man in front of him is his uncle is very high, because these extremely confidential matters are not known to outsiders. Bang! The next second, the flames surged, and a hand tightly grasped his fist. Ace's pupils contracted, and all the flames disappeared in an instant. It seemed that his ability was ineffective at this moment. Your strength is still very poor. Ace. Directly opposite, Zhang Lu said lightly. 32, Chapter 32, I need his failure. Open, what are you doing? Ace's expression changed drastically, but just as he said this, a huge force surged over, grabbed his fist, and threw him out. Boom! The wooden frames, flagpoles, and buildings on the street were smashed one after another in an instant. Ace got up with a grim look on his face and looked towards the restaurant entrance. Zhang Lu walked out of the restaurant, a pair of eyes also staring at him. I don't have to lie to you, Ace. I just don't want you to be in danger like this. A faint voice rang out in the street. Ace's expression changed, and he suddenly stretched out his hands, making a pistol shape, and shot at Zhang Lu continuously. Musketeer. In an instant, flames like bullets shot towards the river. The latter raised his hand and waved it forward. The flaming bullet was swept away easily like dust, hitting the wall on one side and producing a few sparks. Don't play those childish tricks in front of me, Ace. I just want to have a good chat with you. Ace's eyes were serious, and he sneered. Who wants to chat with you? I have something important to do. Zhang Lu was silent for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. It seems that your obsession with martial teach is really deep. That guy killed my companion. Ace growled through gritted teeth. A moment of passion cannot determine the outcome of a war. Anger will make you lose your mind and lead to failure. Zhang Lu said calmly. None of your business. In these 20 years, I have never seen a fellow like you who calls himself my uncle. Ace sneered and shouted in a mocking tone. Then he suddenly ran forward with his hands behind his back. With a hissing sound, 2 flames were held in his hands like spears. Duh. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard, and in the blink of an eye, they were already 10 meters in front of Zhang Lu. Ace held 2 flaming spears in his hands, roared, and suddenly threw them out. Sacred fire Shiranui. The musket spun and flew out at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant it was in front of Zhang Lu. The latter's eyes flashed, and he stretched out his hands. Bang! The next second, the spear that was thrown out was actually caught in his hand and could not move forward an inch. This scene made Ace tremble all over, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. How is that possible? The opponent actually grabbed his flaming spear with his bare hands and attacked him. Immediately afterwards, the flaming spear disappeared in front of him at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had never appeared. It's useless, Ace. Your attacks are too slow for me, Zhang Lu said calmly. Who the hell are you? Ace roared, and the flames all over his body boiled again, swirling around his body, and the scorching temperature made the temperature of the entire street rise. Then he raised his arm and swung it forward. Mirror flame. Large tracts of flames rushed towards the nearby river. I told you so. My name is Portgas D. Zhang Lu. It's your uncle. In the flames, Zhang Lu spoke softly, and the next second he walked out of the flames. After another step, he was already right in front of Ace. Who would believe you? Ace roared and swung his fist wrapped in flames at the man in front of him. The latter did not dodge or evade, but just raised his hand slightly, with armed color domineering wrapped on his hand, and grabbed his flame and accurately grabbed his fist again. At the same time, a huge force swept over him, so powerful that even Ace's body was out of control at this moment, and he was forcibly pulled off the ground by the opponent. Then, bang! Ace's body was actually lifted up, spun around, and fell heavily to the ground. Just calm down, Ace. If you attack me again, I won't be polite, Zhang Lu said calmly. Ace, who was lying on the ground in a spread eagle position, felt pain all over his body at this moment. He was even more shocked by the fact that the opponent's strength was so terrifying. Flame ring. 3 breaths later, Ace, who was lying on the ground, roared again, and the flames swirled around his body and rushed towards Zhang Lu. But it was no use. The man just uttered 2 words lightly. Reply. The flame disappeared, his body shook, and the flame that was continuously bursting out also stopped abruptly as if it was strangled. Ace's fire was silenced. Are you willing to have a good chat with me now? Zhang Lu lowered his head and looked at the young man in front of him, who was obviously deeply shocked. Good. Ace lay on the ground in silence and uttered a word after a while. What could he do? The guy in front of him had strange abilities and unfathomable strength. Even if he tried his best, he was no match for him. But the other party really seemed to have no ill intentions. If you don't want to listen to me and stop chasing Blackbeard, then I won't force you. Even if you get into danger, I will personally pull you out again. Zhang Lu smiled gently. Then let's talk about your experiences over the years. Ace was slightly startled, then looked up at the man in front of him, a hint of softness in his expression. Next, the two found a secluded place and chatted quietly. Both sides had a deep understanding of Zhang Lu's past experiences and the things that happened during Ace's growth. After a night of conversation, Ace completely believed that the man who suddenly visited him was his own uncle. Many things and details can only be understood clearly between close relatives. Moreover, the vague blood connection between the two also made him certain. Teacher has violated the Whitebeard Pirates taboo. I must capture him. Let Whitebeard become the pirate king. That's my dream. Facing the full moon hanging above the sea, Ace said firmly. Yeah, what a nice dream, Zhang Lu murmured. But he knew very well that if he didn't stop it, Ace would soon lose the battle with Blackbeard if nothing unexpected happened. Then there is the Battle of Marineford. By then, Whitebeard and dreams will all become a thing of the past. Ace set out at dawn the next day. I am in a hurry, uncle. My life card, you must keep it safe. We will meet again. Riding his own boat, Ace stood on a boat, smiling and waving goodbye. Zhang Lu also waved with a smile. Take care, Ace. Behind him, two figures walked over, and Crocodile, who was wearing a ghost mask on the left, spoke lightly. You were so sure he would be defeated by Marshal Teach that you let him go? After a pause, Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly. You don't seem to be the kind of person who shoots without a target. Hearing this, the smile on Zhang Lu's face still did not fade. Yes, Ace will lose, and he will lose miserably. Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly. Then why didn't you stop him? I tried, and I just failed. If relatives are always tough, it will only make the relationship more distant and the gap between them bigger. Only when he experiences it himself will he know and understand it. Now that I've tried it, it doesn't work. Then let's go with the flow. Zhang Lu smiled gently, looking at the sea ahead with deep eyes. Besides, I do need him to fail. Go start that war. 33. Chapter 33. This is fate. War. Crocodile was stunned. He didn't understand what Zhang Lu meant, but the other party obviously had no intention of explaining further. Half a quarter of an hour later, the warship and the Foxy set off. Finally meeting Ace fulfilled Zhang Lu's wish after leaving Impel down, and made him very happy. As for Lu Jiu's whereabouts, standing on the bow, Zhang Lu's eyes flickered. It was naturally impossible for him to investigate personally. The people most likely to know Lu Jiu's information were undoubtedly the Zhan Guo group. But if he asked directly, the other party obviously wouldn't be stupid enough to tell him. He has handed this matter over to Doflamingo, that is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Tanyasha's ambition and ability are amazing, and he has already planted spies in the Navy. Perhaps we will get news soon. Then the next goal is, slowly raising his head, Zhang Lu looked towards the sky. After 20 years, the Shuya numbering had long been discontinued, and many of the numbers had passed away, such as Huaming Gushing. Moreover, the original numbers were insufficient. His goal this time was to leave the Impel down city, select the numbered people, and further expand the power of the Shuya Palace. Just wait, it won't be long. The day when we step onto the world stage again. Zhang Lu muttered, his eyes flickering. Gather a group of the most promising people in the world, rebuild Shuya Palace, and then disrupt it thoroughly and change the world. People are born to do great things, aren't they? Where Zhang Lu stands is his era. The era is never used to describe people, but people describe the era. Such as the Roger era, the Whitebeard era, this ocean is very selfish and belongs to only a limited number of people. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. The warship and the Foxy are approaching the Magic Valley town. The boss said the next destination is Sky Island. But how do we get to Sky Island? The crew members were discussing heatedly. This was indeed a difficult problem that stumped everyone. With their knowledge and imagination, they could not imagine how the ship could rise to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The most direct, but also dangerous way is to go up through the turbulent currents in the nearby waters. But we may have missed the best time, Zhang Lu said softly. When he left, the Straw Hat Pirates had just arrived at Mobu town. Judging from the time, it was time for them to take off into the sky on the Sky Current. Sky High Current. Crocodile was stunned for a moment, and his eyes became serious. That's a natural disaster called a monster current. If it affects a ship, the chances of survival are extremely low. Zhang Lu smiled and said, any adventure has risks, doesn't it? As they approached the sea area surrounding Mobu town, they saw a huge ocean current rushing straight toward the sky, rotating in a spiral shape, like a bridge leading to the dark clouds in the sky. Dark clouds were changing overhead, heavy rain was pouring down, and huge lightning was flashing and changing among the clouds. The scene was very spectacular. Foxy had sharp eyes, and he soon spotted a winged ship on the huge ocean current. Wait, that's a boat? There really is a ship, riding on the ocean current, and hurtling towards the sky. It's crazy. The other people on the boat were immediately shocked. They all looked towards the surging ocean current and could vaguely see a ship with a sheep's bow, which was rushing towards the sky at a high speed with the help of the air current. Zhang Lu also looked up at the scene with a smile on his face. It's the Straw Hat Gang, Crocodile said in a serious tone. Everyone looked up at the sky. The sound of the rushing air was so deafening that it swept across the surrounding sea area, causing waves on the sea to surge and the water to rise and fall continuously. Gudong dong. The spiral vortex was turning slowly, and bubbles were tumbling in the sea water, creating a shocking scene. The sky was gloomy and thunder was roaring. Look, not far ahead, There are people riding on such a simple boat. Hamburger, whose body had long since recovered, screamed loudly, pointing at the pirate ship in front of him that was constantly rising and falling in the waves. You must be kidding that a ship like that is actually a pirate ship. It's still a boat that relies entirely on human power to row. How powerful that guy's body must be. The crew members on the Foxy all shouted. Following their line of sight, Zhang Lu soon saw a pirate ship made of 4 logs with a pirate flag hanging in the middle. The hull is quite crude and cannot even be described as a boat. Perhaps a raft would be a more accurate description. But this ship and the people on it made Zhang Lu's eyes focus. Blackbeard Pirates. The group of people that appeared before him were none other than the Blackbeard Pirates led by Marshal Teach. Marshal Teach, Zhang Lu said softly. He is Blackbeard, Marshal Teach? Hearing this, Crocodile looked forward. Soon he noticed the tall man with shaggy black hair and missing several teeth standing at the bow. That guy. With just one glance, Crocodile vaguely sensed the danger posed by the other party. The man who dares to use such a simple boat on such a dangerous sea is definitely extraordinary. Pull the boat over. Without any hesitation, Zhang Lu shouted. Marshal Teach is definitely a dangerous person. He was able to stay dormant in the Whitebeard Pirates for 20 years and hide his strength just for a fruit. Such a guy is a natural-born hero. Even now, after fighting with the 4 Emperor's-level Shanks, he is still not well known. Ordinary people have no way of knowing how powerful the other party is. I didn't expect that the target that Fire Fist Ace has been searching for would now appear in our sight. Crocodile laughed softly. He's dangerous, Zhang Lu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the smile on Crocodile's face faded. At the same time, on the simple pirate ship. Captain, did you see that? The guy you are so afraid of. Badgers held a paddle in both hands, paddling and laughing. Of course I saw it. I didn't expect that fate would be so coincidental that I could meet him under such circumstances. Marshal Teach's eyes flickered, and a hint of gloom emerged. Let me avenge the captain first. In the back, Van Oka moved his hand, and Shanlu had already raised his spear weapon, while his eyes were aimed at the brow of the man standing in front of the warship. This is fate. Without any hesitation, the trigger was pulled. He was very confident that no one could dodge the shot after he aimed. Bang! A dull gunshot was heard, but was soon drowned out by the sound of surging waves. In this environment, the accuracy of this shot is higher. It's 100% certain to hit, Van Oka thought to himself. But this shot also attracted the attention of Blackbeard in front, who turned around and yelled, "No!" When he saw smoke coming out of the muzzle, his face turned extremely ugly. This is going to be a big trouble. 34. Chapter 34. Splitting the Sea with a Knife. Van Oka had a calm expression, maintaining the posture of holding the gun, and still watching the condition of the man on the bow through the lens. He was very confident about the accuracy of this shot, and he was sure it would hit the target. No one can survive if hit between the eyebrows. Captain, this shot will hit the target. The wind is strong, and there will be a delay in the bullet, but soon you will see him fall. A calm voice came out of Van Oka's mouth. But Blackbeard still had an unpleasant look on his face, and even clenched his fists nervously. All the members of the Blackbeard Pirates on the raft were looking at the warship in front of them, waiting for the result. Suddenly, they saw the man at the bow's head shake and fall backwards. Hit! Van Oka's eyes fluctuated, and he could clearly see through the lens that there was a bloody hole between the man's eyebrows, and even the blood splattering was clearly visible. He put down his gun, looked at his captain, and smiled. It's solved, Captain. You can rest assured now. However, just as he finished speaking, other companions around him exclaimed in surprise. Quick, turn the boat around and run now. Marshal Teach turned around and shouted loudly, his face extremely pale. Badgers was stunned, and his hands frantically swung the oars like a fan. The raft, which had already been broken by the impact of the air current, swung even more wildly, as if it would fall apart in the next second. Van Oka looked confused as he looked towards the warship in front of him. The man who was shot by him had no bloody hole on his forehead. His shaking head was raised up again, and he was looking at him with cold eyes. Even though they were at a great distance, Van Oka still felt cold all over at this moment, and his blood had stopped flowing. He couldn't believe how anyone could survive being hit in the middle of the eyebrows. That guy is unkillable. Van Oka, next time, don't act on your own. Blackbeard's gloomy voice came over. You're going to put us all in danger. Van Oka's eyes were solemn, still staring at the man on the warship, and he nodded slightly. He felt the other party's weirdness. The bullet pierced his forehead, but it returned to its original state in less than 1 or 2 breaths. At this moment, the man in the lens suddenly raised his hand, holding a lead bullet between his index finger and thumb, and pointed it at himself. Van Oka's expression changed as he recognized that this was the bullet from his long gun. "It's your turn this time." The man's lips moved slightly, and these words came out. The next second, the twisted bullet suddenly ejected. Van Oka's face changed drastically. He even saw the ripples in the air around the bullet when the man fired. This means that the speed at which the bullet flew out even exceeded the speed at which it left his gun barrel. How powerful a finger force would be needed to achieve that? Swoosh. The crisp whistling sound echoed in my ears. Marshal Teach heard it, and everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates heard it. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they turned around abruptly. Puff. As he turned around, he saw the bullet pierce through Van Oka's shoulder and hit the mast behind him. Bang! The mast exploded directly, and the flagpole with the skull and crossbones flag hanging on it broke and fell down. The force of the bullet was so strong that it even sent Van Oka's entire body flying 5 or 6 meters backwards before he landed on the deck with a plop. Damn it! Blackbeard growled. The others hurried to check on Van Oka's condition, only to see that his shoulders were soaked with blood. Blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and he was pale and motionless. His eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and fear. "Captain!" Just then Badgers yelled. "He's coming!" As these 3 words came out, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were shocked and looked towards the warship on the opposite side. Zhan Guo was seen stepping on the air, creating a cyclone with each step and rushing towards them quickly. "He is actually walking on the void." Marshal Teach looked grim and shouted in a low roar, "Row, Badgers, with all your strength. If we fight against the enemy in this sea, we will definitely be wiped out." "Yes, Captain." Badgers roared, his arms spinning like a whirlwind. The wooden sail made of logs suddenly shot out and rushed forward like an arrow on the undulating sea. Zhan Guo stepped forward, his face cold as he looked down at the raft that was madly fleeing in front of him. Even he had to admit that this group of people were indeed quite capable. To be able to paddle a raft at such a speed, their physical strength and power were already quite terrifying. His right hand moved slightly, and the next second, it was on the hilt of the knife. Then, with a clanging sound, a long sword with a slender jet-black blade appeared in the void. "Since you have attacked me, you should be prepared to pay the price." Zhan Guo spat out coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the long sword in his hand violently. Buzz. The void trembled, and an arc-shaped slashing wave rushed out in an instant. After 5 or 6 meters, it expanded with a buzzing sound and turned into a size of tens of meters. After 2 or 3 breaths, the slashing wave burst out with purple-red light and touched the sea surface. "Call out." A sharp sword sound rang out in the void, and the waves were split into 2 and spread out directly, and a chasm was cut above the sea surface. Moreover, the momentum did not slow down, and it moved towards the raft where Blackbeard and others were at a high speed. "Are you kidding me?" He split the sea with one stroke. "I can't hide anymore." There was a commotion on Blackbeard's boat. They were shocked by Zhan Guo's knife. "That's nothing. You haven't seen him stronger yet." Blackbeard shouted loudly. "Hurry up and think about how to escape. I don't want to meet him head-on in this sea and fight to the death." Badger swam the raft with all his might. His muscles tensed, sweat poured out, and his breathing sounded like thunder. But no matter how hard he tried, the attack from behind was catching up with him. Finally, with a loud bang, the raft was split into 2. Blackbeard Marshal Teach, who was standing in the center, trembled all over, blood burst out of his body, and he screamed, "Captain!" Teach, Badgers, Poison Q, Lafitte, Van Oka, and the others all changed color suddenly and shouted loudly. In the next second, the sea water churned, the waves surged, and submerged the entire ship. The Whitebeard Pirates were swallowed by the waves and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhan Guo stood in the void, sheathing his long sword, looking down at the sea. After a long while, he turned around and left. "You hit him." After returning to the ship, Crocodile said in a deep voice, "That guy is very tough, he can't die. See you again." Zhan Guo's eyes flickered as he spoke softly. Then he raised his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. "The strong winds have dissipated. The heavy rain has poured down, and the sea surface is gradually returning to calm. But next, we need to think about how to get to the Sky Island. There is no doubt that this is a very troublesome matter. About 3 hours later, the waves crashed and 5 people were vomited onto the beach of an unknown island. The bright red blood quickly soaked the ground. Captain, wake up. Van Oka, are you still alive? The Blackbeard gang, who encountered Zhang Lu by chance and fired the first shot, are experiencing the most panic moment. 35, Chapter 35, The Navy back then. Badgers frantically circled around the two men, beads of sweat on his face dripping down his chin. Ship's doctor, quick. Lafitte also shouted anxiously. Don't worry, the captain and Van Oka are both people favored by fate. They are very valuable. You won't die so easily. The sickly Duque slowly checked the injuries of the two men, coughed twice and said. Then, Marshal Teach, who had been lying there, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a series of screams. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. Marshal Teach screamed and trembled all over. He opened his clothes and could clearly see a knife scar from the bottom of his neck to his abdomen. The flesh was torn apart and blood was oozing out. Ayaya! Blackbeard continued to scream, but soon he gritted his teeth. Dark water! The pitch-black mist quickly boiled out and turned into fireworks in the blink of an eye. The knife marks surrounding the body kept swaying and shaking. With the emergence of darkness, the knife marks and scars on Blackbeard's body were disappearing rapidly. But at the same time, the screams coming out of his mouth were louder. After a full while, the screams gradually subsided. Blackbeard turned over, supported his hands on the beach, gasped heavily, and sweat dripped from his head. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Almost, just almost, I was killed. His face was distorted, and he spoke ferociously. Hateful. That guy. He suddenly raised his head, and Blackbeard's eyes were filled with anger. I will never forgive him. Then he shook his body and slowly stood up. His face was pale and covered with sweat, and he looked like he was exhausted. How about Van Oka? Turning his head, Blackbeard said coldly. Van Oka, who was lying next to him, had fallen into a complete coma. He was unconscious, and his shoulder was covered in blood. Ahem, Captain. Don't worry, he won't die yet. He's valuable enough for you, or our team, so we're lucky. After a pause, Poison Q grinned. But if the hole moves down a little more, we will definitely die. Did he avoid it by himself? That man wouldn't make such a mistake. As he spoke, Duque's eyes flickered. Take a short break and leave here immediately. Under such circumstances, if we run into that guy again, we're done for. Taking a deep breath, Blackbeard said in a deep voice. The others looked at each other and nodded silently. Badgers carried the unconscious Van Oka on his back and walked towards the town on the island. At this moment, they finally understood why the captain was so afraid of that man. The power of a bullet was greater than that of a cannonball. That knife even split the sea surface, making it impossible for them to dodge and hit the captain's body. It can be said that encountering the other party is definitely the biggest crisis that the Whitebeard Pirates have faced so far. At the same time, on the back of Mogu Town, one Bran Kulik was holding on to the shore with his hands, swimming out of the sea, and then walking towards his home with heavy steps. But when he arrived in front of his house, he suddenly stopped and looked at the group of strange guys in front of him. Who are you? Kulik frowned and asked in a deep voice. The leading man had black hair, a knife on his waist, and wore a loose black robe. The man next to him was covered in a cloak and wore a ghost face mask. As for the others, they also looked like scoundrels. Venbrin Kulik, have you forgotten? 20 years ago, we sat here and discussed the question of whether Sky Island existed or not. Zhang Lu laughed and spoke out loud. Hearing this, Kulik was stunned, then stared at the man in front of him. They felt more and more familiar with him, and then suddenly his whole body was shocked. Zhang Lu. You are Zhang Lu. That navy back then. He remembered that one day 20 years ago, he saw a strange navy coming from afar, walking on the sea and arriving at his doorstep. That scene shocked him. Yes, he saw with his own eyes the other person walking and running on the sea as if it were flat ground, riding the wind and waves, and coming from nowhere. But the strange sight shocked him and left a deep impression on him. Then the man came up to him, said he was looking for some water to drink, and told him his purpose. I'm here to chase the Roger Pirates. I heard their next target is Sky Island. Are you a descendant of Rolando? Then can you tell me how to get to Sky Island? When the glass of water was finished, the man turned his back to the sun and grinned. Whether it was strolling on the sea, chasing Roger, or talking about the Sky Island, the young Kulik felt very interested in the Navy. So that night they sat together and talked for a long time. About the Sky Island, about the world, about the lost Golden City. He had always speculated that the Golden City had sunk, but the Navy insisted that ancient Shandia had been washed up 10,000 meters into the sky. His thoughts slowly returned to reality from his memories, and Kulik looked at the man in front of him. 20 years have passed, and you are still as young as you were back then. There was amazement in his words, but also an obvious smile. Reuniting with old friends is indeed a happy thing. He strode forward. Zhang Lu also walked over, and then the two big hands were tightly clasped together. You look a lot older. Kulik shook his head. Back then, you seem to have forgotten to tell me the answer to the puzzle. Some accidents happened, which delayed it for 20 years. I will tell you the answer now. After a pause, Zhang Lu stared at the man in front of him seriously, took a deep breath, and spoke in a deep voice. Sky Island exists. I witnessed everything with my own eyes. The legendary Golden City and the Shandian people now live on the Sky Island. Kulik was silent for a while. Then he shook his head and sighed. Really? Zhang Lu was slightly stunned, and suddenly realized that such words were not convincing at all. This old friend just regarded it as my comfort to him. This time I want to ask you, is there any other way to go to Sky Island? Zhang Lu asked again. As for Sky Island, it was obvious that this old friend was an expert, so after racking his brains and failing to come up with any solution, he came to visit him. Do you want to go to Sky Island again? What's the reason this time? Kulik said in a deep voice. There is a guy on Sky Island that I admire, and I want to invite him to join my team. Zhang Lu laughed. Yeah. Looking up, Kulik glanced at the people behind Zhang Lu. I haven't seen you for 20 years. You have changed quite a lot. Then he shook his head slightly. Originally, there was a huge gust of air that was strong enough to carry the ship to the sea of clouds 10,000 meters above the sky. But you've missed it. Not long ago, the Straw Hat Pirates used it to fly into the sky. It's not clear whether he's dead or alive. Zhang Lu heard this and sighed. Really? It seems there is no other way. Kulik looked up at this time and asked, the method you used to land on the island 20 years ago can't be used now? But after saying this, he shook his head again and looked at the person behind him. I almost forgot. You are not alone this time. If you can wait, it seems that there will be another strong current in this sea area soon. But I'm not sure if it will break out. 36. Chapter 36. Soaring to the Sky. The way it was 20 years ago? Zhang Lu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he seemed to be thinking about something. If there is really no other way, he can only use the method he took when he landed on the Sky Island 20 years ago. Then wait a little longer. Everyone stayed here with Kulik for the time being. Compared to the way they landed on the island 20 years ago, he preferred to be washed by the strong current. Compared to the last outburst of the ocean current, my prediction for the next one may not be so accurate. After all, time is short, and if something goes wrong, please forgive me. Kulik shook his head. It doesn't matter that I have no choice but to use the old method to get up there. Zhang Lu said with a smile. Crocodile, Foxy, and others were curious about what method even their boss was unwilling to use. Time flies, and a few days pass in the blink of an eye. Kulik dives every day, both to look for evidence of the existence of the Golden Country and to re-explore and compare the time when the next impact current will appear. We climbed out of the sea again and saw the river flow. He shook his head. I still can't make an accurate guess, but I'm afraid that both the intensity and the scope cannot be compared with the last time. Hearing this, Zhang Lu was also a little disappointed. If you want to go to Sky Island and rush into the White Sea 10,000 meters above the sea, the strength of the rushing ocean current is undoubtedly a crucial point. If it wasn't strong enough and disappeared halfway through, all the people on the boat would probably fall down and be smashed to pieces. You still have to be prepared to use the old methods. Kulik said, it seems that this is the only way, but let's wait a little longer. Zhang Lu said helplessly. It's not that he didn't want to do so, but that method was a huge test of his physical strength, energy, and power. Another day passed, and on that day, the sun was shining brightly, and everyone was lazily basking in the sun and waiting. When? Suddenly, a clear, heart-shaking bell rang out from the sky. The next second, the sun emerged from the clouds, shining with dazzling light. What's that sound? Why is there a sudden sound of bells? And it seems to be coming from the clouds above our heads. Could it be that it came from Sky Island? Are there really humans living at an altitude of 10,000 meters? Foxy and other crew members were alarmed and spoke up. Kulik, who was standing on the shore, gazing at the sea and observing the ocean currents, was shocked and suddenly looked up at the sky. Faintly, he seemed to see a flash of golden light flickering between the clouds. Dang, 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 dang. The bells echoed, one echo after another, floating high in the sky and heard by everyone on the sea below. At this moment, countless people looked up and looked at the sky with confusion. The bells of Shandora. Zhang Lu came to Kulik and spoke softly. The latter was shocked all over and slowly turned his head to look at Zhang Lu. Unconsciously, his eyes were filled with tears and 2 lines of tears flowed down. So, everything you said was true? Zhang Lu stared at the tearful face in front of him, smiled and nodded. Of course I didn't lie to you. I've seen it all. After a pause, his voice became vague. It's also there, leaving evidence that I was here. Kulik wanted to laugh, but what came out was crying. For hundreds of years, the endless search of generations has been to prove that their ancestor One-Brand Rolando did not speak and to clear up the past injustice. Finally today, all this has been confirmed. The ancient Gaia Island and the golden city of Shandora are real. They were not buried under the sea, but were washed to a mysterious sky island 10,000 meters above the sky. I should go now, Kulik. Having said that, Zhang Lu turned and left. The golden bell of Shandora was rung, which meant that Straw Hat Boy Luffy, using his protagonist bug, had defeated God Anil. If there is any further delay, the guy who yearns for the infinite earth will probably have to take the Arc Proverbs to the moon. By that time, it would probably not be easy to recruit the other party. Everyone aboard, assemble on the Foxy. Zhang Lu shouted loudly to the crew members who were still standing in a daze in front of him and walked towards the Foxy first. Don't just stand there, it's time for us to set off. Foxy was the first to react and shouted immediately. Half a quarter of an hour later, the Foxy was full of people. Zhang Lu stood on the shore, looking at the people on the boat, his eyes flickering. Compared to his own warship, the Foxy could undoubtedly accommodate more people and was also heavier and larger. But at this moment, he had no choice but to use the 20-year method to reach the Sky Island. Next, hold on to everything around you. The journey to Sky Island might be a bit bumpy. Zhang Lu grinned slightly and laughed out loud. Everyone was extremely curious and couldn't imagine how their boss would go to the Sky Island 10,000 meters above the sky. Then they saw Zhang Lu leaping from the shore and into the sea with a splash. Not far away, Kulik controlled his emotions and lit a cigarette for himself with trembling hands. Is the scene from 20 years ago going to happen again? With just a body of flesh and blood, I climbed onto a sky island 10,000 meters above the sky. Kulik said this with a trembling voice. I don't know if it's because the excitement has not yet subsided or because of the shocking scene that I'm about to see. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the sea surface shook violently, strong air currents expanded, and large areas of sea water twisted toward the sky, rolling up and splashing water. The Foxy suddenly trembled. Bang! There was a strong vibration in the sea water. It exploded, and the expressions of everyone on the Foxy changed suddenly. Soon, they discovered that the huge ship under their feet had suddenly left the sea. Moreover, it is rising towards the sky at a very fast speed. Bang, 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 bang. A series of sounds came from the bottom of the ship under my feet. Ripples spread out from under the hull, and the airflow expanded and turned into air rings. Boss is down there. Drag the boat up. Oh my God. What a huge power this must have. Hey, are you kidding? He wants to drag us to the Sky Island like this? Everyone on the boat was shocked, and Crocodile lay on the edge of the boat and looked down. Ripples vibrated in circles, and a huge circular airflow continued to spread. Point one could clearly see Zhang Lu stepping on the air with his feet, dragging the Foxy with his hands, and rising into the air. Bang! The air vibrated. Zhang Lu stepped on the air with his feet, creating a huge impact force, and the Foxy rose rapidly. Almost every 1 or 2 seconds, his feet would step on the void, creating a huge upward force. On the coast, Kulik looked up at the spectacular scene with a complicated expression. It's hard to imagine how powerful you are. No wonder it became world famous 20 years ago. 37, Chapter 37a, Guy Called God. Zhang Lu's behavior was undoubtedly shocking. He dragged a boat with his hands and used his physical strength to fly to the Sky Island. Such movements are a strenuous exercise in terms of physical strength, energy, and will. Even the strongest people in the world may not be able to accomplish such a feat. Bang, 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 bang. Cyclones continued to burst out from beneath his feet, and the Foxy quickly rose into the air, approaching the sea of clouds 10,000 meters above. In Kulik's eyes, the river flowed, and the boat soon turned into a black, then changed to the size of a bird, and finally disappeared completely. If you can't hold on, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will die. Kulik murmured, but he had no other choice but to pray silently for his old friend. At the same time, in the New World, a ship was slowly sailing towards Dressrosa. Brew, brew, brew. Suddenly, the deep voice of Din Din Mushi was heard. After a long while, a hand reached out and answered the call. But at the first moment, no one spoke, and the Din Din Mushi that answered the call was silent. Okay, Joker. About 10 breaths later, a low voice was heard. Oh. How's the matter I asked you to investigate? Doflamingo laughed, with a hint of seriousness and solemnity in his tone. Although I don't know why you would let me investigate this kind of thing. But the information about that woman is also extremely confidential to the Navy of this headquarters. It seems that there are more important things involved behind this. There was a heavy voice coming from the Din Din Mushi on the other side. Virgo, all I need is the result. This mission must be completed, whatever the cost. Doflamingo said coldly. I understand, I have roughly found out where the target is, but I will need your support for the next operation. Virgo said solemnly. What support? Human, financial, and material resources. I will do my best to assist you. But you must ensure the absolute safety of that woman. Doflamingo said with a flash of light from his sunglasses and grinned. It's good to have news. This way, he can explain to Uncle Zhang. I will send you a list later. IT will require a lot of money, and may even require the use of your power in the world government and the Navy. Replacing the guards around the target with our own people is a very troublesome thing to do. Virgo's voice was solemn and serious. Understand and do it. Virgo, after doing this, you can even retire. Doflamingo made a joke. I just want to come back to you and do things for you. Virgo said calmly. Yeah. After a slight silence, Doflamingo nodded. As you wish. Then the Din Din Mushi hung up, and Doflamingo sat there, falling into silence. He became number 3, inherited his father's number, and possessed greater power than ever before. This is undoubtedly a very good situation for him. Strong strength is the basis for guaranteeing everything. Oh. This sea will soon be in chaos. The 4 emperors, the Navy, the world government, which side will win in the end? I'm really looking forward to it. After a pause, Doflamingo's sunglasses flashed. But my choice will never be wrong. The sky above Mobu town. Zhang was already sweating. His feet were stepping on the empty space, and his hands were making a creaking sound. Dragging the Foxy and using the 6-style moonstep to rush onto the Sky Island is undoubtedly an extremely brutal method. Simple and direct, but also a huge test for him. He had tried this method 20 years ago. When he arrived at the Sky Island, his whole body ached and he was exhausted. Now, it seemed that when he knew half of the distance, his body began to fail. There's nothing I can do. Physical strength alone is not enough. With a soft sigh, Zhang Lu's eyes widened. Open the gate, rest the gate, give birth to the gate, hurt the gate, close the gate, and watch the gate. Open. In an instant, 6 of the 8 gates of ninjutsu opened, and his body was wrapped in a layer of green energy, and even his face became ferocious. Even more powerful explosive power surged out from deep within his body at this moment, instantly restoring Zhang Lu's condition to perfection. Bang! He stomped his feet on the void, and he and the Foxy turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed into the sky. The speed increased again in an instant. A few hours later, Zhang Lu, dragging the huge Foxy, broke through the clouds and passed through the white sea 10,000 meters above. The scenery in front of me suddenly changed, and a vast white world emerged. Is this the Bye-Bye Sea? Everyone on the boat was shocked at this moment. What you see is a vast, huge white sea of clouds appearing before your eyes, and occasionally magical fish jump out of the sea of clouds. We're here. Next, it's time to get down to business. At this time, Zhang Lu flipped onto the boat, gasping for breath. Towing the ship to an altitude of 10,000 meters would consume more physical strength, energy, and willpower than just fighting a battle. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Zhang Lu's heart was beating violently, and he was gasping for breath. He is so tired. Even if the 8 gates are activated, the consumption of body, energy, and strength is still there. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge, but the effect is also obvious. As he rested, his breathing gradually calmed down, and a huge amount of energy emerged from deep within his body, rapidly strengthening his already strong enough physique. The forged body obtained after derivation, the technique is indeed powerful. Half a quarter of an hour later, feeling the strength in his body, Zhang Lu exclaimed softly. The results gained from any physical training you go through will increase hundreds or thousands of times. Although the effect will weaken as your body becomes stronger, it is enough. This is also the reason why he is now as strong as a monster, just by relying on his body. Next, following the guidance of the river current, the Foxy sailed towards the Sky Island. His goal was clear. The boat would sail past Angel Island, through the White River, and head directly towards the Island of God. There is actually an island here. Is this the Shandora, the city of gold that Kulik mentioned? The boss said that this island was pushed up to a height of 10,000 meters by an impact air current. It is hard to imagine how huge an air current must be to push such an island up to a high altitude. Everyone observed the surrounding environment and said in amazement, "Who is your target here?" Crocodile asked in a low voice. Zhang Lu looked ahead with a smile on his face. A guy called a god. With a slightly stern look in his eyes, Crocodile suddenly raised his head and repeated the sentence solemnly. God. In the void, it was as if a flash of lightning flashed. Mortal. The majestic voice shook the void, and a pair of cold eyes fell on everyone. Foxy and the others were shocked. Their pupils contracted, and their whole bodies were shaking. He is God. 38. Chapter 38, He is God. Thunder God Enolu. A natural ability user who eats the thunder fruit can control thunder and possess a series of incredible abilities. The thunder fruit is known as one of the natural fruits with the strongest attack power. In addition to being able to control thunder, its physique changes into electricity, rendering most physical and energy attacks ineffective. It can also transform into lightning and hide in conductors such as gold and iron. It transforms into lightning and moves quickly in the electric field, using radio waves to enhance the range of its observation Hakai at the same time. It can also use itself as a power source to provide energy for the spacecraft. It can be said that in the Grand Line, Enolu is definitely a well-deserved strongman. Even if his abilities are placed in the New World, his strength should not be underestimated. It was just that in the early stage he met Luffy, a guy with the aura of the protagonist, and suffered a crushing defeat. At this moment, Enel was the most disappointed, lost, and frustrated after suffering defeat. If Zhanglu could find the other party at this time and send him an invitation to recruit him, the success rate would be very high. With a little guidance and training, with Anil's abilities, he will become a top fighting force under his command. Crocodile was obviously very interested in the god Zhanglu was talking about. He looked ahead and murmured, "The god in the sky? I'm looking forward to meeting you." Zhanglu smiled and said, "He will surprise you." Time passed, and the Foxy meandered along the river. Following Zhanglu's guidance, the boat slowly docked at a small island in the afternoon of that day. "Is this the place?" Crocodile asked. He noticed that the island in front of him was a bit strange. There was a white cloud island below, and the top was paved with soil and sand. An ancient building of a completely different style was clearly visible. There are steps leading up to the top, which looks like a temple building. No. Zhanglu shook his head and stared at the familiar building in front of him, and a trace of memories emerged. 20 years ago, he chased the Roger Pirates alone and came to this world 10,000 meters above the sky. And here he met a young man who founded this island. Everyone got off the boat and climbed up the steps. When they were near the pavilion, they saw 3 large characters engraved on the plaque on the gatehouse. Shuya Palace. Crocodile's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously looked at Zhanglu beside him. "Yes, this is exactly what I built." Zhanglu nodded. He walked in front, and as his footsteps sounded, a breeze blew out, blowing up the fallen leaves on the steps. Soon, everyone arrived in front of the pavilion and saw that the door was open, but it was pitch black inside, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, Crocodile's eyes focused. He looked inside, raised his right hand, and sand appeared in his palm. "Who? Come out." He keenly sensed that there was someone in the pavilion. Zhanglu had a calm expression as he stared ahead. Duh. Next, footsteps were heard, and a burly, tall figure appeared in front of everyone. with dark skin and white wings on his back. Good, good, very tall. Foxy and the others looked up in shock. The man who walked out of the pavilion cast a shadow over them, blocking out the sunlight. This man was so tall, nearly 4.5 meters tall, with strong limbs and bulging muscles, looking extremely powerful. After 20 years, you finally showed up. The first thing the man saw when he walked out of the pavilion was Zhang Lu. The powerful oppressive aura from him rolled over, making Crocodile, Foxy, and others feel nervous involuntarily. Nian, you're still guarding here. Zhang Lu saw the person coming and said with a complicated expression, I promised you that I would be your palace keeper. Nian hummed. He was shirtless, wearing loose shorts and barefoot. In his right hand, he held a strange metal stick with a black sheen. Thanks. Zhang Lu sighed softly. He was the one who rescued Nian from the river 20 years ago. That time, he was already more than 2 meters tall, but only 12 or 13 years old. Today, his height has reached 4 meters and 5, and his physique is amazingly strong. It's just that I can't leave here, so I can't know the current situation of the other numbered candidates in Shuya. Nian said in a deep voice. That year, Shuya was just established, and the man in front of him became his palace guardian. As a result, he received the other party's gift and possessed powerful strength. He had met several numbers, all of whom were powerful seniors, but since then, he had not heard from them again. Yeah. Zhang Lu sighed softly. The former numberers, some dead, some old, had all disappeared. He walked out of the city without seeing any clues. However, he had no other hope for this. To rebuild Suyi, we just need to recruit numbered people. 20 years ago was just the beginning. I came here again to rebuild the Void Knight and recruit new numberers. After a while, Zhang Lu said softly, I am willing to fully support you. Continue to be Shuya's palace guard. Nian said in a deep voice. Good. Zhang Lu laughed, paused, and then spoke again. But I need to understand some of the current situations on Sky Island. Tell me everything you know. Nian sat down on the ground, crossed his legs, and spoke slowly. Sky Island was once ruled by the god Impel, who was a very powerful guy. He came to my place a few years ago, and eventually left. Such words made Zhang Lu narrow his eyes. Given Enil's personality, it was impossible for him to just watch. There was a high probability that he had a battle with Nian. Just a few days ago, oh my god, some people from Qinghai came and defeated Enil. Nian slowly raised his head again and asked in a serious voice. So, my lord, the purpose of your trip should be the defeated Enil, right? Zhang Lu was slightly stunned. Then he realized that the guy in front of him also had a very high level of observation and hearing color cultivation. When he met the other party, Nian had already awakened his observation haki. Yes, my target is Enil. Nian nodded after hearing this. He is indeed suitable to be the numberer. Then he slowly stood up again and slammed the metal stick in his hand. The ground shook with a bang, and a crack appeared. I know where he is. His eyes were bright, looking forward with flashes of light. I can see everything and everyone here. Zhang Lu laughed and wanted to pat the other person's shoulder, but he quickly realized that the boy was too tall now, and he couldn't touch him at all. Then I'll leave it to you, Nian. With Nian's leadership, everyone moved faster. After passing through the dense jungle for about 3 hours, near dusk, they saw a figure flashing with blue arcs of electricity in a deep valley. He has long earlobes, a white scarf on his head, a bare upper body, for thunder drums behind him, and he is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, floating in the air. He looked a little disheveled and seemed to be healing himself. Sizzle. Blue arcs of electricity surrounded his body, exuding a majestic and oppressive aura. Suddenly, the cross-legged figure raised his head, opened his eyes, and looked straight at them. Sizzle. Chapter 39. Who do you think I am? Mortal. The cold and deep voice echoed, the dense electric current crackled, and those bright eyes fell on everyone. An inexplicable majesty and pressure suddenly enveloped me. You disturbed my rest. The figure sitting cross-legged slowly raised his right hand and stretched out his fingers. Sizzle. The flashing lightning made the evening night seem as bright as day. The sharp, cold, condescending eyes made Foxy and others nervous. God. Crocodile's eyes also became solemn. The opponent's voice aura, lightning surrounding him, and his cold and superior attitude made it impossible to be careless or ignore him. 1,000,000 volts. A faint voice sounded, and the lightning between Enilu's fingers suddenly intertwined, emitting countless electric sparks, and then suddenly amplified and intensified in the next second. 10 million volts. Enelu was sitting cross-legged in the air, his head slightly tilted, his finger pointed at one of the people in front of him. Discharge. Sizzle. In an instant, electric current shot out, pulling out a winding blue arc in the void, and in an instant it fell in front of Hamburger. Ah! Before he could even scream, Hamburger was struck by lightning. Black smoke came out of his body, his eyes turned white, and he fell to the ground. Hamburger! Foxy's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly. The lightning was so fast that he had no time to react. At this moment, an arc of electricity suddenly flashed in the void, and the figure that was originally not far away suddenly disappeared. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of electric current rang beside his ears. Foxy looked up suddenly and saw a hand above his head with 5 fingers spread out. Are you from Qinghai again? You guys are really annoying me, one after another. The cold words echoed in my ears. Foxy's whole body stiffened. He lowered his head and saw the other person's other hand appear at the same time. The index fingers of both hands were extended, the fingertips pointed at each other. An arc of electricity appeared with a crackling sound, and then suddenly shot out, impacting each other, and the electricity shot towards him in the middle. Boom! Foxy was smoking all over and fell to the ground with a thud. Almost in an instant, 2 people from Zhang Lu's team were easily eliminated. Enelu slowly raised his head, his expression calm, and stared coldly at the group of people in front of him. There was no other emotion in his eyes. Losing to the boy in the straw hat made him frustrated, disappointed, and even more angry. At this time, facing the Qinghai people who appeared again, he naturally had to vent his anger. Unfortunately, you are encountering me at my worst moment. His words were plain and cold, and his whole body was flashing with violent sparks, wrapped in blue arcs. Thor, Enelu. At this time, Nian spoke. His huge body gave off an oppressive feeling, and his bulging muscles made him look very powerful. We're not here to cause trouble, so don't cause trouble for yourself. Serious words reached Enel's ears. Oh, really? I know you, the mysterious Sky Islander hiding in a temple. Enel sneered. He took a step forward with his right foot. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of electricity was dense, and it appeared behind Yin. But you are too confident. You dare to talk to the gods at this time? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? He swung his right hand down suddenly, and with a loud bang, a huge pillar of lightning roared down from the sky in an instant. Nian raised his head, his pupils contracted, and his huge body dodged quickly. The lightning pillar roared and split the place where he was before into a charred area. He raised his head and looked at where Enel was standing, but his expression froze. Disappeared. I'm here. Nian. Enel's cold voice came from behind, and he was tumbling in the air upside down. As he spoke, he flipped over and hit Nian's back with his feet, kicking him away with a bang. Boom! Nian's huge body instantly flew into the jungle not far away, smashing more than a dozen large trees before falling heavily to the ground, leaving a distance of dozens of meters. Snap! With his feet landing on the ground, Enel turned his eyes and looked at the rest of the people. He would not make the same mistake again. After the battle with the Straw Hat Kid and others, carelessness, pride, and underestimation of the enemy would not appear in him again. Originally, he wanted to go directly to the Infinite Land to realize his dream, but the appearance of this group of people undoubtedly magnified his anger after failure. This guy's speed, attack power, and aura are all terrifying, Crocodile said in a deep voice, holding a cigar in his mouth. One of the strongest nature-type devil fruits, the thunder fruit. He's a guy with a lot of potential. Zhang Lu grinned. The more outstanding and remarkable Enel's performance is, the more it proves that his choice was correct. In fact, the man in front of him who controls the power of the thunder fruit is very powerful, and Luffy cannot defeat him at this time. High-temperature lightning that can melt metal cannot instantly burn rubber. It can only be said that this kind of fruit-restraint relationship is also a big mystery in the plot. I'll try him. Crocodile took a step forward, his eyes cold. They were both from the natural system, and the other party called himself a god. This moment, he appeared in such a condescending manner. Facing them, he had already felt uncomfortable. Here comes another ignorant fellow. Do you want to challenge the gods too? Enel looked at Crocodile with cold eyes. The next second, his body leaned forward. Lightning flashed suddenly, the void lit up, and his figure appeared in front of Crooked Eye in front of Doll. He stretched out his right hand, and with a flash of lightning, he pointed at Crocodile's forehead. At this time, Crocodile was still standing there, with a cigar smoking in his mouth, and he seemed to be completely unaware of this scene. 10 million volts. Discharge. Enel's mouth curled up into a cruel smile. The lightning between the fingers condensed into an intertwining and flashing lightning beam, which then exploded and shot towards Crocodile's brow. Being so close, the blow hit without any surprise. It went straight through. The lightning rushed into Crocodile's forehead and went out from the back of his head, bringing out a cloud of fluttering and swirling sand. Sand? Enel's pupils were wretched, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. But then, in the next second, he saw the man who was struck by his lightning and pierced through the forehead, raised the golden hook in his left hand and swung towards him. Who do you think I am? Enelu was stunned. His lightning was ineffective again. 40. Chapter 40, One Punch. The last time something like this happened was with the Straw Hat Boy. But he reacted quickly and turned the golden stick in his hand. The electric current surged, melting the tip of the stick into a gun tip, and stabbed it straight into the body of the man in front of him. The next second, the golden hook scratched his body, causing a slight electric current but causing no harm. At the same time, the tip of his gun also pierced through the opponent's chest, bringing up a cloud of sand. You guy. Enel was shocked, watching the man's body in front of him change into a pile of sand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the next moment, it returned to its original state. Wisps of smoke rose up, and sparks seemed somewhat dazzling in the dark sky in the evening. Shocked. You who call yourself a god are nothing more than a person who got lucky and ate the thunder fruit. I seriously overestimated myself. Crocodile sneered. There are plenty of people like you out there on the sea. Enel's pupils contracted, and the golden spear in his hand, with a blue arc of electricity, stabbed out quickly, but what he didn't expect was that the man in front of him didn't even dodge. Puff, 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 puff. However, the tip of the gun still pierced the opponent's body as before, but it brought out pieces of flying sand. The guy in front of me, wearing a ghost mask, stood there without moving, still smoking a cigar. It's no use, kid. Crocodile spoke and slowly raised his right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air began to tremble, and sand particles emerged and rolled out, soon gathering into a small tornado in his palm. Then his eyes focused, and he waved his right hand towards Enelu in front of him. Shalon. The sand roll in the palm of his hand immediately expanded and grew larger when it was thrown out, making a buzzing sound, and in an instant it swallowed up Enel, who was close at hand, carrying him away. Damn it! A moment later, a flash of lightning flashed in the salon roll, and several winding and twisting things appeared in front of Crocodile in an instant. Enel's figure appeared, holding a golden spear in both hands, and chopped down fiercely. Crocodile narrowed his eyes, raised the golden hook in his left hand, and blocked it in front of him. When? The two men collided, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. Then Crocodile retreated, his lower body turned into sand, and he rushed towards Enel again at an extremely fast speed, swinging his golden hook. The latter was also extremely fast, with lightning flashing on his body, and he dodged every attack accurately. Observation hockey? Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly, and he became serious. Both of them are users of nature-type fruit abilities. Although their properties are different, they have elemental powers and are immune to all non-domineering physical and energy attacks. This means that without a restrained relationship, they have no way to deal with each other. But at this time, Crocodile was still shocked to find that the guy on the Sky Island possessed the ability of observation. So far, he has not mastered any kind of domineering power. Night gradually fell, and the dark sky enveloped the island. The flashing electric light on Enel's body made the place as bright as day, and the vision was not affected. Hateful. You damned fellow. Roaring continuously, Enel attacked frantically. But it's no use. This guy's body can transform into sand at will, and he is just like attacking a pile of sand. Similarly, the opponent cannot attack you. The battle came to a stalemate, with neither side being able to do anything to the other. That's enough. At this moment, Zhang Guo on the side suddenly spoke. Crocodile paused and stepped back. What are you doing? Our fight hasn't been decided yet. Enel roared. Lightning shot out from his body, and he attacked Crocodile again. However, in the next second, the wind suddenly blew, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, making his whole body tense. Their faces were almost touching, and when their eyes met, he felt a vast, majestic, and overbearing aura that made his heart contract instantly. Thor, Enelu, you are a guy with potential, so I came here specially to invite you to join us. In return, you will be able to gain even greater power, see a wider world, and see more powerful people. Zhang Lu stretched out his right hand with a smile on his face, showing his sincerity in recruiting. Enelu stepped back, his eyes flickering as he stared at the man in front of him. Obviously, the guy playing with sand listened to the other person, which means that this man might be stronger. But soon he sneered, turned the golden stick in his hand, and pointed it at the other party. I don't think you have the qualifications and ability to recruit me as your subordinate. Just this guy who plays tricks and plays with sand? Or do you look ordinary? That's ridiculous. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed around Enel again, and the golden spear in his hand struck the thunder drum behind him. Do you think what you just saw is all the power of this god? As he opened his mouth, the thunder drum vibrated and electric current surged out, converging into a lifelike blue thunder dragon at a speed visible to the naked eye. 60 million volts, thundered dragon. With a loud roar, the thunder dragon roared and rushed straight towards the river. Whether in terms of speed or destructive power, lightning is undoubtedly the strongest, and in a flash, before the human eye could even see clearly, the thunder dragon had already arrived in front of Jianglu. Ordinary people without natural elemental abilities would undoubtedly be powerless to resist such lightning attacks. But in the next second, everyone present saw Jianglu clench his fist, extend his fist, and then swing his fist. Bang! The void shook, and the blue thunder dragon was knocked far away by a punch, scorching the ground and trees. It twisted and flickered in the jungle, and finally disappeared. Enel's whole body shook, his mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Are you kidding me? How is it possible that someone could knock out his own 60 million volt thunder dragon using only his fists? Everyone was also surprised by this scene. Armament hockey? No, it may be a higher level of hockey. Crocodile stood aside, his eyes slightly fixed, muttering. Superb armament hockey can weaken or even defend against the abilities of fruits, especially against natural-type fruits, where the effect is more prominent. At this moment, he finally knew where his weakness was. If you can master hockey, my strength. Silently, Crocodile clenched his fists. In the field, Zhang Lu grinned at the shocked Enelu across from him and laughed. Are you shocked? This is an extremely common power in Qinghai. After a pause, he took a step forward. Since you have attacked, it's my turn now. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Enelu looked up suddenly, shocked. So fast. The heart net opened quickly, but it was too late. The opponent was right in front of him, and he had clenched his right fist and was about to swing. Next second. Bang! The punch hit him right in the abdomen. Powerful force penetrated his body, and the energy rushed out from his back, breaking the top of a large tree in the distance. The 8 abdominal muscles on Enel's abdomen were visibly twisted and sunken. Its body was bent, its eyes widened, its mouth opened, and a streak of blood and red came out. Chapter 41, 200 million volts. Thor. Puff. Blood splattered, and Enel's entire body was shaking continuously under the force of the punch. Even several of his ribs were broken. Cough, cough, cough. He kept coughing and backed away, leaving a pool of blood. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. This punch took his life. The powerful force shook his abdomen and spread to his chest, causing his heart to stop suddenly, suffocating him, and pain swept through his whole body. After a few breaths, Enelu, lying on the ground, seemed to have stopped breathing. What a frail body. Zhang Lu sighed softly, with surprise in his eyes. Although he used a lot of power in this punch, he didn't expect that it could kill Enel instantly. From this, it can be seen that this guy's physique and physical skills are really poor. After his fruit ability was restrained, it is no wonder that he was defeated by Luffy, who is specialized in physical skills. You're not going to die just like that, are you? Crocodile walked over and asked in a deep voice. A person with the ability of the Thunder Fruit, such a guy, simply by virtue of his ability, is a rare strong man and helper. In the first half of the Grand Line, you will not be at a disadvantage when facing those who don't know how to be domineering, even if they are people with special abilities. Won't. Zhang Lu said calmly. Sure enough, the next second, Enel's body began to flash with electric light, and fine electric current began to tap his heart. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 times, Enelu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, sat up straight, and gasped. Almost. I almost died. Enel's eyes were filled with shock and anger. He slowly raised his head and stared at the man in front of him, feeling wary and even scared. The power of that punch even surpassed the previous punch of Weber of Shandia. It was simply unimaginable that the strength of human flesh could surpass that of a repelling shell. That meant that this guy in front of him could use a random punch to launch a repelling shell attack. How strong a physical fitness must one have to be to achieve such an effect? Enelu. And just then the man spoke. How? Still alive? Such words undoubtedly made Enel feel humiliated, and he raised his head suddenly. I am completely unharmed by such an attack. On the contrary, next, I will let you know the horror of God, Enel said through gritted teeth. He leaned forward, pulling out an arc of electricity, and suddenly came in front of Zhang Lu. The golden stick carried a flash of lightning and struck down with a whistling sound. Go to hell. Zhang Lu smiled, with a red light flashing in his eyes. The lightning passed by him and hit the ground, leaving a charred area. It has to be said that with the assistance of lightning, Enel's speed and attack speed are far beyond that of ordinary people, almost equivalent to teleportation and instant attack. People who have not awakened their observation haki will hardly have time to react. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Seeing that his attack was easily dodged, Enel's eyes became even angrier, and he struck the thunder drum behind him with a golden stick. Roar! The roaring and howling wolf rushed out of the thunder drum and rushed towards Zhang Lu to bite. However, even though they were so close, no more than 2 or 3 meters apart, the attack still missed. Annie's face was cold as he kept swinging his sword to attack. Zhang Lu dodged this series of attacks easily by moving rapidly. How is that possible? Enelu was shocked. At such a close distance, coupled with the lightning's high speed, it was almost impossible for anyone to dodge. But the guy in front of him seemed to be able to predict where the attack would fall, dodging it with extreme ease. Nothing is impossible, Enelu. The mind net you have mastered is only the primary state of observation haki. Zhang Lu said calmly. His figure flashed and he was already in front of Enelu. He raised his right foot and swung it out. Lan Jiao. The latter blocked his body with his arms, and the kick landed on his arms with a bang. A huge slash burst out instantly, and Enelu groaned, and the whole person flew out. I was hit by him. In the air, Enelu opened his eyes wide, unable to understand. What is going on? The elementalization was ineffective when facing that person. After crashing into dozens of large trees in a row, Enel vomited blood continuously. His face turned pale and looked extremely ugly. He didn't expect that when facing Zhang Lu, who looked ordinary, he would suffer such serious injuries in such a short period of time. Cough, cough, cough. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Enel stood up shakily and looked at the man who was walking towards him. What a poor taijutsu, Enelu. Join us. I can make you stronger and let you see a wider sky. You will be able to see a much wider world than the infinite earth you imagined. The clear voice which reached his ears made Enel's whole body freeze, and he stared at the other person. How do you know? Only he knew his dream of traveling to the infinite land. How could this man from Qinghai know it? I know you. Everything about you, Enelu. It's also clear that you are more suitable to be with us, chasing the new world. Zhang Lu smiled and spoke, then stood in front of Enelu. Yeah, Enel murmured. But in the next second, he swung his right hand suddenly towards the next one. God's judgment. Above the sky, a huge pillar of lightning came crashing down and headed straight for Zhang Lu's head. Just as the lightning was about to touch Zhang Lu, his figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him as if teleporting, getting closer to Enelu. Enel looked unhappy and waved again. Another divine punishment fell, but was still useless. Just like before, Zhang Lu flashed and easily avoided it. Damn it! Enelu gritted his teeth. Looking at the river getting closer and closer to him, he suddenly struck the 4 thunder drums behind him. Boom, boom, boom. A dull drum sound was heard, and a large amount of thunder and lightning surged out at this moment and then wrapped around its body. In the blink of an eye, Enelu turned into a ball of blue lightning energy. His body expanded and became even larger. Blue arcs of electricity shot out, sizzling around its huge body. 200 million volts, Thor. Enelu, who had tried all his methods but to no avail, used his ultimate move at this moment and released all the lightning energy in the thunder drum. His body changed and became a huge god of thunder, condensing high concentration of lightning energy. With just a wave of his hand, a terrifying lightning attack could be launched, and his whole body was releasing lightning all the time. How can a humble mortal be superior to a god? You are so presumptuous. Enelu, who transformed into the god of thunder, seemed to have regained his confidence, and his deep voice shook the air. Then he swung the golden stick in his hand, turning it into a three-pronged golden halberd, condensing powerful lightning and aiming it at Zhang. Die. The next second, he took a step and ran towards the river. 42. Chapter 42, God's Avoidance. Boom. The huge body of the god of thunder seemed to roar as it moved, making a dull sound. The previous second, he was 10 meters away, and the next second, the thunder god with blue arcs flashing was already in front of Zhang, stabbing down fiercely with a trident in his hand. Call out. The air was pierced with a sharp sound, and the golden trident carrying lightning instantly appeared in front of Zhang. What a nice momentum! With a soft exclamation of praise, Zhang eyes flashed red and his figure became blurred. Observation hockey, foresight. The trident of lightning pierced through his body, breaking the shadow left by Zhang, and fell heavily to the ground, with a large amount of thunder and lightning exploding. Suddenly, a large charred pit appeared on the ground. Roar! Enelu turned around and slapped Zhang, who was in the air with his other big hand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The electric current condensed, and the shape of a lightning pillar appeared in his palm. Call out. However, Zhang disappeared again. The huge palm of Thunder God, carrying the pillar of lightning, passed through the phantom again, destroying a large area of forest and setting the surrounding area on fire. Hateful. Enel roared. After 2 consecutive attacks, he failed to touch the opponent, which made him feel depressed. Then he saw Zhang appear not far in front of him, with a smile on his face. This smile, in Enel's view, was clearly a mockery. Aia. Enel, with the body of Thunder God, was going crazy and roared to the sky. Boom! In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts burst out from his body, winding up to hundreds of meters and shooting in all directions. The scene was extremely shocking, just like thousands of artillery fires being fired simultaneously. There were no blind spots, no exposed directions, and lightning covered everywhere. It was almost impossible for anyone to avoid such an attack. Swish, 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 swish. Thousands of lightning snakes hissed, pierced through the forest, and burned the ground black, as if the day of destruction had arrived and descended from the sky. Zhang looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a dazzling red light flashed. The 200 million volt power of Thor cannot be ignored. This devastating thunder attack can destroy all enemies. In terms of range, destructive power, and speed, Enel's Thunder Fruit is absolutely second to none. The power of thunder has always been an energy attack with extremely destructive power. Call. Taking a deep breath, Zhang body began to sway gently. The next second, a flash of lightning shot out and his figure shook. The electric current shattered the phantom and flew towards a big tree in the distance. With a bang, the tree was broken into pieces and a fire broke out. But then, thousands of thunderbolts attacked continuously. Zhang figure also began to enter a rapid flashing mode. His body swayed, twisted, and stepped forward, moving forward slowly but actually quickly, avoiding the dense lightning that was surging on him. Boss dodged the lightning. It's incredible. It's as if I could predict all the upcoming attacks and avoid them in advance. Enel's lightning can destroy everything. At this time, Foxy and his gang who were standing in the distance were all staring at this scene with wide eyes. They were all stunned and shocked. In their eyes, Enelu in Thunder God mode was like the real Thunder God, but Zhang, who dodged the lightning with ease, was even more of a true god. It is simply not possible for humans to dodge countless lightning bolts with such a tiny margin. In the seemingly endless thunder and lightning, Zhang body swayed, and countless phantoms appeared behind, to the sides, and around him. These phantoms were struck and dispersed one by lightning. His body moved forward steadily, and in just a few breaths, he was already in front of Enel. Impossible. This is impossible. Seeing all this, Enel was shocked and couldn't believe it. His most powerful weapon, the attack from the 200 million volt body of Thunder God, couldn't cause any harm to the opponent, and was dodged in such a posture. It was soul-shattering. He had never seen or imagined anything like this could happen. This man, Who the hell are you? Enel yelled. He raised his hands, and with a loud bang, thunder fell from the thunderclouds in the sky and hit his hands directly. The next second, he held two huge lightning spears, each tens of meters long. Zhang Lu was already standing 10 meters in front of him. The two of them were out of proportion in size, one big and one small. But at this moment, Enel was strangely completely crushed by the opponent's momentum. He looked panicked, angry, frightened, and crazy. In contrast, Zhang Lu had a calm expression, with his right hand resting on the hilt of the long sword at his waist. My name is Zhang Lu. You must remember this name. From this moment on, you will never forget me. A low, majestic, and domineering voice penetrated the hissing sound of thunder and lightning and reached his ears. Enel's pupils contracted, his face became ferocious, and he roared. You must be joking. The lightning halberd in his hands was swung down with a bang at this moment. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky rumbled again, and thousands of meters of lightning came down and caught on his lightning halberd. Even greater energy and momentum were reflected on Enel's body of the god of thunder at this moment, making him look extremely majestic, like a god. In the surrounding jungle, large flames were burning fiercely. The brief battle between the two turned the jungle trees within a radius of thousands or even tens of thousands of meters into a sea of fire. Boom! The thunder was deafening. Lightning split the night sky. Enelu held the lightning halberd in both hands, looked down from above, and slashed at the river in front of him, roaring angrily. Time and space seemed to stand still at this moment. Crocodile, who was standing in the distance watching the battle, suddenly had his pupils contracted. What is that? He saw a ray of light, a faint light, cold and sharp. That was Zhang Lu's sword light, carrying with it an unparalleled, extremely domineering and terrifying power. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Purple-red electric current flickered, surrounding the blade that was no more than 3 inches long, but its aura overshadowed the huge body of the god of thunder. Then, in the dazzling lightning, he saw the figure holding a long sword, slowly swinging the sword and slashing upwards diagonally. At the same time, the two words indifferent and majestic tore everything apart and entered his ears. God avoid. Then everything was still, and the sound disappeared. The long sword collided with the two lightning spears and easily cut through them, cutting off the huge lightning spears and also cutting off the fierce aura on Enel's body. The sound of electric current dissipated, the blue arc gradually dimmed, and the huge body of Thor weakened and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a face full of shock, fear, and bang! Purple-red electric current shot out, and Enel's body leaned forward, bent, and then with a whoosh, rushed into the sky and flew backwards. At this moment, there is silence. Chapter 43, A New Life. Boom, 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 boom. Enelu was chopped off by the sword and flew away, breaking countless trees. It fell to the ground with a bang in the distance and became silent. God avoid. This was the move used by Pirate King Joel D. Roger 20 years ago. When he encountered the Whitebeard Pirates, he used it to chop down the legendary Wano country samurai Kazuki Oden. Similarly, he had used it several times during his nearly 1-year battle with Zhang Lu. During the battle, he naturally learned this move and even strengthened it, evolving it into a sword move that was more suitable for him. The same divine avoidance has been improved by him and turned into his own trick. Zhang Lu slowly sheathed his sword and looked up at the place in the forest ahead where dust was rising. The night was silent, and the thunder and lightning faded away, making the place darker. With the help of the moonlight, one could vaguely see the surroundings. Enelu lay on the ground, looking up at the night sky, his expression complicated, frustrated, and desperate. That knife, just as the man said, left a deep impression in his heart, and perhaps he would never forget it for the rest of his life. There is such a powerful man in the world. Muttering to himself, Enel felt the silence around him, and his mind seemed to be empty at this moment. Dust was flying all around him. It seemed as if all the bones in his body were broken as he lay there unable to move at all. Who is that guy? What kind of person is he? I can't help but think and guess about the other person. At this moment, Enel's empty mind was filled with Zhang Lu's shadow and his every move. Unlike the Straw Hat Boy, this man defeated him with positive force and completely crushed him. The gap between the two was clearly visible, as if there was a chasm between them. The slanting moon hangs in the night sky, and it is obviously much bigger here than in Shanghai. Silver gray scattered down, shining on Enel's body, and he was breathing slightly. A wider world. Can you get as many guys like me as you want? Are they from Qinghai? There should be a lot of strong people there, right? His thoughts were flying around at this moment, and Enel's eyes were complicated. After witnessing Zhonglu's power, an extreme desire suddenly arose in his heart. He wanted to become stronger and see a wider world. How many people like Zhonglu are there in this world? Can he become stronger, as strong as that guy? He wants to recruit me to join him? Enel's eyes flickered. Then, in the next second, a face came into view. Looking down at him backwards, it was Zhonglu who was walking over. Now, do you think I am qualified to invite you to join us? Enelu. A gentle voice came with a smile, making Enel silent. After a while, he looked up and looked at the man in front of him. You are from Qinghai. I asked, there really a wider world there? Zhonglu smiled gently. Of course, the vastness of the sea is beyond your imagination. In the world below, islands like the one you live on can be found everywhere. Hearing this, Enel's eyes showed shock, and then he asked again, are there more powerful people in Qinghai? Zhonglu nodded again. There are so many people like me, even I dare not claim to be the strongest. The sea is vast and boundless. It can accommodate too many strong people to coexist together. After a pause, Zhonglu smiled again. The sky you live in may seem boundless, but to humans, it is just like a dry well, limiting your view of the world. You can only see so far. Then he bent down and extended his hand to Enelu. With your strength, you are only a little short, just a little bit short. It will allow us to move up to a higher level, and I am the one who can help you. Enelu's eyes trembled. He was thinking and making judgments. With the help of his observation hockey, he couldn't even see the other person's thoughts. This also represents the other party's mystery and power, and his abilities are beyond his imagination. Yeah. Then take me to see what you call the vast and boundless world, Enelu said in a deep voice, and slowly stretched out his right hand to shake the other person's hand. But if I find out you lied to me, I will never let you go. Zhonglu laughed. I never lie. Then the two big hands were clasped together tightly, making a snapping sound. And at this moment, Enel's whole body suddenly shook, his eyes widened, and he was shocked to find that the injuries he had suffered before were healed in an instant. The next second, he stood up suddenly and looked at the man in front of him in shock. What? You don't think you're the only one who possesses the power of the devil fruit? Zhonglu smiled. I healed your injuries. For me, this is a very simple thing. Enel was still shocked that in his opinion, the other party's strange ability was no different from that of a god. Such a serious injury was healed after being touched. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. At this moment, Crocodile came over with Foxy and Hamburger. Seeing the two holding hands, he exhaled a puff of smoke and said, It seems that you have already reached an agreement. Then wake these two guys up. As he said that, Crocodile threw Foxy and the other man in front of Zhonglu with a bang. I almost forgot about them. Zhonglu smiled and walked towards Foxy and the other man. At this time, Crocodile was observing Enel and took a deep puff of his cigar. There is no doubt that this guy in front of them will definitely become the strongest person in their team. IT will create huge waves in the world. What are you? You can turn your body into sand and use it to attack others. Enel was also looking at Crocodile and asked in a cold voice, I ate the nature-type sand fruit. Crocodile said calmly. On the other side, a huge body also appeared at this time and came in front of everyone. The burly figure was like a small mountain. Enelu, I knew you would join, Nian said in a deep voice. Snort. Enelu snorted coldly. He focused his eyes slightly and saw that the other party had no injuries. There was no doubt that this meant that the other party's strength was also impressive. Welcome to join us, Enelu. Believe me, you will have a brand new life next. A life that will be worth remembering when you are old and full of meaning. After waking up Foxy and Hamburger, Zhonglu turned around and smiled. Yeah. Enel's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something, and there was actually a hint of anticipation in his heart at this moment. So, what kind of life would that be? Maybe it will be interesting. 44. Chapter 44, Words on the Stone Tablet. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The silver moonlight spread down, sprinkling a layer of silver frost on the jungle where everyone was. In the forest, various insects and wild animals emit faint chirping sounds, which blend together to play a unique Sky Island symphony. Crack! The big bonfire in the middle made a crisp sound, reflecting the red cheeks of the people surrounding him. Shanghai, a whole new world. Inalu sat there cross-legged, his eyes flickering, thinking silently in his heart. He was observing his so-called new companions in front of him, and was also thinking about the Straw Hat Boys he met not long ago. Compared with the people of Sky Island, these Qinghai people are very different. With a keen heart net, he can feel that this guy, even an ordinary little person, has great ambitions. At the same time, these guys are really powerful. Inalu. At this moment, Zhang shouted with a smile. Inal raised his head, his face expressionless and without a smile in sight. Joining the other team as a loser naturally wouldn't make him feel like laughing. You have a ship called Proverbs that can fly, right? Zhang Lu asked with a smile. Not bad, but it was damaged in a recent battle, and there are still some parts that are not perfect. If you want to use it, you have to wait until it is repaired. Inal nodded. Really? That ship of yours is very nice. Just use it as our vehicle. Zhang Lu said with a smile. Can. Inal nodded and did not object. The Proverbs was originally the vehicle he built for himself to travel to the infinite land. Now that he has joined the other party, he can naturally continue to use it. Then, once the Proverbs is repaired, we will leave Sky Island. Zhang Lu clapped his hands and said with a smile. Crocodile listened to their conversation in silence, quietly fiddling with the campfire in front of him. Foxy and the others kept forcing smiles at Inal, trying to please him. This new powerful man completely scared them. Tio ordinary people, and Neil was as powerful as a god. Everyone gathered around a campfire, chatting casually. Most of the time, it was Zhang Lu who started the conversation. Crocodile would only speak when he was asked, and Inal would just respond. The atmosphere was a little awkward, but also warm. Zhang Lu didn't care at all. As long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. But I have to say that such small talk was very effective. After one night, Inal became much more familiar with everyone. The second day came quickly, the sun rose, and the birds fluttered their wings in the forest. The lighting on Sky Island is quite sufficient, and the sunlight even feels a bit dazzling. Come with me, and I'll show you the armada I built. Inalu was obviously proud of his ship. In addition to being the god of Sky Island, he is also a very skilled shipbuilder who built ships like the Proverbs. The group began to travel through the jungle, and soon after, an ancient ruin appeared before their eyes. This is Shandora, right? The legendary Golden City? Crocodile lit a cigar and said with strange eyes. Yes, this is where the Shandia people once lived. Zhang Lu nodded. I don't know what the Shandora you were talking about is, but I have heard of legends that this place suddenly appeared one day hundreds of years ago. Inalu said calmly. Chatting and looking around, everyone walked through the dilapidated ruins of Shandora. Wait, that's... Suddenly, Crocodile stopped and stared with wide eyes at the huge stone standing on the platform in front of him. There. Zhang Lu also looked up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is an ancient historical text, scattered in every corner of the world. After a pause, he looked at Crocodile again and said meaningfully, I heard that the location of ancient weapons is recorded here. When Crocodile heard the words ancient weapon, his whole body trembled and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The Alabasta plan, which had been planned for many years, was for the purpose of obtaining information about the ancient weapon, but it was destroyed by the Straw Hat Gang just at the critical moment. This has become the end in his mind. Want to go check it out? Zhang Lu asked with a smile. Crocodile looked serious and nodded heavily. Yes, it took him a lot of effort and time to get the position of the stone in Alabasta, but it can be said that this one took almost no effort at all. Then let's take a look. Zhang Lu smiled and understood the other party's enthusiasm for the historical text. Crocodile took a deep breath and walked quickly towards the main text. After a moment, he stretched out his right hand and stroked the stone. The eyes under the mask showed excitement. Sizzle! A flash of lightning passed by, and Inalu appeared in front of him. Seeing the other party's excitement, he sneered. It's just a piece of stone, but it makes you so excited. Crocodile turned his head suddenly and said coldly, What do you know? It is recorded here that there is an ancient weapon that can destroy the world. As long as we get him, no matter how big our ambitions are, we can achieve them. Inalu was stunned. An ancient weapon that destroys the world? I have seen this stone countless times in the past 6 years. Its material is indeed very special. And no matter what kind of attack, it cannot be destroyed. But you said that he recorded the weapon that can destroy the world. I absolutely do not believe it. Or do you understand the words on it? Crocodile was silent after hearing this. He shook his head and said, I don't understand. Unfortunately, Nico Robin isn't here. Otherwise, you can get the information recorded on this stone tablet. After saying this, disappointment and regret appeared in his eyes. Do you want to know what this stone tablet says? It's very simple, I'll tell you. At this time, Zhang Lu came over and said with a smile. Crocodile and Inalu were shocked when they heard this. Can you understand this ancient text? Zhang Lu nodded. 20 years ago, I studied this ancient language in O'Hara. It was also at that time that I met Robin. As he spoke, he reached out and touched the stone tablet in front of him. He touched the mysterious words one by one, and then his finger pointed to a certain place on the stone tablet. I came here a long time ago and left my name. Crocodile. Enel looked in the direction where Zhang Lu was pointing, and suddenly his body was shocked, and he stood there in a daze. There was a passage engraved there, in a contemporary language they were familiar with and could clearly make out. I have come here to lead this text to the end. Pirate brother D. Roger. Crocodile's eyes widened. Roger left it. Then he saw that the line of text was scratched out, and next to it was another line of text. I chased Roger here, and he escaped from me again. Besides, the things on the stone tablet are boring. Navy, Zhang Lu. 45, Chapter 45 Hawkeye Man. Two very different handwritings, two different tones. The former is serious and earnest, while the latter is playful and lively. Crocodile's eyes flickered as he looked at the man in front of him. He really couldn't understand how the other party could do so many things in just 1 year. The historical text on the Sky Island actually had the other party's handwriting on it, and the amount of information on it was enormous. Hunting for Roger, Roger escapes. The information in the historical text is very boring. Navy Zhang Lu. I almost forgot that you are still a Navy officer at this moment. Crocodile sighed softly, with a complicated tone. How could this guy look like a Navy after he left Impel down? Which Navy would recruit so many strong men? He is more like a pirate than a pirate. If at this moment the other party said he wanted to establish a pirate group, Crocodile would not find it strange at all. With the strength of these people present, the pirate group they have formed is definitely extraordinary. We are the ones who make history, with the bells of the Great Belfry. Zhang Lu was looking at the stone tablet in front of him and gently reading the words on it. Poseidon, the king of the sea, his location. Crocodile's eyes focused and became extremely bright. The ancient weapon of Alabasta is called Pluto, and the ancient weapon recorded here is Poseidon. Where is it? One of his eyes was fixed on Zhang Lu, and he was obviously very curious about the existence of the ancient weapon. Sea King. Of course it's in the sea. If you want to know, maybe Fishman Island can give you the answer. Zhang Lu said with a smile. Fishman Island? Crocodile was stunned, but then he saw Zhang Lu turn around and leave. After a slight hesitation, Crocodile followed closely. What exactly are ancient weapons like? Zhang Lu did not avoid the question, but answered with a smile. Maybe it's a ship, maybe it's a creature. The power they possess is also different. After a pause, Zhang Lu smiled faintly. But you don't have to be too curious about them. In comparison, improving your own strength is the most reliable thing, isn't it? Crocodile was stunned and fell silent. The Ark Proverbs is located in a corner of this ancient ruins, buried in the jungle. When they found it, they discovered that the ship, covered in gold, was covered in mud, entangled by vines, and damaged in many places, looking very miserable. Inalu was also silent, recalling the battle with the Straw Hat Boy not long ago. That was simply the most speechless battle he had ever encountered in his life. Repairing the proverbs was not something that could be accomplished by one person alone. Zhang Lu, Crocodile, Foxy, Hamburger, and others all joined in. Seeing that everyone was so motivated, Inel's gloomy expression eased a little. At the moment, it seems like it feels pretty good to have such a group of partners. Hey, that place isn't installed like that. With a glance, Inel shouted and turned into lightning and rushed forward. The massive ship repair campaign began, and the trees around the proverbs were cut down quickly, creating a lively scene. The proverbs was badly damaged, with traces of lightning burns all over the ship, and much of the wood on the hull needed to be replaced. Inel kept walking on the golden ship, carefully checking for loopholes and places that needed to be repaired. Sometimes he frowned, and sometimes he smiled easily. Why? How long will it take to repair this ship? Zhang Lu came over and asked with a smile. I will have to improve some places, but with everyone's help, it shouldn't take long. Enelu responded. Good. Zhang Lu nodded. Time passed, and everyone had been on the Sky Island for about a week. And on this day, on the Ark Proverbs, Enelu sat on the golden chair behind a rudder with his hands on the handles, and a flash of electric current passed by. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The propeller began to rotate rapidly, and the huge wind force and power instantly made the Proverbs fly up and quickly rise into the air. Success! Everyone shouted excitedly. Annie also smiled on the road. Looks like I can finally start my new adventure. His eyes flickered and his expression was excited. The Ark Proverbs rose higher and higher, flying forward. A few hours later, everyone landed from the Bye-Bye Sea, arrived above the Qinghai Sea, and flew all the way towards the sea. As the proverb descended, everything on the sea became clearer and clearer. The wind whistled above everyone's head, and the clothes on their bodies fluttered. We're almost on the sea. Where is this place? It should still be on the Grand Line. Foxy and others shouted loudly. At the same time, on the sea directly below them, a small boat that looked like a coffin was rising and falling with the sea, moving slowly forward. The green candlelight on it was swaying, making it look a little eerie. On the boat, a man wearing a black top hat, a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, with eagle-like sharp eyes and a cross-shaped black knife on his back, was silently looking ahead. Suddenly, his expression froze slightly, and the boat and his body were unknowingly shrouded by a huge shadow. The man slowly raised his head, and his eagle-like eyes immediately became sharp. What came into view was a ship that was shining with golden light and falling towards where he was. The coffin boat stopped, and the golden boat came roaring over. Its propeller turned, creating a strong wind that also caused the white fluff on the man's black hat to shake violently. The eagle-eyed man's eyes flashed, and even though there was a chance that he would be hit by this strange ship, he remained calm and stared ahead. Ooh! The shadows grew bigger, the sea surface turned dark, and strong winds blew in our faces. But the man remained calm and did not react at all, as if he was sure that the ship would not fall on him. Hey, 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 there's someone below us. The two sides were only a few dozen meters apart when panicked voices were heard. Then, with a loud bang, the huge golden ship landed on the sea, causing huge splashes of water to roll up, and the sea surface sank. Crash! Water droplets splashed and spread towards the coffin boat. The eagle-eyed man's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he raised his right hand and pulled out the cross-shaped black knife behind him. The next second, the black knife swung forward. Call out! The huge slash cut through the void. The water droplets stopped and flew back, and at the same time, the sharp slash also slashed towards the golden ship. On the Ark Proverbs, Zhang Lu, who had originally had a calm expression, suddenly felt an extremely sharp sword intent. His figure suddenly jumped up, and the long sword at his waist was drawn out. Call out! The long sword was swung out, and a huge flying slash was made, slashing in the direction where the sword intent was coming from. There was a loud sound of water, and nothing could be seen ahead. Just a moment later, buzz! A powerful shock wave roared out, shaking the entire Proverbs. A circle of ripples radiated out, splitting all the water droplets and whizzing past the heads of the people on the ship. The two slashes collided and canceled each other out. On the coffin boat, the eagle-eyed man narrowed his eyes, and then they became bright. On board the Proverbs, Zhang Lu landed his feet on the deck with sharp eyes. Both of them looked at each other at this moment. 46. Chapter 46. The World's Greatest Swordsman. Crash! The water splashed and fell like big and small pearls falling on a jade plate, creating endless tiny ripples on the undulating sea surface. As the sea gradually calmed down, the people in the Proverbs could see the scene ahead clearly, and they also saw the coffin-shaped boat with a person sitting on it. That guy. He is. Are you kidding? How could it be such a coincidence? Crocodile's eyes shrank under the ghost mask, while Foxy and others widened their eyes, looking in shock at the man on the coffin boat who was sitting with his legs crossed and holding a crossed black knife. Jorikol Myhawk. Zhang Lu stood up slowly, holding a knife in his right hand, staring at the man opposite, and called out softly. Zhang Lu. The man in the black top hat also stood up slowly, his eagle eyes flashing with a sharp light. The man in front of him was none other than Jorikol Myhawk, also known as Hawkeye Myhawk, the greatest swordsman in the world. At the same time, he is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea today, and his strength is among the top ones. The fate of the world is so ingenious. And no one could have imagined that after landing in Qinghai from Sky Island, he would meet the world's greatest swordsman by such a coincidence. It's such a coincidence that I feel excited like I haven't felt it in a long time. I'm so lucky to meet a swordsman like you today. Hawkeye Mihawk suddenly gripped the hilt of the knife with his right hand, his eagle eyes emitting a sharp light. You released such a fighting spirit and attacked us just now. What do you want to do, Mihawk? Zhang Lu asked in a deep voice. This is definitely a tough guy, a man who has practiced swordsmanship to the extreme and become the best in the world. The ore on his body is like the edge of a knife, so sharp that it is unimaginable. I just fell from the Sky Island and ran into him. I don't know whether to say it's lucky or unlucky. An attack that you can detect is not a sneak attack. Hawkeye Mihawk said so, his eyes sparkling. Besides, when I meet a strong man like you who is famous in the last era, of course I want to give it a try. How far is it from you, the strong man who has reached the top of the world? After a pause, his eyes became sharp. Or maybe I have surpassed you. Mihawk's words were sonorous and powerful, and when people heard them, they felt their hearts tremble and the pressure increased greatly. Interesting. Very good fighting spirit, and a motivated junior, Zhang Lu said with a smile. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel tempted to do anything when he encountered a powerful man like the world's greatest swordsman. From the first second the two men looked at each other, the fighting spirit in their bodies was already boiling, and the long swords at their waists were shaking violently, as if sensing the will of their masters. Ooh! The sea breeze blew, blowing up the two men's robes, and the surrounding sea surface gradually calmed down. Foxy, Crocodile, and the others stared at both sides and could already feel an extremely tense atmosphere. There is an endless sea all around. If the two of them were to fight here in the next second, the scene would be unimaginable. Cho! The next second, Zhang Lu suddenly clenched the hilt of the knife in his hand, and his eyes were cold and sharp. So, you want to fight Mihawk? Just as these words fell, a powerful and domineering aura suddenly burst out, sweeping forward and impacting the opposite side. Is it the domineering Haki? But this kind of aura suppression is useless to a swordsman like me. Hawkeye Mihawk said calmly. The fighting spirit of both sides is rising, and a war is almost about to break out. The black knife in Ye's hand slowly crossed the void, and then the tip of the knife turned and pointed at Zhang Lu. Since we've met, of course I have to try it. There are very few people in this world who have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I already have no rivals. Hawkeye Mihawk said calmly, his facial expression and emotions returned to calm at this moment, as if even the will to fight had disappeared. But Zhang Lu knew very well that this state was the most dangerous. Foxy and others behind him couldn't help but tremble. Why am I shaking? I felt like my whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and fear welled up in my heart. How terrible! They haven't even started fighting yet. Everyone was extremely nervous and worried. On one side, a pirate ship with a skull and crossbones flag was slowly approaching here at a fairly fast speed. Captain Buck, there is someone ahead. It seems like they are in a standoff. On the pirate ship, the pirate holding a telescope shouted loudly. Also, their ship is made of gold. The pirate named Buck was stunned when he heard this. The ship is made of gold? Yes, it's right. It's still flashing. The crew member replied excitedly. Then drive the ship over and rob them of their treasure. The guys on this ship are so rich that they can build a ship out of gold. Buck shouted excitedly. Yes, Captain. The crew shouted in response. Afterwards, this large pirate ship, which could hold about 50 or 60 people, approached Zhang Lu, where Mihawk and the others were, at a very fast speed. The sea breeze blew, and the two people looked at each other, but still did not make a move. But again, he didn't speak at this time. They all knew that the moment they made their move, it would be earth-shattering. Time passed slowly, and Buck and others gradually approached. In a blink of an eye, they were already on the sea about 30 or 40 meters away. A strong man from Qinghai? Let me see it first. Seeing that no one took action and the atmosphere became weird, Enelu took a step forward at this moment. Lightning flashed, and in an instant he appeared in front of Hawkeye Mihawk. Then the lightning changed, and his body emerged. He raised the golden stick in both hands and swung it down suddenly. Boom! Thunder roared, and an arc of electricity meandered through the void. Oh! Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes flashed, and he looked up at Enelu. Just when the golden stick was about to fall on his head, the black knife in his hand turned, with the blade pointing upward, and his right hand suddenly chopped out diagonally. Buzz. The void shook, and a powerful flying slash whizzed out. At this moment, Enel's whole body stiffened, and as if by reflex, his head tilted back. The fierce attack almost brushed his nose and rushed into the air. After the attack, he flashed back to the proverbs and began to breathe heavily, his eyes flickering, somewhat frightened. Then he swallowed and looked up at the sky. The originally neat white clouds were split into two at this moment, and a clear gap appeared in the middle. Kai, you must be kidding. Is this the strong man from Qinghai? He murmured in a trembling voice. Such a casual knife actually cut the sky apart. At the same time, Zhang Lu bent his knees slightly and stepped on the proverbs. The huge force at this moment caused the entire bow of the ship to sink downwards. Then his figure flashed and burst out like a cannonball with a long sword in hand, and he appeared in front of Mihawk in an instant and swung the sword down. Then let's get started. Mihawk. Mihawk's pupils contracted, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the black knife cut through the air. Then let's have a big fight. 47, Chapter 47 World-Class Collision. What is a battle between great swordsmen? Just like their long swords, simple, direct, clean, straight, hard, without any frills. When their eyes met, a brilliant flash of lightning seemed to appear in the void, and two extremely powerful auras collided at this moment. The next second, the black knife and the purple-red blade collided fiercely. Boom! The violent impact swept in all directions in an instant. Strong winds began to howl, and the sea surface below the two people was sinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately afterwards, the air began to tremble, and circles of ripples spread out in all directions. The airwaves rolled, and even the seawater was blown up into a layer of white waves that radiated into the distance. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A fine dark electric current appeared in the middle of the collision between the two blades. A majestic and powerful aura burst out at this moment, causing the sea surface, which was calm a second ago, to boil and fluctuate. The two ships, the Proverbs and the coffin boat, were both blown away by the waves after the collision. A clash of world-class swordsmen. This will be an unimaginable battle. Look at the sky. The people on the Ark Proverbs were trembling all over at this moment. They felt fear, yet inexplicably excited. Enel's eyes were solemn, and he looked up at the sky along with everyone else. The next second, his whole body shook. He clenched his fists, and there was deep shock in his eyes. A huge chasm, intersecting with a previously faded ravine, appeared above the sky, even longer and more spectacular. The clouds are floating, and lightning is interlacing inside. They split the sky with one sword, Foxy said tremblingly. He had never seen this scene before, and after the fear and tension, he felt deep awe. In the field, the two long swords collided, the blades rubbed against each other, and the two people were already above the sea. Below them was the sunken sea water, constantly fluctuating and rotating. This is the fight I've been waiting for. As a warrior, my blood is burning at this moment. Hawkeye Mihawk spoke out with bright eyes. Who isn't? 20 years have passed, and those guys who were not well known back then have now become quite powerful. It's so scary. Zhang Lu grinned. Stop joking, you were already at the top of the world back then. Mihawk shouted coldly, holding the hilt with both hands and then slashing out again. Zhang Lu laughed, put away his knife, and then swung it in the same way. When? In an instant, the crisp sound of metal resounded above the sea, and a circle of strong wind whistled out again, rolling towards the farther place. At the center of the two people, electricity surged and purple-red compressed energy flickered continuously. Just pure physical strength is so powerful. As expected of you, Day Tiger Zhang Lu. Mihawk said in a concentrated tone. These two simple collisions were powerful, but they were also exploratory attacks between the two. The purpose is to have a clear understanding of each other's strength. You've reached your limit in sword training, Mihawk, Zhang Lu said with a smile, but his brows were serious. The strength of the world's greatest swordsman is naturally not discounted, and he is extremely strong. Even he should be treated with dignity. After the two men talked, they swung their swords again and collided. Then a powerful force surged out, and the reaction force made them fly backwards and return to their ship. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other, but they were still solemn. The battle is far from over. It has just begun. Not far away, on the sea surface dozens of meters away from here, the members of the Buck Pirates all had their mouths wide open, their eyes filled with shock. The pirate group's captain, Buck, had both legs shaking, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Quick, quick, turn the boat around. He trembled and shouted loudly. Ah, the crew members next to them have not yet reacted. Fuck, turn around now and stop wasting time. Buck burst into a rage. He was still thinking about robbing the other party's gold ship, but after the brief collisions just now, he no longer had the courage to do so. A strong wind whistled past his head, and the terrifying aura almost made him kneel down. Captain, that guy is the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. A crew member recognized the identity of one of them and said tremblingly, Hawkeye Mihawk? Buck was stiff all over and felt his back was wet at this moment. Legend has it that this guy is not a good-tempered person. Just because his rest is disturbed, he will chase the pirate group from the Grand Line to the Four Seas. At this moment, two figures on the sea ahead jumped high into the air again. Then he swung the long sword in his hand down suddenly. Boom! The horrifying impact swept out again, and billowing air waves rolled around. The entire sea surface was covered by this sword intent, becoming eerie and solemn. Ooh! The sails on Buck's ship swelled, and the entire ship began to move backwards at a very fast speed. In the void, the two figures retreated with serious eyes. Bang! Zhang Lu stepped on the void with both feet. His figure flashed, and he swung the long sword in his hand again. It's really getting tighter and tighter. Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes focused, and he saw Zhang Lu was already in front of him, and he chopped down with his long sword cleanly. At the side of his body, the long knife brushed past his robe and slashed towards the sea. Buzz! The void trembled, a purple-red slash whizzed out and crashed into the sea. In an instant, a chasm appeared on the surface of the sea, which stretched and extended into the distance at an extremely fast speed. As if it was endless, in the blink of an eye it was 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 15,000 meters. The seemingly ordinary chopped blow actually cut a terrible gap in the sea. Ding-dong. At the same time, a strange figure was riding a bicycle, slowly moving forward on the sea. Suddenly, the bicycle came to a halt, and behind it was a track made of ice, stretching to the sea surface for an unknown distance. It looks like some amazing guys are fighting. The man on the bicycle opened his eyes and looked at the chasm that had just passed in front of him. He slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of the chasm, muttering. Then he turned the front of his bicycle slightly, headed in the direction of the chasm, and pedaled slowly again. On the other side, the black knife in Hawkeye Mihawk's hand trembled, and the blade stabbed out directly, heading straight for the nearby river. It was quick and clean, yet every move was a killer move. Zhang Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. It was too late to retract the long sword he had swung. He turned his wrist slightly, with the tip of the sword pointing downward, and raised the handle, and actually hit the blade of the black sword directly. When? A crisp sound of metal was heard, and the black knife changed direction, pointing to the void ahead. Buzz! A sharp slash rushed out from the blade and headed straight for the Buck pirates who had just turned their ship around not far away and were facing here. Call out. The slash was pulled quickly, and in an instant it was close to the pirate ship. On the boat, Buck and others saw the scene and screamed in horror. It's over. 48, Chapter 48 on the wreckage. Call out. The sharp slash pierced straight towards where they were, like a stream of light. Quick! Get out of the way! Buck screamed in fear and jumped to the side to avoid it. Just as he was about to move, he felt the terrifying slash whizzing past, almost brushing his back and crashing into the ship under his feet with a loud bang. Crack! A clear breaking sound was heard, and cracks immediately spread across the hull. Then, after a pause, it suddenly broke in half. Hey-ya! The crew members' faces turned green, and they were thrown into the air by the shockwave, screaming in agony. At the same time, the two people who were in the air turned their wrists, and the long swords cut through the void again and slashed towards each other. When? The crisp sound of metal was heard, and with the two of them as the center, the impact swept wildly around them, creating layers of waves. It seems that you have found a good place for us to duel, Zhang Lu said with narrowed eyes. It's just a matter of convenience, Mihawk said calmly. The blades collided with a sizzling sound, and the next second, the two of them flew out with the help of the reaction force, both heading towards the pirate ship where Buck was. After a few breaths, the two stood on the deck of the pirate ship, looking at each other. In the middle of them was a neatly broken cut, and around them were pirates with fear, panic, wide eyes, and swallowing saliva wildly. These two guys are coming. They're going to fight on our ship. Hurry, run. If you are affected by the aftermath of their attack, you will die. Screams of fear echoed throughout the pirate ship. Some people tumbled and crawled, jumped off the ship, and plunged into the sea with a splash. However, Zhang Lu and Mihawk slightly tightened their swords in their hands at this time. Next, we have to be serious, Zhang Lu murmured. With both feet on the deck, this down-to-earth feeling will undoubtedly make it easier to leverage force and generate more powerful power. Bring it on, Mihawk also shouted in a deep voice. A gust of sea breeze blew over, and the long swords in the hands of the two figures shook, sweeping out an inexplicably majestic and powerful aura. Even the blade seemed to have mysterious patterns on it at this moment, covered with armed color domineering. Then, the figure leaped up and reached the broken part of the ship. There's no talking about moves, and no fancy moves. It was still a clean, simple, and direct chopping action. Boom! The blades collided, and even bigger waves of air rolled up. The robes of the two men were fluttering in the wind, and the strong wind whistled towards their backs. At this moment, the space was distorted and ripples appeared. The sea surface beneath his feet was breaking into countless flat blocks at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 breaths later, the two flew backwards again and returned to the deck of the ship. Then their eyes met, the void trembled, their knees slightly bent, and they jumped up again. Dang, 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 dang. The next second, the knife in his hand turned into a stream of light, constantly colliding, emitting endless impacts, and the electric light and sparks were almost continuous. The young are to be feared. Zhang Lu's eyes became gradually more serious. There's not much age difference between you and me, Mihawk said calmly, his eyes bright. They struck with more force, and their swords swung at a faster speed. After swinging the blade in the air for a moment, his figure flashed again and appeared on the deck. A knife in their hands turned into countless knife shadows and swung towards each other. The neck, abdomen, chest, legs, all the fatal parts, are the targets of each other's attack. The battle is silent, but it is cruel and dangerous. Swish, swish, swish. Countless powerful energies shot out from the broken deck, fell into the sea, and cut out huge cracks. Some pirates were unlucky enough to be slashed by the sword, and blood burst out all over their bodies, and the sea surface immediately turned blood red. Run away. Escape? Where can we escape to? A random slash from them can stretch across the sea for an infinite distance. There's nowhere to escape. This is literally the end of the world. The pirates cried for their parents and were extremely terrified. But the two people on the broken boat had already ignored everything around them. Their minds and attention were all focused on each other. This is a world-class peak showdown. Any negligence and carelessness will become the key to determining the outcome. The blades emitted a blinding light, and the two men retreated, then rushed towards each other again in an instant. A cyclone emerged on the broken deck, rolling up with chips and dust. In the blink of an eye, the two were face to face. 20 years ago, you were still unknown. Now, you have become the world's greatest swordsman. Time is truly amazing, as he can turn an ordinary guy into the world's best swordsman in the blink of an eye. Zhang Lu said softly, slashing down with the long knife in his hand. Maybe you have disappeared from this world for too long. I don't see any changes in him, Mihawk said solemnly. His eyes flashed, and he slightly tilted his body to avoid the slash. Then he shook the black knife and stabbed it diagonally towards Zhang Lu's neck. Killer move. If this knife hits, Zhang Lu's head will undoubtedly be pierced. The latter dodged the fatal blow by swaying his body. Then they turned around and swung their swords horizontally, cutting towards the opponent's waist. Bang! The two knives collided again, and the wreckage of the ship under their feet shook as if it was trembling. At this moment, the attack they launched a second ago just exploded with power. Call out. A bottomless chasm appeared on the sea surface, and a dark deep pit emerged between the clouds above the sky, with flashes of lightning inside. Every swing of the sword, every attack, they are all comparable to other people's ultimate moves. This outrageous scene made the people on the proverbs in the distance look solemn. What kind of battle is this? Even the sky and the sea bow and tremble before them. Voices of awe rang out from everyone on the boat. The sea breeze was howling above the wreckage of the ship. The two figures kept colliding, and the violent impact swept towards the surroundings. At this moment, The entire sea surface was set off by endless waves, rolling up waves nearly 100 meters high. Roar! The sea seemed angry, rolling up waves and rushing towards where the two were. But in the next second, with a groaning sound, a powerful slash came flying and directly split the wave in half, causing its momentum to drop instantly and return to calm. The fierce and intense battle caused countless aftermath of the slashing to burst out from the wreckage of the ship, and the sea surface became fragmented at this moment. Countless cracks stretched out to the sea surface farther away, attracting more people's attention. Damn it, what happened? The sea was cut open. What happened there? Even the sky changed color. The patrolling navy, passing merchant ships, and people on nearby islands all looked up at this moment and gazed here in shock. The changes in celestial phenomena caused by the battle have radiated to the farther sea. 49, Chapter 49, Slaying the Dragon and Drawing the Sword. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the sky above, lightning flashed, and low thunder sounds were emitted. The battle between the two caused the sea and the sky to become restless. As time passed, it became more intense. Dang, 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 dang. The continuous sounds of metal and iron shook the void, and rolling air waves radiated in all directions. The light in Zhang Lu's eyes became more and more sharp and bright, and the aura emanating from him became stronger and stronger. Likewise, Hawkeye Mihawk's aura is even more terrifying. There is no precise division of realms in the practice of kendo. There is only a general summary, which is also the experience of many swordsmen. Cutting iron, cutting domineering, cutting everything, etc. But the two people who are fighting have undoubtedly advanced to the strongest realm. Each of their slashes could split the sea, the sky, and even cut off a mountain. Their power was so strong that it was terrifying. In such a battle, what is being tested is the combined strength of will, spirit, and body. Gradually, as they swung their swords with greater force and faster speed, tiny scars finally appeared on both sides' bodies. Laugh. Hawkeye Mihawk's black hat was pierced by the energy, breaking off a section of its brim, which caused his pupils to contract, and he quickly retreated. Call. Exhaling slowly, Mihawk's eyes became serious. It is not a good thing if you are the first to have problems in such a world-class battle. It's so powerful. Mihawk, with a little sweat on his forehead, murmured in his heart, his physical strength and energy were being consumed. But looking at the opponent, he is still in peak condition. Like a perpetual motion machine, his condition will not decline at all because of the fierce and all-out battle. Taking a deep breath, Mihawk's eyes became sharper, and he turned the black knife in his hand and held the handle with both hands. The next second, he took a step, and his figure flashed, and he was already above Zhang Lu's head, with the tip of the knife turning and pointing straight down. Then, he stabbed fiercely downwards. Boom! Zhang Lu retreated to avoid the attack, and a hole was pierced through the deck where he was originally standing. He looked down and saw that his robe was torn. Interesting. You really don't want to suffer any loss. Zhang Lu grinned and smiled. He raised the long sword in his hand, with the tip pointing at the opponent, and shook it lightly. A touch of purple-red energy swept up, dyeing the blade a strange color. Are you going to go all out? Mihawk said solemnly. He held the knife in both hands, and his whole body was filled with momentum. Duh. His feet stepped on the deck, making a crisp sound, and then he rushed towards the other party at a high speed. This time, his speed was not as fast as before. Even people watching from a distance could clearly see him moving. But the aura on his body was even more terrifying and powerful. 2 breaths later, Hawkeye's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his figure instantly disappeared into the air. When he appeared again, he had jumped high into the air, reaching above Zhang Lu's head, holding the black knife in both hands and swinging it down fiercely. Ha ha! Zhang Lu grinned, grasped the hilt of the knife with his right hand. Purple-red electric light flashed on a blade, and he swung it fiercely towards the sky. God avoid! Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and the two knives slowly approached each other and were about to collide. However, just when the two were about to collide, the purple-red blade suddenly turned and avoided the black knife. Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils contracted and his heart was shaken. The next second, the opponent's blade chopped down on his body. Blood spurted out almost instantly, and Mihawk felt a powerful force coming at him, but then he gritted his teeth. How could I be defeated so easily? The black knife held in both hands shook in the air, emitting a darkening glow, and then chopped down fiercely. Laugh. Zhang Lu tilted his head slightly to avoid the vital parts, but a long bloody scratch was left on his body. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a step back. Hawkeye Mihawk landed on his feet, breathing softly. Tick. The blood from the two men dripped onto the deck, making a clear sound. You are such a monster, Mihawk said solemnly. The knife just now actually avoided his weapon and attacked directly to his body, which was impossible to avoid. You deserve to be #1 in the world. With such a high level of swordsmanship, there won't be many people in the world who can stand by your side, Zhang Lu said solemnly. This was a competition between swordsmen, and he was willing to use pure swordsmanship to have a peak showdown with the opponent. There is no doubt that in terms of pure kendo, the man in front of him is definitely the most terrifying opponent. A slight difference in distance can determine the outcome of a battle. Kendo is a delicate job. Then the two of them clenched the long swords in their hands again. Tick. Blood dripped from his body, staining the deck red. Neither Mihawk nor Zhang Lu paid any attention to the blood on their bodies. This battle is not over until anyone falls. Even Zhang Lu, who possessed the ability of the recovery fruit, did not use it at this moment. I will fight you in this battle with pure kendo and swordplay. This is also a sign of respect for you, the world's greatest swordsman. Zhang Lu bent his body slightly and slowly sheathed the long sword in his hand. The aura on his body also began to gather at this moment, as if it was hidden in the sheath along with the sword. If you really respect me, then you should use all your strength, and no matter what kind of strength it is your own strength. A true battle between swordsmen should be fought with all their strength. Mihawk held a knife in both hands, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Yeah." Zhang Lu was startled. Vaguely, I also realized my mistakes. Well then, I will fight you with all my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the long blood stain on his body began to heal and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Mihawk's lips trembled twice and he fell silent. He suddenly realized that he had said that sentence unnecessarily. This time, the pressure is even greater. What does it mean to have an enemy that cannot be hurt or killed, yet is extremely powerful? Next time, I will use all my strength in this blow. Mihawk. Zhang Lu put his right hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist and said in a deep voice, "Then let me see it for myself." In the last era, a power that was already famous throughout the world, Hawkeye Mihawk's body sank slightly. His hands tightly gripped the black knife, and he said in a deep voice. The blood was still dripping from his body, but it had no effect on his momentum. Call. A breeze blew by, and the two men faced each other, their aura becoming more and more powerful. Suddenly, they looked up suddenly, with sharp light flashing in their eyes. With their feet on the deck, their figures disappeared in an instant and rushed towards each other. Cho! The crisp sound of a sword being drawn was heard, and Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils contracted. He held the sword with both hands and swung it down violently. At the same moment, Zhang Lu's sword handle trembled, but strangely, in the instant of this movement, the long sword had already appeared in the air. The speed of drawing the sword is as fast as lightning. Another flash, and he was already in front of Hawkeye. Roar! Faintly, there was the sound of a blue dragon roaring. Mihawk opened his eyes and saw the huge dragon winding up behind you, Zhang Lu, with bloodshot eyes staring at him. Dragon slashing sword technique, Zhang Lu uttered softly. In an instant, the two men pulled each other quickly, their swords crossed, and they stood back to back. A giant dragon phantom appeared. Its head broke with a snap, and it let out a miserable howl before disappearing into nothingness. 50, Chapter 50, Admiral Akiji. The sea breeze blew, lifting the robes of the two people. Tick. Blood dripped onto the deck, a crisp sound was heard, and a slight gasp was also heard at this time. Is this the sword technique for slaying dragons? With his back to Zhang Lu, Mihawk asked in a deep voice. Good. Zhang Lu nodded slightly. Dragon slashing sword drawing technique, a super speed sword drawing technique. The long sword is sheathed, with all the momentum and power hidden in the sheath, and the moment the sword is drawn, it will bloom with extreme power, speed, and light. In front of that sword, even an evil dragon would be cut in half. In that era, everyone praised your physical skills and your strength, but few people knew that your swordsmanship was also among the best in the world. Thank you very much for this battle. Hawkeye Mihawk's aura subsided, and he slowly inserted the black sword into the scabbard behind him. Then he turned around suddenly, opened his arms and grinned. You give me more motivation. I also see the light ahead. Zhang Lu's eyes narrowed as he stared at the powerful man in front of him. There was a long cut from the opponent's chest and abdomen, and blood was still dripping, but his breath was strong as if he was unharmed. Come on, Zhang Lu. Being stabbed in the back is a shame for a swordsman, especially for a man like me, Mihawk exclaimed. Zhang Lu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Do you know what this means? I know it better than you do, Mihawk said, a determined look on his face. At the same time, black spots appeared on the sea far away. They were merchant ships, navy, and others coming from all directions. Where is it? The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. What is he doing? What on earth happened to the sea and sky? An unimaginable battle? The officer holding the telescope in his hand and the captain of the merchant ship were both shocked at this time. Naturally, everyone knows the name of Jurikol Mihawk, and his obvious features make him easily recognizable. Who is his opponent? Everyone was shocked at this moment. The man who could fight with Hawkeye Mihawk must be extraordinary. Ding-ling-ling. In a corner of the sea, a figure riding a bicycle has also entered the sea area, and behind him is a string of frozen traces. A duel between great swordsmen? The man raised his eyes slightly and looked at the two figures on the broken ship. It seems that the winner has been decided. He looked past Mihawk and towards the man opposite. When he saw the other's face clearly, he was slightly startled. This face looked somewhat familiar. Who is it? Suddenly, his body shook, his pupils contracted, and his expression became solemn. I remember now. That man, has he come out? After a pause, the man pedaled his bicycle towards the place where the broken boat was. Just this time. Are you a friend or an enemy? The man's eyes also became sharp at this moment. The tragic defeat in the battle in the past made him recall it now, as if it happened yesterday. Zhu Zhang Lu. A low, serious voice came out of its mouth. A series of tinkling sounds were left on the sea. The wind was getting stronger on the wrecked ship. Yeah. Then I will take the title of world #1 without hesitation. Zhang Lu held a knife in his right hand, slowly raised it, and spoke in a serious voice. If we don't die in this battle, we will one day. I will take this empty reputation back from you once again. Mihawk exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. Then I'll wait for you. Jurikol Mihawk. Zhang Lu spoke in a low voice, his face extremely serious and solemn. Similarly, he swung the knife with great solemnity and stability. Call out. The long sword cut through the void, and in the blink of an eye, the blade came in front of Mihawk. His eagle-like eyes shrank into a line at this moment. Puff! The blade cut through his body, leaving a long blood stain that intersected with the previous blow. Blood splattered out and Hawkeye Mihawk's body shook. Looking at Zhang Lu, who was close at hand, he grinned, blood gushed out, and he laughed. The long-lost passion of a warrior. It's boiling. Then his body stood there straight, motionless. Admire, Zhang Lu said in a deep voice, took back the long sword in his hand, and put it into the sheath. Hawkeye Mihawk did not respond. He was seriously injured and experienced this peak battle. It was still unknown whether he would live or die. Zhang Lu didn't say anything else. He walked slowly and was about to leave. The duel between samurai, warriors, and swordsmen is a fight between life and death. Death under the sword is just a matter of a moment. No matter who lives or dies, it's normal. Suddenly, Zhang Lu stopped walking forward. Crack! In front of him, a white chill spread out. The sea surface was frozen into ice, and the sinking ship also stopped, covered with a layer of white frost. The temperature around me dropped to 0 in an instant, and there were even tiny snowflakes dancing in the air and falling on my shoulders. Looking up and forward, a figure was already right in front of me on the frozen sea. He was tall and burly, wearing a white suit vest, a dark blue shirt, a navy coat draped over his back, and a green eye patch on his forehead. Navy Admiral Akiji. Call. Letting out a light breath, Akiji stepped in front of the wreckage and looked up at the river. I really saw an unexpected guy. After a pause, the coldness around him grew stronger, and a wider and larger area of the sea surface was frozen at this moment. The broken ship was already completely frozen. The former general, Day Tiger. I thought you were dead. As he spoke, Akiji bent his knees and jumped onto the deck, moving forward on the snow and ice under his feet. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound made Zhang Lu narrow his eyes. Kuzan, I haven't seen you for a while. You've changed a lot. Zhang Lu spoke in a calm voice. As the other party approached, a thin layer of frost covered his legs, waist, and arms. It's not just a period of time. 20 years. Akiji said calmly, and when he came 10 meters in front of Zhang Lu, he paused. A powerful, oppressive aura swept over in an instant and rushed towards the river. Snowflakes were swirling in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the sea was covered with heavy snow. The temperature continued to drop, and in a blink of an eye, it had reached dozens of degrees below zero. Crack! Zhang Lu's body was frozen. The Hawkeye Mihawk behind him had turned into an ice sculpture, and the bleeding wound was also frozen by the frost. Call! Akiji exhaled a puff of white air, his face solemn as he stared at the man in front of him. So you reappear in the world's view. What is your identity this time? Zhang Lu smiled slightly. Of course, just the Navy. Akiji was silent, thinking of what the other party had done 20 years ago, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. This is nonsense. Who would believe it? 51, Chapter 51, Ice Age. It was snowing heavily, and the blue sea was frozen at this moment. The temperature was getting colder and colder, with a vague sense of solemnity and heavy atmosphere, and a faint fighting spirit was slowly rising. Staring at the man in front of him, who was one of the 3 greatest admirals of the current Navy, Zhang Lu grinned and shook his body slightly, breaking the frozen ice. You lazy guy, are you running in front of me just to say this nonsense? Akiji's face was cold, and he shook his head slowly. I have never really agreed with your so-called justice. Everything you do is not in line with what a Navy officer should do. As he spoke, he glanced towards the proverbs on the distant sea. On the contrary, you should be the most unstable and dangerous person in the Navy. Hearing this, Zhang Lu was silent for a moment, then laughed again. Justice? He raised his right hand slightly and placed it on the hilt of the knife at his waist. There was a kind of melancholy in his eyes, and he sighed softly. Kazan, your understanding of justice is still not very clear. The snowflakes were dancing faster and faster. The cold had penetrated into the bone marrow, and people on the sea far away from here were shivering with cold. But Zhang Lu, dressed lightly, seemed not to feel the cold at all. Crack! Another layer of ice covered him, freezing his legs in the blink of an eye, and then spreading to his upper body and arms. In the next second, Zhang Lu's body shook slightly, the ice shattered, and his eyes became sharp in an instant. If you have nothing to do, just turn around and leave. Otherwise, your actions at this moment are enough to make you an enemy. Akiji stretched out his right hand and leaned slightly, but he was unmoved by hearing these words. An ice saber emerged and was held tightly in his hand. I still think that an unstable guy like you should be eliminated as soon as possible. Muttering to himself, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. He came in front of Zhang Lu and swung a knife. Stop joking. Obviously, he wanted to avenge the battle that happened 20 years ago. Zhang Lu sneered and raised his knife to block. When? The collision between the long sword and the Ice Army sword actually produced a crisp sound of metal and iron. The energy spread out, and the snowflakes floating around were all flying up. Both, Akiji said calmly. His body turned into ice, flickering in the sunlight, merging with the ice saber in his hand, and then covered the river. The biting cold surged in at this moment, spreading to Zhang Lu's entire body, covering the long sword in his hand with a layer of frost, and then froze his right hand in the blink of an eye. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Zhang Lu retreated. Almost instantly, his right hand lost consciousness. The horrifically low temperature froze his blood, skin, muscles, and bone marrow. It seems that I can't underestimate you. Zhang Lu raised his head and spoke softly. His right hand shook slightly, the ice retreated, and everything returned to its original state. 20 years. No one will stand still, Akiji said lightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Shave. As the strongest force in the Navy headquarters, he is of course extremely proficient in the 6 styles of the Navy. When he appeared again, he was already behind Zhang Lu and swung down fiercely with the Ice Army knife in his hand. Zhang Lu's eyes flashed red, and he slightly tilted his body to avoid the knife. Crack! The cold energy rushed out from the ice saber, freezing the ice surface in front of it into a layer of messy ice flowers again, presenting a unique beauty. Akiji's eyes moved slightly, and he turned to look to the side. What came into view was a long sword emitting an inexplicable aura, slashing towards him horizontally at an extremely fast speed. Laugh. The long knife easily cut through his abdomen. Akiji's body stiffened and was cut in half, turning into a pile of ice that piled up. Alala. This knife. It makes me feel the oppression I felt 20 years ago. Still an extremely dangerous guy. The ice disappeared, and 3 meters away, Akiji's figure appeared, with gloomy eyes and a solemn expression. Stop joking, Kuzan. You are a general now. Zhang Lu shouted loudly, and with a flash of his body, he was already in front of the opponent. He shook his long sword, and the armed color domineering aura swept over. Then, golden cherry blossoms fluttered and surrounded the blade. Akiji keenly sensed the dangerous aura and raised his hands, and 2 frozen spears instantly appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, the ice spear flew towards the river. The latter shook his long sword, breaking the hard ice spear into 2 pieces. Then he flashed in front of Akiji and swung his long sword again. This terrifying aura is really like a tiger coming down the mountain. Akiji's eyes were solemn, and a layer of solid ice appeared on his arms, acting as a shield to block in front of him. He had no time to dodge the knife as the opponent's speed was as fast as thunder. Bang! The blade of the long sword collided with the solid ice in an instant, and a terrifying force erupted in an instant, and his body flew out with a bang. Boom, boom, boom. The wreckage of the ship was smashed by the flying Akiji, and it rolled on the ice for nearly hundreds of meters before the white figure stopped and stood up again. Call. Exhaling a breath of white air, Akiji looked up at the figure standing at the bow of the wrecked ship, his face filled with solemnity and sternness. There is no doubt that the opponent is definitely the most difficult opponent. He knew this clearly 20 years ago. That tragic defeat left an indelible shadow in the hearts of him, Borsellino, and Sakaski. It was also after that the 3 of them practiced harder, became stronger, and finally achieved the same achievements as the other party. Now, as a general, I face this man again. Who will win or lose? The gap seems to have narrowed. Muttering, Akiji wiped the marks on his cheek. His eyes became sharp again. Then, his figure started to run quickly. At the same time, Zhang Lu on the bow also jumped high, landed on the frozen sea surface, and suddenly swung the knife with his right hand. Buzz! The void trembled, and a sharp purple-red flying slash cut through the ice and rushed towards Akiji. A casual strike can split mountains and seas. Akiji took a deep breath and dodged the incoming attack. Then he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pointed it at the figure in front of him. Frozen time capsule. Extremely cold air rushed out in an instant, and Zhang Lu, who was holding a knife, was spread by the cold air and immediately turned into an ice sculpture. But it's not over yet. Akiji murmured softly, and his figure flashed again, and he appeared on Zhang Lu's left side. Crack! At this moment, Zhang Lu, who had turned into an ice sculpture, had the ice on his body break, and then he shattered with a loud bang and reappeared. Akiji's eyes were sharp, his body was in the air, his right hand was open. There was sharp ice between his 5 fingers, and the bone-chilling, extremely cold air rushed out. It's much better than it was 20 years ago. Kuzan, you've got me kind of excited. Zhang Lu turned his head, holding the knife in his right hand, faced the other party and grinned. At this moment, Akiji glared and pressed his right hand on the opponent's head. Ice Age 52. Chapter 52, Breath of Death. Crack! A cold wind suddenly blew, starting from Akiji's right hand and blowing in all directions. Zhang Lu's smile froze instantly, and his entire body was struck by the cold air, freezing into an ice sculpture. Call! Akiji looked at the ice sculpture in front of him and slowly exhaled a breath of white air. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he stretched out his index finger and hooked it, ready to hit the ice sculpture in front of him, turning it into ice chips and completely dissipating. The cold air released by the Ice Age was even more powerful than all his previous moves. Not only does the radiation have a wide range, capable of instantly freezing an ocean, it can also completely freeze the enemy, putting them into a state of suspended animation. Even a force as strong as Zhang Lu could not resist this level of freezing and could only be frozen instantly. That's it, Zhang Lu. With a soft sound, Akiji tapped the ice sculpture in front of him with his index finger. When the index finger touched the ice sculpture, it made a sound like hitting steel. Immediately afterwards, you can see the sculpture in front of you cracking and shattering, and a clear crack appears on the surface. The crack quickly spreads and becomes more numerous. Like broken porcelain, the surface of the ice sculpture formed by Zhan Guo was covered with tiny cracks. Then, with a bang, ice chips flew all over the sky. The ice sculpture broke and shattered. However, Akiji's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his body suddenly retreated. He looked solemnly at the figure that was standing quietly in the ice chips, like a mountain, giving people a sense of oppression. Good job, Kuzan. The figure standing in the ice chips grinned, but gave people a cold, hideous, and suffocating feeling. Just like a sleeping tiger, it awakens at this moment and is roaring and growling. Crack! Zhang Lu's head tilted slightly, making a crisp sound, and then twisted to the other side again, making another crisp sound. I did. You've got me kind of excited. After a pause, his eyes became cold and icy. I almost froze to death. With a slight movement of his right hand, the long sword he was holding suddenly returned to its sheath. At this moment, Zhang Lu actually put away his long sword. Akiji looked at the man in front of him who had taken a direct hit from the Ice Age but still looked unharmed. His eyes were extremely solemn. What a monster! He sighed softly, leaned forward, exhaled, and prepared for battle again. It seems that it is far from easy to end the battle easily. For a monster like this, even absolute zero seems unable to freeze it, which is really a headache. At this moment, Zhang Lu's eyes were also solemn, and his heart was beating rapidly. The horrible coldness froze him in an instant, freezing his cells, flesh, bones, and blood together. Even the consciousness went blank at that moment. From this, we can see that Akiji, as an admiral, is truly one of the best in the world in terms of strength. Are you ready, Kuzan? Suddenly, Zhang Lu shouted loudly, and the coldness in his eyes was clearly visible. Next, you will experience the same despair and fear as you did 20 years ago. The cold wind was blowing, and the snow was falling heavily. Akiji's eyes narrowed and fireworks began to burn in them. I never thought about going through that kind of thing a second time. The atmosphere suddenly calmed down, but became increasingly oppressive and heavy, and even the air made people feel suffocated. In the distant sea on a warship, a naval lieutenant was holding a telescope in his hand, observing this place. When he saw Akiji, his eyes suddenly shocked. What is that? Admiral of the Navy, Akiji, and the man opposite him. The Navy lieutenant looked at Zhang Lu again, and when he saw his face clearly, he was shocked again and seemed a little stunned. Who is he? How could he fight against Admiral Akiji? Then the major took a deep breath and shouted to the Navy behind him. Quick, report the situation here to headquarters. And the guy who fought with Admiral Akiji, send his face as well. The guy who can fight with the Admiral of the Navy must be extraordinary. The Major has vaguely felt that this will be a major event that will shock the world. Yes, the Marine shouted loudly and turned around immediately. On board the Proverbs, there's the eagle-eyed man who cut the sea and sky apart with one sword. Now here comes another guy who can freeze the ocean in an instant. This world is really like this. Enel stood in the Proverbs, his body trembling, his fists clenched, and his eyes filled with shock and excitement. He was a little excited, and the blood in his heart seemed to be boiling. Strong people are everywhere. What a wonderful world. Enel muttered, his worldview being greatly impacted. We had just landed in Shanghai, but in the blink of an eye we saw two such battles. What shocked him even more was Zhang Lu. After 2 consecutive battles, the opponent's condition was still at its peak, extremely ferocious. It was impossible to see the limit of his terrifying strength. Admiral of the Navy, Akiji, Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke, and his eyes were filled with solemnity. He didn't expect that Akiji, an admiral, would actually attack Zhang Lu, who was also a Navy officer. It will be another battle that will shock the world. Crocodile muttered, his eyes sharpening. Such world-class battles will undoubtedly broaden their horizons and help them realize the gap between themselves and the world's top powers. IT is definitely a rare and valuable experience. Center of the battlefield. Ooh. The cold wind blew, rolling up the snowflakes on the ice surface like a knife, making them flutter in the air. Suddenly, Zhang Lu moved. Open the gate, rest the gate, give birth to the gate, hurt the gate, close the gate, and watch the gate. Open. At the beginning, his figure could still be seen, but as he ran, the terrifying energy aura around him was rapidly boiling, and finally, with a bang, he was enveloped by green surging energy. At this moment, his black hair flew up into the sky, and even his facial expression became hideous and distorted, and his clothes were constantly fluttering. The violent aura made the river flow look as ferocious as a tiger descending from the mountains. The moment all 6 doors were opened, with a whoosh, its body turned into a green phantom, flashing left and right, moving forward on the ice. In almost an instant, he arrived in front of Akiji and jumped high. Kuzan, feel it. How is our meeting again different from 20 years ago? The ferocious roar tore through the air and reached Akiji's ears, causing him to look up suddenly. His body trembled and cold air condensed in his right arm, which he waved towards Zhang Lu, who was flying towards the sky. Beat the pheasant. The huge ice bird screamed, flapped its wings and flew into the air, carrying a powerful impact force. Zhang Lu, who was in the air, saw the ice bird, grinned, and swung his right fist suddenly at the ice bird. Crack! The huge ice bird was pierced directly, and then green energy burned all over its body. It whizzed down and reached Akiji's head in an instant. So fast. The latter's pupils contracted, and his eyes widened. Suddenly, a large hand with 5 fingers spread out appeared above his head, just like the scene when he released the Ice Age before. A thousandth of a breath later, the big hand pressed on his head. Akiji's whole body shook, and his heart beat violently. He felt the breath of death. 53. Chapter 53. Outrageous. Boom! Before Akiji even had time to react, his head was grabbed by the big hand and his whole body was pulled backwards. The wind was surging, and his pale face was twisted and shaking at this moment. The 2 legs quickly dragged a long trail on the ice. Ice chips flew everywhere, and the top of the head was tightly clamped by Zhang Lu's big hands. At this moment, Akiji's consciousness was blank, and he had no time to react. With the naked eye, it was visible that a figure wrapped in green energy on the ice surface stretched out one hand, grabbed Akiji's head, and moved forward rapidly. Akiji, who was the general, seemed to have lost all his strength and was dragged forward by the huge hand. Boom! It was not until his feet were dragged for nearly a kilometer that he was finally pierced by the river current and hit the ice. Crack! The ice surface cracked, and a huge deep pit emerged. Akiji was lying on the ground with his head spurting out blood, his head shattered with a loud bang, leaving only a headless body. The headless body suddenly moved and swayed in the next second, pulling away from Zhang Lu. Then the ice gathered above the neck, outlining the shape of the head again. Ooh! Akiji gasped for breath, with blood at the corners of his mouth and clear finger marks on his forehead and head. Staring at the man in front of him, his mood had sunk to the lowest point. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react, and the power was as violent as a wild beast. Even a general felt trembling at this moment. One of the strongest powers in the world. It's really terrifying. Muttering to himself, Akiji's whole body shook. The ice surface behind him trembled, and sharp ice spears emerged. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire sky, obscuring half of the sky. The next second, he waved his hands forward. Swish, 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 swish. Countless ice spears pierced through the air and flew towards the river in an instant. The latter grinned and laughed fiercely, then jumped high into the air. Let's fight to the death. Kuzan. Otherwise, your fate will be no different from that of 20 years ago. Zhang Lu's entire body started running quickly in the air. After 3 steps, he had reached the handle of the spear. His body flashed, and he landed on another spear. Just like that, he stepped on the spear and moved forward, his whole body pulling out a green phantom, quickly moving forward. Outrageous physical fitness. Akiji's pupils contracted, and his soul was trembling at this moment. There is actually someone who can shuttle through the overwhelming ice spear attacks. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Lu's body appeared in front of him again. He clenched his fists, swooped down, and swung them violently. To the peacock. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the air vibrated and collapsed. A fist carrying endless flames broke through the air and hammered towards Akiji, who was close at hand. Bang! Countless fists wrapped in flames flashed on the ice surface like meteors. In the blink of an eye, they were overwhelming and covering the whole sky and earth. Such an attack. Akiji's face was solemn, and he suddenly slapped the ice in front of him with his right hand. White waves surged, and biting cold air surged out. The solid ice under his feet trembled violently in an instant, splitting into a large piece, which went straight up and blocked Akiji. Boom! A horn-shaped iceberg, nearly 100 meters tall, blocked Zhang Lu's fist. Next second. Boom, 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 boom. Countless fists bombarded the iceberg. One fist mark, two fist marks, and within a breath, thousands of fist marks appeared. Then the huge, hard iceberg began to break and cracks appeared. Crack! Fine traces of cracks emerged, and the huge iceberg of 100 meters could not last more than 3 seconds. It shattered with a loud bang and turned into ice chips all over the sky. Zhang Lu was surrounded by green energy. His hair was standing on end, and his face was ferocious, but he was still waving his fists. Bang! The first punch hit Akiji, who had his eyes wide open and was in shock. And then, bang! The second punch. Bang, 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 bang. The third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch, continuous punches, all hit the opponent, causing his body to shake violently. Akiji's body flew up, and under the reaction force of the fist, it kept shaking. Deep pits appeared one after another on the ice behind him. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sound was almost continuous, echoing on the frozen sea surface, and cracks quickly extended and spread into the distance. Puff! Blood oozed from the corners of Akiji's mouth, and his whole body kept shattering into ice, but then quickly recovered and healed. He seemed to be trapped in an endless, cyclical disaster. Unable to resist, unable to dodge, completely suppressed. The aura of fierce, brutal, and violent permeates the entire sea at this moment, sweeping up the terror and majestic majesty. When the endless fist shadows disappeared, the green figure slowly landed on the ice. Everything is calm. Akiji was lying there with his body covered with fine cracks, like broken glass, breathing slowly. His eyes flickered, and his white robe was soaked with blood. His cheeks were bruised and purple, and the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth extended all the way to his neck. He looked extremely miserable, as if he had been severely beaten. Zhang Lu was also breathing lightly, but his aura was still strong as he stood there looking down at the other person. It seems to be just like it was 20 years ago. I'm sorry to have reminded you of that past scene. Akiji's whole body trembled, and his eyes became fierce again. His body trembled and turned into ice. Then he reappeared in a standing posture. The battle isn't over yet. Zhang Lu, I'm no longer the powerless and weak guy in front of you. The sound shook the void. Akiji was seriously injured, but he was still able to continue fighting. Seeing the other person stand up again, Zhang Lu was stunned for a moment, then grinned again. Not bad, you are really good. This is the aura that a great leader should have. His body shook, and the aura in his body was about to rise again. Brew, brew, brew. Suddenly, the din-din mushi on both of them rang at the same time. After staring at each other, they seemed to realize something. Zhang Lu frowned, then looked into his arms and saw that the din-din mushi had turned into a serious, dignified, and familiar face. It was the Warring States period. The image of din-din mushi in Akiji's hand turned into Garp. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Lu answered the din-din mushi. Hello, Marshal Zhan Guo. I'm busy now. I'll talk to you later. After replying, Zhang Lu was about to hang up, but a roar came from the other side of the din-din mushi. Asshole Zhang Lu, if you dare to hang up, I will kill you with Garp right away. Stop it now, immediately. Armistice. 54. Chapter 54, Justice. The angry roar echoed on the ice and soon disappeared with a cold wind. Silence, followed by a cold silence, with only the whistling sound of the cold wind blowing past. After a long time. Oh. Then come and give it a try, Sengoku. It's been a long time since we last sparred. A cold voice just came out of Zhang Lu's mouth. Don't forget, you are still a Marine now. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Guo realized that his tone just now was wrong, so he calmed down and spoke in a deep voice. This fight was not caused by me, Zhang Lu said calmly. On the other side of the din-din mushi, Sengoku was stunned when he heard this, and then sighed. Just think of it as a request from you, okay? Now is not the time for internal strife within the Navy. Zhang Lu was silent. He raised his head and looked at Akiji, who was also explaining something to din-din mushi. Feeling his gaze, Kazan also raised his head, and their eyes met. The atmosphere seemed a little stagnant. Neither side spoke, but lowered their heads and looked at the din-din mushi again. Good. But there won't be a next time. Zhang Guo sighed, as if he could hear some other meaning from his words, and nodded, thank you. Zhang Lu hung up the din-din mushi and turned to leave. He didn't have much to say about Akiji, thought he might be a fairly righteous guy, but the two of them were clearly on different paths. Faced with the request of his old friend Zhan Guo, he finally chose to give up. The final stage is at the top, where he can let go of everything and release everything. In the near future, in the war that shocked the world, he will rise to the top, make a complete break with his past, his history, and the Navy. There is no need to rush to fight. Zhang Lu. When these words came, Zhang Lu paused and turned his back to the other party. I hope you can have a correct understanding of the word justice in the future, Akiji said in a deep voice, and after a pause, his eyes were cold. Otherwise, you might become the biggest disaster in this world. Zhang Lu grinned and sneered. Then, cousin, had you ever thought of a possibility? It's not the justice I understand that's problematic, it's the justice you're pursuing. Isn't this a wrong path? His voice sank, and his face showed a hint of indifference. Can justice still be called justice if it is suppressed by a huge mountain and cannot be enforced? It's just the justice of the victor. Akiji's body shook, his face froze, and he stood there in a daze. He wanted to say something to refute, but the other party had already turned and left. After a long silence, Akiji turned around, found his bicycle, and pedaled away into the distance. Cough, cough, cough. A slight cough was heard in the cold wind. Akiji's eyes were solemn. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and there was red blood on his hands. He really was injured, and it's not light. For the first time, I was so close to death. Then he held the bicycle with one hand and dialed the din-din mushi in his arms. I am the commander-in-chief of the headquarters, Akiji. The Straw Hat crew is heading to the Seven Water Capital. The Navy who received the news was obviously stunned. Yes, General Akiji, we got it. Akiji nodded, hung up the din-din mushi, put it in his arms, then pedaled his bicycle towards the direction of the Seven Water Capital. His expression was solemn and serious. Zhang Lu's strength is too strong. Even after 20 years, he still possesses such terrifying power while staying in the dark city of Push. If such a guy is out of control or goes out of control, he will undoubtedly be a bomb that can explode at any time for the Navy and the world. As he said, and as he had always believed, it was too dangerous. But unfortunately, all the actions and behaviors of this man are perfect in terms of kindness and righteousness. He has always been on the edge of justice in the Navy and the world government. So I think his justice went astray because of his faction relationship. Akiji murmured and fell silent. He was thinking, judging, and re-examining the position he had always held. What is justice? It seems like an illusory topic. From the perspectives of civilians, Navy, pirates, and nobles, this word obviously has different understandings. So what kind of justice do you uphold? Or rather, what do you want to do next? Akiji's expression was complicated. The scars on his body proved the other party's strength, and the brief conversation also proved that the other party had the justice and dreams he insisted on. 20 years have passed, but the passion in my heart is still there, and the dream still exists. Ooh. Akiji looked up at the sky. There was not a single white cloud in the azure sky, with occasional flocks of seagulls flying in groups. The cold wind blew around him, making him feel a little cold. What did you see and know back then? Zhang Lu. A faint sound was heard and soon dissipated in the sea breeze. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Bang! Zhan Guo slammed his fist on the table, and piles of documents were ejected. Damn it, these two guys almost got into big trouble. How come they fought so fiercely near Long Chain Island? His face looked grim, and he was shaking with anger. I heard that before Admiral Akiji fought against the opponent, another one had also been defeated by this Navy named Zhang Lu. The officer next to him said softly, "Who is it?" Zhan Guo was stunned. He had just received the information and had no idea about the cause of this war. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, the school officer said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhang Guo's pupils contracted, and he stood there in a daze for a moment. After a long while, he finally raised his head and asked seriously, "Hawkeye lost?" The officer nodded solemnly. "So," Zhang Guo muttered, "the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, was defeated. So wouldn't the new world's greatest swordsman be Zhang Lu? This is big news that is enough to shock the world, and Zhang Guo believes that this news will soon spread to the whole world. What a hassle. We just left Impel down, and something like this happened again. How can you hide the news that you are alive? If those guys knew about this..." Zhang Guo frowned. What's more, There is another person who is giving him even more headaches. He looked seriously at another thick document on the table, which recorded a big shot who had disappeared and was in hiding for a long time. Call. Exhaling, Zhan Guo turned to the first page of the document. A man with a rudder on his head, full of golden hair, exuding a domineering and arrogant aura, came into view. What an eventful time. This guy has actually started to show up in the East China Sea. The marshal's expression was solemn. Then he whispered a name. Golden Lion Shiki. 55, Chapter 55, he is still alive. The world is vast and boundless, and even the most powerful pirate group cannot see every bit of it. Every era has its own iconic figures. The throne of the world's #1 is not something that anyone can ascend to, and its succession will naturally attract worldwide attention. 2 days have passed since Jiang Lu fought with Hawkeye Mihawk. New reports, with headlines in red font, have already been sent to all parts of the world. East China Sea. Thousands of meters above the sea, with white clouds and gentle breeze, a floating island slowly floats here. On the huge island, forests, rivers, lakes, and fields are all clearly visible. From the highest building, bursts of lively shouts can be heard. This is the first floor, where a large number of pirates gather, and the place is bustling with noise. Everyone was drinking, plates of meat and other dishes were brought up quickly. As the glasses clinked, people had excited looks on their faces. From time to time, they looked toward the higher floors, with awe and anticipation in their eyes. All the pirates who appeared here had responded to the call of a certain big man. Only that legendary man had such great appeal to bring together so many pirates. On the second floor, in a spacious room near the window. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of metal hitting the floor was heard, followed by a domineering figure, who stomped on the ground and walked towards the balcony by the window. He was tall, burly, majestic, and powerful, with golden hair that dragged straight to the ground like a lion's mane. What was even more strange was that there was a ship's rudder stuck on the top of his head. Ooh. When she came to the open-air balcony, a strong wind suddenly blew, causing her golden hair to flutter instantly. Clatter! The newspaper in his hand was also shaking violently at this moment, and the scarlet headline was clearly visible on it. Another change between the old and the new. The world's greatest swordsman was defeated, and the winner was an unknown man. Who is he? The mysterious swordsman, the mysterious world's greatest swordsman. The burly man with golden hair like a lion's mane had a twinkle in his eyes and suddenly grinned. Today is really a happy day for this old man. He suddenly looked up at the blue sky, then looked down at the endless sea, which was covered with ripples. Crash! He raised his right hand, and the newspaper in his hand shook more violently in the quickening wind, and then suddenly shattered into countless tiny pieces. Buzz! A powerful aura suddenly spread out at this moment, sweeping across the entire sea. Are you out too, Jiang Lu? A deep, domineering voice came from the lion-like man's mouth. Old man, I have been waiting for you for a long time. This warm world has been silent for too long. After a pause, the man's eyes sharpened and he burst into laughter. Next, just turn it upside down. The wind whistled, his blonde hair fluttered, and the man's feet stomped on the floor, making a tinkling sound. Old man, I look forward to meeting you again. A sharp light burst out from his eyes, and at the same time, the man's fighting spirit also boiled over. 20 years. I'm not old yet. Your skills don't seem to have deteriorated. At the same time, in the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, the huge whale-like ship stood quietly on the sea. The atmosphere in a Moby Dick seemed a little heavy and serious. This man, Hawkeye, was defeated. Who is he? Dad seems to know him. He has been holding the newspaper and reading it for a long time. Who the hell is he? The New World's greatest swordsman. In the quiet atmosphere, the pirates on the ship communicated in low voices, with different looks in their eyes. Marco, Diamond Jaws, Flower Sword Vista, and the others were all standing solemnly beside their father. I can't believe this man is still alive. The former general, Zhuhu Zhonglu. He is known as the worst admiral in history, but also one of the most talented and powerful admirals. Once on par with Dad, Roger. It was rumored that he prevented the O'Hara Demon Killing Order incident, beat 3 generals of our headquarters into coma, and released many archaeologists in secret. Afterwards, because of this incident and someone under his command, they rushed into Mary Geos and killed and injured the world's nobles. As a Marine, this guy's behavior is really bad. Marco and the others spoke softly, and although their words were somewhat teasing, their tone was extremely solemn. Although the other party was a navy, he did these incredible things. However, no one could doubt his strength. Now, it appears in this world again. Legend has it that he is an unkillable monster. It seems that the legend is true. The soft murmur made Whitebeard, who had been reading the newspaper, suddenly look up and burst into laughter. Galala, your conversation is really interesting. After a pause, his expression hardened and he became serious. Who in this world can be immortal? Even someone as strong as Roger can't escape fate. This guy just has a bit of a weird body. Then, Whitebeard slowly stood up and looked at the sea with deep eyes. But his return, perhaps, it will bring unimaginable waves to this ocean. As soon as the voice fell, Whitebeard's eyes flashed as expression became complicated. That guy is not someone who is willing to stay in peace. 20 years ago, the other party suddenly appeared in the identity of the Navy, but had an irreconcilable conflict with the world government, caused a major incident, and eventually disappeared from the public eye. What will happen in 20 years? The sea breeze blew, and Whitebeard's robe fluttered. His eyes were slightly narrowed. Although he felt heavy in his heart, he also had a hint of anticipation. The sight quickly shifted to a deserted island. What did you say? Mihawk was defeated. How is that possible? Even I admire that guy's swordsmanship very much. He is the world's greatest swordsman. A shocked and incredible voice suddenly came out. Shanks, this is true. And the news has spread all over the world. We may be the last to know about it. Ben Beckman said in a condensed voice. Opposite him, there was a red-haired, one-armed man with a rapier slung on his waist and a newspaper in his hand. How sad my old friend must be to endure such a failure. But his opponent looked somewhat familiar. Shanks looked strange. Look at him. Does he look like the great admiral of the Navy back then, Zhan Guo? Ben Beckman said in a deep voice. Shanks' whole body trembled and his pupils contracted. It's actually him. The guy who's chasing Captain Roger all over the world. He's still alive. 56. Chapter 56 News about the Golden Lion. In just a few days, the news that Zhang Lu defeated Hawkeye Mihawk spread all over the world, and his face appeared in front of everyone. Many people had serious expressions and were heavy-hearted, while others looked confused and didn't know who this man who suddenly appeared was. At this time, in a magnificent palace located at the top of the Grand Line, the atmosphere was solemn. This is the holy land of Marihoa, and also the gathering place of the world's nobles. The gorgeous crystal chandeliers illuminate the spacious palace with extraordinary brightness. The floor was covered with luxurious carpets, and in the center, on a valuable sofa, 5 old men with different postures were gathered together, staring at the newspaper news on the table. Compared to the information received by people outside, in addition to newspapers, there is also a thick stack of documents. 20 years. He appeared before us again. This is truly an event that shocks my eyes. The world's greatest swordsman. What an amazing guy. His current status is that he is a trainee Marine. Still in the Navy, interesting, he hasn't left the Navy after such an incident. Perhaps he just wants to maintain a superficial balance. He's not only powerful, but also possesses extraordinary wisdom. The guy who can play chess with us is certainly not as simple as he appears on the surface. The voices of the 5 old men came one after another. Their words were short, but they revealed a lot of information. Why is he showing up now? Is he still dreaming that he can change the world like he did 20 years ago? That's ridiculous. The old voice carried a hint of sarcasm, but the solemnity in it was also clearly audible. Obviously, even the 5 old men at the top of the world are still extremely wary of Zhang Lu. As long as he is within the Navy and the world government system, he won't be able to cause any trouble. Unless... After a pause, the eyes of one of the old men holding the knife became sharp. He's going to sentence the Navy out. After these words were spoken, the elders in the palace fell silent, and the atmosphere became stagnant. The Shia organization was destroyed by us 20 years ago. We found and annihilated them one by one. Now, so many years have passed. It's not an easy task for him to gather another group of people to fight against the world. After all, the Navy is the most powerful force in this world and this era. An old man said this with a slightly playful smile in his words. What Whitebeard era, Roger era? The praise from the world is nothing more than a whitewash of one's own desires. which is particularly ridiculous. We are the masters of the world, and the times have always belonged to us. But these words did not seem to be agreed upon by all 5 people present. Zhang Lu may be different. You and I have already seen his fear and potential clearly 20 years ago. Without a solid foundation, what can he use to fight us? Stopped O'Hara? O'Hara still sank, hit Marihoa, but with his own strength, he didn't do much damage. It's just that I got involved with a celestial dragon who has delusional ideas and ridiculous ideas. Times are changing. The number of pirates on the sea today exceeds that of any previous era. We still have to be careful. I really want to see what kind of storm he can create on his own. The balance of the ocean cannot be changed by one person, one strong man. Inside the palace, calm, the majestic voices echoed. 5 old men were stating their opinions and views, making the atmosphere here seem even more heavy and solemn. The waiters and maids standing outside waiting had beads of sweat on their foreheads. They were so nervous that their bodies were stiff and they dared not move. In any case, continue to closely monitor his behavior, and the Navy must also issue an order. No matter what, this man must not be allowed to hold an important position in the Navy again. Finally, a low old voice was heard, echoing in the palace and slowly dissipating. At the same time, above the sea where a battle had taken place 2 days ago, the cold wind blew past, blowing up ice chips on the ice surface. On the wreckage, an ice sculpture covered in snow stood quietly. Under the transparent ice, one could clearly see a body that looked like it was already dead. The sun was shining in the sky, and the sunlight was pouring down and covering the ice sculptures. Suddenly, crack! A crack appeared on the ice sculpture, and then the crack split open at an extremely fast speed, and after a few breaths, it shattered with a bang. The frozen, dead-looking body slowly opened its eyes. Still alive. With a slight sigh, Hawkeye Mihawk looked down and saw 2 intersecting bloodstains. The wounds were frozen by frost, so no blood flowed out. It seems that fate still favors me. The battle between Qingji and Zhang Lu accidentally froze him, and his wounds stopped bleeding. Although he lost consciousness and fell into a coma afterwards, his life was delayed. Under such circumstances, he was able to hold on until he could find a famous doctor and survive. Taking a slow step with a creaking sound, Mihawk took a deep breath, felt his strength, and continued to step. After a dozen steps, his speed increased. Half a quarter of an hour later, he found his coffin boat on the frozen ice. Then, he stretched out his right hand, pulled out the black knife behind him, and swung it forward. Buzz! The flying slash whizzed out, cutting through the ice, and the sea water spread out, filling the gap in the middle. Mihawk boarded the coffin boat and closed his eyes. The lost throne, I will take it back next time. The boat drifted along the sea, and the green ghost fire swayed quietly. It slowly sailed further away and disappeared after a moment. On the other side, near the Long Chain Island, the Golden Ark proverb sailed slowly on the sea, emitting dazzling light under the sunlight, appearing rich and luxurious. Inalu sat at the operating table, acting as a battery. The electricity in his body crackled and spread along special ducts to every part of the ship. Sizzle! From time to time, a blue arc flashed above the hull. The world's greatest swordsman. Boss, your name is known to everyone in the world. Foxy shouted excitedly. It's just an empty reputation, not worth mentioning. Zhang Lu smiled faintly, not caring at all about who was the world's greatest swordsman. The boss is indifferent to fame and fortune. He doesn't even care about the world's greatest swordsman. How admirable! Foxy exclaimed, and the crew members behind him also shouted excitedly. Zhang Lu waved his hands, too lazy to pay attention to these pretentious guys. Brew, brew, brew. At this moment, the Din Din Mushi in my arms rang. He looked down and saw the Din Din Mushi transformed into the appearance of Doflamingo. Squinting his eyes slightly, Zhang Lu was connected. Dover. Hey, I got some very interesting news recently. I'm sure you'll be very interested. Doflamingo's deep laughter could be heard. What news? Zhang Lu was stunned for a moment. About the legendary pirate. After a pause, Doflamingo uttered a name. News from Shiki, the Golden Lion. Hearing this, Zhang Lu's eyes immediately became sharp. 57, Chapter 57, The Legendary Pirate. Golden Lion, Shiki? Of course, he was familiar with that guy. After the Pirate King Roger was captured, he attacked the Navy headquarters alone in anger, but was ultimately defeated and imprisoned. But his imprisonment was not over 20 years ago. When he had just entered the Impel down city, he brazenly cut off his feet that were bound by sea stone and escaped from prison. Huh. Zhang Lu, would a fellow like you really be willing to be trapped in this dark prison? I've heard about all the things you did. You're such a nasty guy. Why not let me leave and wait for the day you step out of Impel down? Maybe we can join forces to mess up the world. 20 years have passed, but the Golden Lion's laughter still echoes in my ears, clear and loud. A promise made 20 years apart, Zhang Lu murmured. His eyes drifted, looking towards the sky ahead, and suddenly became sharp. I just don't know if a guy like you will still follow what you said that day. Then he spoke softly to Din Din Mushi. Tell me all the information you know. I'm very interested in him. Doflamingo laughed. I knew it would be like this. You need someone like him right now. He was once very popular in the last era, but has lost his luster now. Oh. After a slight pause, Doflamingo's words were full of smile. I will tell you all the information I have learned. I hope Uncle Zhang Lu can succeed in one fell swoop and bring him under his wing. Zhang Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, then hung up the Din Din Mushi. Standing at the bow of the Proverbs and looking forward, you can clearly see the islands in the shape of a long chain. According to the news just received, the Straw Hat Pirates have already headed to Water 7. This also means that the battle on Panaro Island is about to begin and the prelude to the War of Marineford has begun. It's time to make some preparations, Zhang Lu muttered, his eyes flickering. Is it Doflamingo? Crocodile asked at this time, his eyes slightly fixed. Zhang Lu nodded. It seems to have said some extraordinary information, Crocodile said softly. He mentioned someone. Zhang Lu grinned and said with a smile. Who? Golden Lion Shiki. Zhang Lu uttered a name. Crocodile's whole body trembled and his eyes suddenly contracted. After a long while, he recovered. That's a really amazing guy. Zhang Lu smiled and nodded, then said to Crocodile, I need you to rebuild your Baroque works. Of course, that's no problem. Have recently contacted other members and am building a network of contacts. It's just that I need my subordinates. Crocodile's eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a deep voice, You are a loyal boss. Zhang Lu stared into the other person's eyes and said something meaningful. It's just that I'm used to IT. That IT would take time to find a new one. Crocodile said calmly. Yeah, I'll get this done, but it'll take time. Zhang Lu smiled, but of course he would not directly expose the other party's disguise. Whether it is Crocodile or Doflamingo, these apparently vicious guys all have their own unique characteristics. Those are his own men, and he has great awe and respect for them. Crocodile's men would risk their lives to save him when he is imprisoned. Doflamingo's family will obey his orders unconditionally. Even if it means death, they will not hesitate. Thank you. Crocodile was silent for a moment and spoke softly. As time passed, the Proverbs resupplied at the Long Chain Island. After replenishing a large amount of food and daily necessities, everyone's reserves were already quite sufficient. At dusk that day, Doflamingo's message was compiled into a document and transmitted to Zhang Lu. I heard that he recently recruited a group of his former subordinates and new pirates, and is carrying out a grand plan with extraordinary momentum. The location is in the East China Sea. You really are a guy who can't bear to be lonely. If you hadn't mentioned him, I would have almost never known that such a great man was still alive. Doflamingo's laughter came into his ears through the Din Din Mushi, along with the sea breeze. Zhang Lu looked serious as he flipped through the documents in his hand. It clearly describes the activities of Shiki the Golden Lion after he escaped from prison. IT also records in detail that after he was released from prison, he came to an island called Vilmiu. Also on this island, many animals were found that had become ferocious after eating plants with IQ components. Afterwards, he took the island for himself, named it Floating Island, and studied IQ together with his deputy, and has now achieved some success. Recently, he suddenly summoned a large number of former pirates to gather on the floating island, wanting to do something big. It was precisely because of his huge movement that Doflamingo, who had just been reminded by Zhang Lu, discovered his tracks. Unwilling to be lonely, the Golden Lion returns with revenge. I stepped out of Impel down and started over again. Zhang Lu smiled gently, facing the sea where darkness was gradually approaching. They are really a pair of partners who can work well together. They had a promise made 20 years ago, and a strong basis for cooperation. At the same time, he was very confident that he could bring the other party under his command. There is no doubt that Shiki the Golden Lion will become a powerful subordinate and play an extremely important role in future activities. But before that, it might take a big fight. Zhang Lu's eyes became fierce. The Golden Lion, like a lion, will not easily yield to others. His pride, his dominance, and he will not allow others to challenge his authority. Even the former pirate king Roger, he wanted to conquer him and almost wiped out his entire army. Even though he suffered a failure 20 years ago and lost all his fighting spirit, he is still the domineering man with great ambitions. Only war, a war of complete victory, can convince such a man. Who's the boss? It's also important, Zhang Lu murmured. The night passed quickly, and when the sun rose the next day, the Ark Proverbs had already left the sea early and was flying thousands of meters above the sea. The target is one of the 3 legendary pirates who stood at the top of the last era. The one known as the Flying Pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki. Foxy stood at the bow, his voice excited, his black hair blown back by the wind. The others were so excited that they were trembling all over and shouting loudly. Even Crocodile was shocked when he first learned that they were going to find the legendary pirate. And the other 2 great pirates. One is Roger, the Pirate King. The second is the most powerful man in the world right now, the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. The sound echoed on the proverbs and dissipated with the wind. The golden ark, shining brightly under the sunlight, sailed quickly towards the East China Sea. 58, Chapter 58, announced to the world. East China Sea. This place was once known as the most powerful sea among the 4 seas, and even produced legendary pirates like the Pirate King Roger. But now, after the naval purge decades ago, it has become the weakest sea area. But some people in this world always have a unique feeling and emotion towards this sea area. There are white clouds in the blue sky. Looking up from the sea, besides a few soaring seagulls, you can also see a faintly visible black. No one knew that this was a huge island suspended in the air. It is called Floating Island, and it was the territory of Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the 3 great legends. At this time, in the attic at the highest point of the floating island. In the spacious hall on the 1st floor, dense and tiny conversations were heard, blending into a buzzing sound, as if millions of mosquitoes and flies were flapping their wings in unison. On both sides of the central aisle, there are low tables with wine, fruits, and a fresh fragrance. Behind the table, pirates with serious faces, extraordinary auras, and ferocious expressions sat upright. They were the leaders of pirate groups from all over the world who had come here to follow the call of that great man. At this moment, they were sitting cross-legged in front of a low table, waiting silently. Since they arrived here a few days ago, they have not seen the legendary pirate, but everyone is not dissatisfied at all, but very patient. One of the 3 great legends in the world, Shiki the Golden Lion, known as the Flying Pirate, once put the Pirate King Roger in a desperate situation. His fame is enough to make them wait. The rules between pirates are simple. That is, the strong are respected. Fame, wealth, status, these things that everyone pursues can be easily obtained if you have the strength. And today is the day when this legendary pirate will show up for a meeting. Therefore, the captains of all the major pirate groups gathered together, waiting expectantly and nervously. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Everyone looked up, their eyes were frozen, and all sounds disappeared completely at this moment. Only the heavy breathing of some people could be heard. Then the sound of metal hitting the floor was heard again, and a figure appeared in everyone's eyes. She had long golden hair that was as fluffy as a lion's mane and a ship's rudder embedded in her head. Her feet were gone, replaced by 2 famous swords that shone with a cold light. Ha! A loud laugh was heard, and the man who had arrived walked down the stairs. He faced everyone present, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Buzz. In the entire 1st floor hall, everyone was shocked and felt a heavy pressure, and they couldn't help swallowing. This was the crushing momentum from the legendary pirates, not any domineering power. The legendary Flying Pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki. He once put Pirate King Roger in a dangerous situation, and he was only 1 step away from becoming the Pirate King. He possesses a monstrous ambition that can engulf the 4 seas, and incomparably terrifying courage. After Roger was captured, he broke into the Marine headquarters single-handedly. Although he was captured and taken to Impel down, he still managed to escape. There is no way to describe all his legends. It is like a thick book. The pirates' eyes quickly became excited, and their whole bodies were shaking. The moment the figure appeared, it attracted everyone's attention, making them feel excited and their souls tremble. Ding, 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 ding. The golden lion Shiki faced everyone's gazes, with a faint smile on his face, and walked down the stairs step by step. Behind him followed his right-hand man Indigo. When he walked down the stairs and appeared in front of everyone, he suddenly grinned. "Ha! Welcome everyone to this feast." Just a simple sentence made everyone in the hall scream with excitement. Roar! Hail Shiki the Golden Lion! The legendary pirate is talking to us. I'm about to faint from excitement. Countless voices rang out at this moment, making the hall vibrate and buzz, and instantly became extremely noisy. No one could have imagined how high the status, reputation, and influence the once legendary pirates had in the minds of the people. Countless people admire and worship the heights they once reached, and even develop fanatical beliefs in them. This kind of thing might seem surprising in Zhang Lu's previous life, but in this world where force is supreme, it is very common. A power that is as strong as that of a god can generate the highest level of personal worship and faith. The purpose of calling you all here is simple. Although the hall was noisy, the voice of the Golden Lion could still be clearly heard by everyone, and it also made the scene quiet. Slowly scanning everyone present, the smile on the Golden Lion's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold and sharp look. This era is too gentle. It's time to let some people know the cruelty of life and the coldness of the world. After a pause, his eyes turned cold. I'll start in the East Sea. Destroy the entire East China Sea. Announce it to the world. His whole body shook, his arms suddenly opened, and the long golden hair behind him fluttered suddenly, like a lion spreading his mane. An overbearing and arrogant aura rose up. My Golden Lion is back. We're back. The first floor hall was extremely quiet, with only the sound of someone swallowing saliva, but soon boiling roars rang out. Roar! Destroy the East China Sea. Listen to Boss Golden Lion, we will rule the world. It was an exciting moment. My whole body there shaking uncontrollably. The roar was as deafening as thunder, filling the entire pavilion. The Golden Lion looked at this scene and grinned a crazy smile. It's been 20 years, and it's time for him to take revenge. After being silent for a long time, this time he will shock the whole world. At the same time, an arc, shining with golden light under the sunlight, suddenly appeared above the floating island and flew rapidly towards the highest building. The words Suyi were engraved on the huge sail, and the background was a white skull mask, which looked eerie and ferocious. What is that? In various parts of the building, the pirates on guard looked up in surprise at the rapidly approaching Arc Maxim, a golden ship flying in the sky. Then the pirates reacted and shouted in shock. Quick, quick, tell Boss Shiki. A ship of unknown origin that can fly in the air is obviously not normal. Just as they were about to turn around and run towards the hall behind him, a figure suddenly jumped down from the bow of the spaceship. Call out. After a graceful arc was drawn, accompanied by a loud bang, dust flew up, and a big pit appeared in front of the pavilion. A figure appeared before their eyes. Shiki, is this the place? When the dust settled, a figure in a black robe with a knife at his waist emerged, facing them, and asked lightly, 59, Chapter 59, what a domineering man. Who? The wind blew, and the dust twisted and dissipated quickly. The appearance of the person coming was also clearly seen by the pirates guarding in front of the pavilion. He had a crew cut, a loose black robe, a long sword slung at his waist, a face that looked to be about 20 or 30 years old, but there was a different kind of vicissitudes in the depths of his eyes. The moment they were stared at, the pirates trembled all over and felt fear subconsciously. It was as if that glance saw through their hearts. But soon, they reacted and drew their weapons. Did you just address the captain by his first name? What a courage! Who is their captain? He is Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the 3 legendary pirates. How could this young man in front of him be so bold? Do you know who he is? The pirate shouted angrily and was about to charge at the man in front of him. But at this moment, the young man suddenly grinned and widened his eyes. Do you know who I am? Buzz. The pirate was startled, and then in the next second, a majestic, shocking, and domineering aura rushed towards him. At this moment, the air seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. The void vibrated, radiating ripples that rushed into the pavilion. The pirates standing at the door were all stiff at this moment. Their eyes gradually turned white, and the weapons in their hands loosened. Plop, plop. The sounds rang out one after another, and figures fell to the ground one after another, losing consciousness. Zhang Lu had an indifferent expression as he looked up at the tall buildings in front of him. Although I haven't entered yet, I can already feel the splendor and bustle inside. The aroma of wine and the deafening cheers are heard one after another. What a noisy scene. Let my arrival add another scene to your banquet. Ski. With a faint sound, Zhang Lu took a step forward. Buzz. As he took this step, his domineering aura swept forward. The void shook, ripples appeared, and cracks appeared on the wooden pillars at the door with a click. Then comes the second step. Buzz. An even more majestic and domineering aura swept out, radiating mightily into the pavilion. Zhang Lu walked slowly forward, with a terrifying, domineering, and overwhelming aura rushing towards him. Plop, plop. The pirates near the door were shocked by the aura. Their eyes turned white, and they fell to the ground one after another, losing consciousness. The golden lion Shiki, who was standing at the deepest part, suddenly raised his head and looked forward. The pirates in the lobby on the first floor were all shocked, with sweat oozing from their foreheads, and they turned to look at the door. Da-da-da-da-da. The footsteps sounded rhythmically. What came into view was a young man with a faint smile on his face, but he gave people a sense of dominance. Buzz. Another circle of mighty aura gushed out, and the pirates standing in front of the man fell to the ground one after another like harvested straw. Subconsciously, some people moved to the side to avoid this strange man. Who are you? How dare you trespass into Boss Shiki's territory? A pirate shouted angrily and rushed towards the man with a knife. But the opponent didn't care at all, and was too lazy to even dodge, just kept moving forward. Buzz. The shock of the impact shook the pirate who had taken the initiative to attack. His eyes turned white, and the long sword in his hand fell to the floor and landed in front of the man. Zhang Lu continued to move forward, but his eyes had already passed through the dense crowd and looked at the golden lion standing there, also looking at him. Ski. He grinned and spat out the other person's name. Zhang Lu. There was a flash of surprise in the golden lion's eyes, but then he burst into laughter. Huh. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. This is really a surprise to me. Zhang Lu was also laughing. He stepped forward, but his domineering aura did not stop, but became even more powerful. Buzz. Crack. The pillars and walls supporting the surrounding buildings were all cracked. The pirates close to the two sides were completely unable to withstand the impact of this force and fell to the ground without any reaction. What a domineering man! Behind the golden lion, Indigo said in shock. Although the man had a smile on his face, the domineering aura emanating from him shook people's souls and made them tremble all over. In his subconscious, he felt that the other party was as dangerous as a wild beast. Domineering. He's more than just domineering, Indigo. That guy is Zhang Lu. The golden lion stared at the man who was walking towards him and grinned, his eyes filled with seriousness and solemnity. He saw that the pirates he had called upon fell to the ground one by one, foaming at the mouth. Under the opponent's momentum, they could not hold on for even a second. Put away your arrogance, Zhang Lu. We haven't seen each other for 20 years. Now that we meet again, are you trying to show me your power? Taking a deep breath, the golden lion, Shiki, shouted. Zhang Lu grinned upon hearing this, and his domineering aura burst out again, causing more pirates to fall to the ground and faint. He glanced around and saw the unconscious pirates lying all over the spacious hall. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Is this going to be some big deal, Shiki? But what can you do with these small fish in the sea? When Shiki the golden lion heard these words, he looked at the pirate lying on the ground in front of him, anger welling up in his eyes, but he was unable to refute. Did you come to me just to talk such meaningless nonsense? Zhang Lu continued to step forward, his black robe moving without wind. His eyes were sharp, and his domineering aura continued to spread, rushing toward the opponent. After a moment, he stood 5 meters away from Shichi. 20 years ago, I was the one who let you leave Impel down. At that time, you and I made a promise. With his eyes sharpened, Zhang Lu looked up at the lion-like man in front of him. Have you forgotten? The golden lion Shiki was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Zhang Lu with a strange look in his eyes. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he burst into laughter. Of course I haven't forgotten. I once said that when you come out, we can join forces and mess up this whole world. The golden lion's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice became low. So, you came all the way to me just for this promise that we made 20 years ago? Zhang Lu's eyes were sharp. Otherwise, how can a place like yours attract me? The smile on the golden lion's face became wider, and he couldn't help but grin. If a guy like you can cooperate with me, then this world will fall into our hands sooner or later. As he said this, he laughed happily. This is really the best news I have heard today. Then the golden lion waved his hand. Bring some wine. I want to have a big drink here with my old friend. By the way, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Lu, with the corners of his mouth curved. Talk about collaboration. 60, Chapter 60 beat my right arm. Ha! Loud laughter echoed in the first-floor lobby, which seemed empty and somewhat tense at the moment. The remaining pirates who were still able to stand were all trembling. They looked at the two people in the field, swallowed their saliva quietly, and their backs were already soaked with sweat. Indigo looked solemn and nervous. He immediately went over to get 2 jars of wine and a large bowl and placed them in front of the 2 men. Plop! The golden lion Shiki sat down on the ground, cross-legged, with the tips of his 2 long swords emitting sharp light pointing to the left and right. Zhang Lu also slowly sat down cross-legged, stared at the other person, and then grinned. Ha! Ha! The golden lion also laughed. The laughter of the 2 could be heard from far away. It also made the tense pirates around them relax. At the same time, they were cautiously staring at the man opposite the golden lion, with confusion in their hearts. Who is this man? I can actually sit at the same table with the legendary pirate. He was able to make so many strong men unconscious just by using his aura. This guy is really extraordinary. Indigo stepped on the ground, holding his breath as he poured wine into the bowls in front of the 2 men. The clear wine, poured into the bowl, creates a series of bubbles. Zhang Lu took a closer look and nodded, praising, "Good wine." The golden lion smiled and said, "This is a strong liquor that I found with great difficulty in the East China SEA. That will definitely suit your taste." "Then I won't be polite." Zhang Lu raised his hand and held up the wine bowl. The golden lion opposite also raised his bowl, and then the 2 of them clinked their glasses together. When? A crisp sound was heard, and then the 2 men raised their heads, and a bowl of strong liquor went down their throats into their stomachs. After a few breaths, the 2 men put the bowls in their hands on the ground, looked at each other, and laughed again. The golden lion shook his head and said with emotion, 20 years. You and I finally meet again outside of Impel down. Zhang Lu nodded gently. Yes, I have been waiting for this bowl of wine for 20 years. Suddenly looking up, the golden lion stared at Zhang Lu. This era is too quiet and too gentle, Zhang Lu. Oh, then what do you want to do? Zhang Lu asked with a faint smile. I will start from the East China SEA. That as long as you and I work together, we can turn this world upside down. Have you seen the island? I have collected animals that have eaten IQ. Their fighting power will surprise you. The golden lion said excitedly. The Navy's attitude towards you is obviously very repulsive. This identity is no longer suitable for you. Why not come and become a pirate with me? As he spoke, the golden lion's body shook, its long golden hair fluttered, and its momentum increased greatly. Be my right arm, Zhang Lu. With your help, I will easily ascend to the throne of Pirate King. Then, together we will rule the world. The voice was vibrating, sounding passionate and powerful, and exposed the strong ambition in front of everyone. Zhang Lu fell silent upon hearing this. After a long while, he finally spoke with a faint smile. Pirates, it's just a dead-end career. After a pause, he raised his head and stared at the golden lion. Why don't you come and join me, Suyi? Ski. We will change the world together. This will undoubtedly be more meaningful than becoming the Pirate King. Your name will go down in history and be sung and chanted by millions of people. 100 years from now, you will become an immortal monument and be remembered by history. These words were equally passionate and moving, echoing in the hall. But at this moment, the pirates around them froze, and beads of sweat oozed out of their foreheads again. Indigo, who was pouring the wine, froze even more. This mysterious man came here and talked about cooperation with his captain. Captain Shurji also wanted to recruit him, but the other party was actually recruiting their captain in return. The golden lion Shiki was silent, his eyes flickering as he stared at Zhang Lu. After a moment, he let out a long laugh. Ha! Looking at the full bottle of wine on the ground, Shichi picked up the wine bowl. Drink wine. The 2 bowls of wine collided again, Some of the clear and transparent wine spilled out, and then they tilted their heads back and drank it all. However, the taste of this bowl of wine is obviously different from the previous one. Zhang Lu, unlike you, I was famous all over the world 20 years ago and had a great reputation. I also have a large number of people who are willing to follow me. The Golden Lion spoke, pointing at the people in the hall. And you 20 years ago were the most powerful general, and you were famous in that era. But now you have become unknown. What great things can you accomplish alone? As he spoke, his eyes turned cold. If you cooperate with me and stay by my side, you will have no shortage of fame, status, or wealth. The voice was heard, but no one responded for a moment. Zhang Lu placed the wine bowl in his hand on the ground and lowered his head as if he was thinking about something, making it impossible for others to see his expression. After a while, he slowly raised his head and looked at the Golden Lion Shurji. A truly powerful person is one who can face an army of thousands with his own strength. After a pause, he sneered. Shiki, this is why you lost to Roger, Whitebeard. The Golden Lion Shurji's body shook, his eyes stern as he stared at Zhang Lu, but he was not angry. Even if all the small fry around you attack, what can they do? Zhang Lu said disdainfully, looking at the remaining pirates in the hall. I alone am enough to sweep through. Then he said calmly, 20 years ago, I let you out of Impel down because I wanted to work with you once and do something big. But I don't want to be your right arm and be inferior to you. As he spoke, Zhang Lu glanced at the other person's legs and old face. You are old. This one sentence made the Golden Lion Shiki's eyes turn cold and anger surge out. He is a hero on the sea. Naturally, he would not admit, nor would he be willing to admit, that he is old and out of touch with the times. And your legs. 20 years have passed. How much of your former peak strength is left that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard? With someone like you, I'm afraid that before you can accomplish anything, you will be drowned by the surging waves of the times, and then vanish into thin air, completely disappearing and fading from the sight of the world. Shiki the Golden Lion's eyes burned with anger, and he growled. Zhang Lu, do you know what you're talking about? Zhang Lu grinned and sneered. Why, is the objective truth so harsh in your ears? The glory of the past has blinded your vision at this moment, making it difficult for you to see your true self. Bang! The Golden Lion suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the wine bowl in his hand broke into pieces. His clothes moved without wind, and his golden hair flew up behind him. The other party's words were like knives stabbing into his heart, making him angry and trembling. In other words, the Golden Lion's defense was broken.